bring everything off mute. Let's just make sure we're... All right, and I think we are live. If any of you guys want to check it out on the YouTube and let me know if it's starting, I would really appreciate that. But especially if you can hear my voice showing up live, that is good. Well, all right. For those of you just tuning in, my name is Rick Gualtieri. I play Silas Kane. Paladin of Tuareg, or Tuareg, if we don't want to be copyright infringing. And hey, I can say that here because Drew's not on to tell me no. And I also play Arrow of the Gods on the Authors and Dragons podcast. Somebody who's obviously not the same person. So tonight I'm kind of doing, I guess similar to like what Robert Bevan did last week. I actually didn't watch Bob's video. Like, I saw snippets and pieces, but I purposely kind of didn't watch it because I'm like, if I watch it, I'm just going to try to be Bob. And I got enough of that shit as it is. So, no. So, anyway, tonight we are continuing our ShinglesAthon as we attempt to raise money for Shingles the Movie. And we are starting off tonight. We actually are... The last stream did really well. We're starting off tonight at $16,935 in pledges, and well, I don't know about you, but I'm hoping to see that pushed, higher, maybe even over 20K. That would be kind of awesome. Hit the wrong button. So, the plan for tonight is at least to start off similar to last time. I will be reading live chapters from Gary's Children, at least starting off. Later on, as pledges start coming in and stuff, I'm going to let you guys take a shot at dictating what I read next. And hey guys on the stream, what's all this then? All right. We already got chat coming up on the stream. That is awesome. I got to say, I don't use Streamlabs too much, but I really should. It's pretty handy. So, yep, that's a lot of Transformers. That's actually only a bit of my collection. The other half is on the other side of the room there, outside of camera shot. But you see my Dinobots up there. Those are my favorite ones. So, anyway, I was getting distracted there. I know, Bad Rick. Ow. All right, keep myself on track. So anyway, what I'll start off doing is reading from Gary's Children. Now, I was going to start off. Shall we donate here or on the Indiegogo page? Daniel, you can donate wherever you please. The Indiegogo page is the easiest for us to measure. But if you want to use YouTube, that is awesome as well. Either one works. Let's see here. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a delay on YouTube, you may. So the plan is, I read a chapter, and if we get at least a $10 donation, I keep going. That said, I've had a bit of a week, as some of you have probably heard, since I've been blasting it all over the friggin' place with regards to social media. My basement got hit really hard with Ida. We lost tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff, possessions. The entire place is trashed, and people were really cool about helping me out with that. So that said, I am even if $0 come in, I am committed to at least 2 hours here, just because And I know that's kind of lame. It's like, well, people really helped you out, and you're giving them 2 hours of your time. Real big spender there. I know. That was weird. With my kids messing with the internet out there. we just went low res for some reason. Anyway, so I will be. I can't drink beer. I'm not a beer fan. So I am going off. I am starting off with well, my fuck you. I'm writing mug. I am not writing, but that's full of Coke, and I am starting off with some rum and Cokes. So let me spike this this mofo here a little bit. I'm going to try to do this on camera because, and I'm sure I'll spill it on myself. That is a probably bigger dollop than I wanted, but whatever the fuck. And then later on, I'll be moving over to margaritas because, damn it, I love me some margaritas, and we got some margarita mix freezing in the freezer. My wife at around 6:30 is going to start crunching that up and bringing up stuff. When do I buy your admiration? Well, technically, Slog, since you've kicked my ass so many times in various games, you already have my admiration. So there is that. But as far as buying my admiration, well, anytime you would like to. Early afternoon for you, starting with coffee. Awesome, Peggy. Yeah, Bevan's internet is basically hedge magic. Yeah, I am well aware. Trust me, Steve. I see it like every week, and it's like, okay, do you have like, I have to often wonder. It's like, how do you even keep this running? Do you have like coat hangers just like running around your house or so? Muhana Vamp asks, how is the pool cleanliness these days? Well, I pretty much gave up after A&D Con with the pool because I just have not had any luck with the pool this year. So I'm actually probably going to put the cover on as soon as if I hadn't gotten distracted this week, with my basement being under sewage, I probably would have put the cover on already now. But hey, I didn't. So instead, I get to look out my window and see the green half full pool staring back at me and think to myself, yeah, I got to put a cover on. Technically, I really should just drain it and tear the liner because the liner is shit. It's like getting old. But I just want to cover it and be done with it because once I cover it, well, it's kind of like one less monkey on my back. Captain and Coke, yep. All right. So, why don't we get started with the first chapter of Gary's Children? A little background on this story. This was my very first Shingles. And up until that point, I don't think any of us really had any idea what Shingles was going to be. So a lot of us started off stories and we kind of went in our own direction. And me personally, I decided to kind of do my own personal take on your classic, I guess, kind of Needful Things story. Man finds like a cursed curio shop, goes in there and buys something, and it just kind of goes bizarre from there. So it's, I would call it kind of a classic horror story, but with a fucked up twist. And it is definitely one of my favorite ones. I have all of my Shingles here alongside me, so if people want me to switch books later on, I will be more than happy to. I am going to warn you up in advance. If anybody asks me to read Sense and Sensibility and Sasquatch, which I'll be honest is one of my favorites, I am probably going to do my damnedest to do that in an English accent, and I don't really care what anybody thinks. and it's not going to be a good English accent either. Of course, by the time we get to that, I might not be able to speak. I'm like starting off today already tired, so. But anyway, Gary's Children kind of it started off Shingles for me, and I think it's a lot of people as far as the ones I've written. I think it's probably a lot of people's favorite. Those who've been able to finish. Some people have basically told me I cannot finish this story because, well, there's too much spooge in it, and well, they're right. I mean, because let's be perfectly honest. It is, essentially about a guy, his sex toy, and well, his dick. And yes, I'm sure he'll be making an appearance as it goes. All right, so why don't we get started with that, and we'll see where we go. Sorry, Jen. Yeah, still working, but I should be here for a bit. Lord Butter Biscuit. Maybe. All right. So, Authors and Dragons presents Shingles. Shingles volume or Shingles issue 2. I need this. Shingles issue 2. Gary's Children. Chapter 1. Stress Relief. Gary Handler was a stressed out guy. But where others turned to a variety of methods to combat the pressures of life, yoga, sports, chemical enhancements, maybe a pet to unburden their shit upon, he simply relied upon his right hand. This made perfect... Oh, he started on WizKid. I'm going to be distracting myself this entire thing. This made perfect sense to him. There was no need to contort his body in strange and painful configurations. He sucked at most sports, and potentially pissing off drug dealers seemed to be far more stressful than whatever their wares promised to fix. He did own a cat, a so-called gift from a coworker looking to unload some unwanted kittens, but at best that was a wash when it came to Gary's emotional stability. Mr. Chunks, well, was basically an asshole, like most cats, and as such was far more inclined to worry about his own well-being than his master's. Fortunately for Gary, he had a solution to the majority of life's worries, and all it cost him was $12.99 a month and a box of tissues. For that low price, he was granted access to the Fuck Access portal and the dozen or so adult websites it linked to. Yeah, already YouTube's censoring me, I can tell. It was a veritable cornucopia of pornography, a home for almost any perversion the mind could envision. Anal, bukkake, celebrity phone leaks, gangbangs, retro, cream pies, facials, and so much more. And it was all tasked with the awesome responsibility of making Gary's days just a little more tolerable than they might have been otherwise. I mean, who really can't say that? It filled the void in his life that a girlfriend might have, which was fine because, well, Gary didn't have one. In fact, he hadn't had one for a while now. The anxiety and expense of making another human being happy was bad enough, but working up the nerve to actually talk to most women, well, that alone was enough to send him running to the bathroom for a session of self-management. And I just lost my place. Gary already had more than enough issues without worrying about the added stress of striking up a conversation with a total stranger. His job was fairly routine, the same thing day after day. It would have been mostly sedate had Gary's boss not designated him the office whipping boy. She was a bitch and a half most days, enough so that he often had to rub one out immediately upon returning home for the evening, even before tossing dinner into the microwave. The ensuing rush of endorphins was usually needed to counterbalance whatever she'd chosen to rag him out for that day. Nope, I heard the F. So it was for Gary, day in and day out, a life spent mostly under the radar, doing what needed to be done, and spanking his crank enough to ensure he was ready to start it all over again the next day. The problem is, all routines eventually get old. For some hobbies, such as model making, where patience and precision are key, this might not have been an issue. But for Gary's favorite pastime, in which a certain level of excitement was vital to achieving the desired payoff. Let me take these off, because boredom could be near disastrous. As a result, Gary found himself surfing through Fuck Access's many categories, with soft dick in hand, desperately searching for something new and titillating to pique his interest. He clicked onto redhead college sluts, a small, infrequently updated category, hoping to find some new ginger pretending to be a barely legal student, while her muscled hunk of a professor offered her an easy way to improve her grades. No, watched it last week. Oh, her stretch marks are older than me. Ugh, holy crap, she looks just like Aunt Beatrice. Well... Jesus Christ, Chunks! Get the fuck out of the way! He groused at the overweight calico cat as it stepped onto his laptop keyboard and blocked his view of the screen. Ugh, the damn thing only wanted attention during the most inappropriate times. So far as Gary was concerned, it was a testament to those who believed animals were stupid, unthinking creatures. If he were someone's pet, the last thing he'd want to do is be rubbed by a hand doing what he was trying to do right at that moment. Yet there was the stupid feline clamoring to have his ears scratched. After several seconds, during which it was made painfully obvious that Chunk's perseverance greatly outmatched Gary's ability to ignore him, he gave in and rubbed the cat's head. He was careful to do it so exactly 4 times. Chunks was a fickle beast. 3 scratches wasn't enough, but dare to pat his head 5 times, he'd be nursing a bandaged hand for the rest of the week. Having received his desired attention, the cat wandered off to do whatever it was that cats found important, like maybe licking his own asshole, leaving Gary alone again. Sadly, he noticed with a downward glance that the interruption had caused him to lose whatever meager momentum he'd achieved. This called for drastic measures. Gary wasn't big into docudrama porn. It was all idiotic scenarios presented as if they weren't completely staged, but sadly his normal fare didn't seem to be getting the job done this evening. He considered his options and settled on P-Ball Bangers, a website that purported to take unsuspecting ladies, all of whom looked like hookers, out into the woods for a round of paintball. Once there, the organizers would somehow convince them to lose their clothes, which would inevitably lead to bare asses being shot with paint pellets and much fucking in the forest. Gary had played paintball once several years back. So far as he could tell, the very last thing he would have considered doing, with little plastic pellets zipping past at hundreds of feet per second, was whip his dick out. Yet, the P-Ball Bangers somehow never failed to bag or bang their quarry. Fine, suspension of disbelief it is. Gary's happiness was a long time coming that evening, and not because he was in the mood for it to last. He'd seen all of the good vids before, and the only new ones starred an overweight porn star trying and failing to act like a naive co-ed. It took some serious effort, and a lot of squinting on his part, but finally, with a tired sigh of release, he got the job done. Shut up, dog! That wasn't part of the story. Finished, he grabbed some tissues to wipe off his hands and the laptop screen. He was preparing to shut down for the evening when an advertisement caught his eye. Most porn site ads were bullshit. Pills guaranteed to make your dick bigger, dating sites full of nothing but other desperate guys, or crappy webcams manned by creepy goth couples. This one, however, was for a sex toy called the Jacklight 2.0. It was a masturbation device designed for men. The ad claimed it to be every bit as satisfying as a real woman, but far easier on one's wallet. Gary thought back to his last girlfriend. Mandy had been anything but satisfying, especially once she decided that fucking several of his now ex-friends was far more to her liking. That thought soured him. He gave one more look at the screen, the advertisement promising that the Jacklight was just like being in a relationship, only better because it never complained and you could toss it in a drawer once you'd had enough of it. If only, he thought, before shutting down for the night. And where did my video just go? I just know people are streaming. Come on. I don't know why it's doing that. I just saw a Rachel Carr jump in. That was suspicious.
Don't blame me.
Hey, Rachel. Much fucking in the forest. Let's see here. Thank you so much, Brady. Why not include him in a does not include non-existent Shingles titles such as... Daniel, I think that would just actually confuse people. I mean, you guys are in on the joke, but I think anybody coming in cold would just be like, okay, they mentioned this guy and there's nothing there. We're not screaming. Yes, you are. So how's it going, Rachel?
I'm pretty well. I'm lying through my teeth. But I'll tell people that it's going pretty well.
Oh.
Should I turn on my camera as well, or?
You are more than welcome to.
Okay, let's see if it crashes again. But yeah.
Ah, so that was you taking over the stream. I was like, why is my stream crashing? No, it's just Rachel having Bob's internet for the night.
I do. I have. I should just leave my snake on the router.
Yeah,
'Cause,
that's not code.
it's actually not code. I really have a snake,
Yeah,
and
snake on
we
your
like
router.
to put it on the router.
I'm gonna remember that as like a pickup line, to hey baby, I want to put my snake on your router.
Is it a ball python? Because that's what I've got. You know what the worst part is? I have to be sober all night.
Well, I do not.
Mine's bigger than yours, at least.
Yes, but mine is graced with my good friend Captain Morgan.
Oh yeah. Just rub it in. We make
No, 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 no,
friends,
no.
and
This
I
is
ain't
Gary's
gonna beat
children.
it.
This is Gary's children. It's rub it out, not rub it in.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I'm here to take over reading duties, or just basically to heckle you. Yeah, once you go black, you never go back. We understand that.
Oh,
He's nice. He's
yes.
adorable.
Mwah.
Am I supposed to be answering questions somewhere?
Oh, I have no idea.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. I mean, questions are coming in from like I think Facebook and YouTube. If any come in for you, I'll let you know.
Or you can just do your usual thing where you'll tell me half of what I need to know and leave me floundering.
Go. Okay. You know what you can do? You can go and write me a 30-page a 30-page outline right now, and I promise I will read it.
Yeah, I've been fooled by that before.
Oh come on! Would I lie to you a second time?
Absolutely, I'm not within arm's reach. But yeah, one thing I would like to say is that please, somebody who can
Neither is
get
Alyssa.
Ah, one day, I feel like I'm owed one cattle prod for what you did with my outline.
Hey Justin, love you too. Someone to find a weasels for yes. Rachel has a snake on her router. Bob needs a weasel on his on his. Or at least Bob probably needs like one of those spinning wheels to generate electricity for it or something. Increase the range. So let us check in on things. Ah, we actually have $20 that we've started off with. So just a reminder for those of you just checking it now, but Rachel has graciously offered that if we hit $1,000 tonight, she will read us Shrek porn. I don't know if that's a promise or a threat,
It's not just any. I promise to read it as Phone 6 Operator Shrek.
Oh, well.
And normally I'm much better with a Scottish accent while I'm fucking hammered, but no, I can't drink tonight, so I have to do this sober. Please.
Well, maybe in the background I'll scream out things like "Oh, you're a girl dragon! Now get on my giant donkey dick!"
Pretty much, we've determined that everyone knows that Rick is an ass, and this just proves it.
It's like, "Oh, you're a girl dragon!"
To be like, I'm dignified. Oh, but if you want, I can tell the absolutely horrible story that almost happened because I nearly had the world's worst wardrobe malfunction before going to my annual exam.
Do tell.
So, you know that someone graciously gave me a pair of Why Is Does socks that happened to have your face on it.
Because that's not weird.
Not weird at all. But yes, I have a pair of socks with Rick's face on it. Thank God I took them off before going to get a pap smear. That's all I can say. that would have been just, how do I explain that one?
Yeah.
See, I made it. He's reading Shingles, and I'm the one making him uncomfortable.
Yeah, that'd be a little weird. While I would love to hear more details of your pap smear, alas, I probably should get back to the next chapter of Gary's children. Dear God, there's not enough
Yes,
there's not enough rum in this glass.
I told you I did not actually wear your face to my pap smear, so yay.
All right. So, Laura, to answer your question, there are two places you can donate. You can donate on YouTube to our channel, and we will make sure that migrates over, or on indiegogo.com/project/shingles the movie. I don't know if there's any place for me to put text here. I tried to actually put it in like the description of the video, but I don't know if it showed up. But if you Google Indiegogo and Shingles, fortunately, Shingles the movie comes up, and it's not like, some Indiegogo for some generic guy's shingles. Although, who knows? So, anyway, let's just refresh. Unfortunately, that's not a live refresh, so I have to hit that. And, all right. So, back to Gary's children. Chapter 2, Customer Service. Take these off, because I actually can read better without those. Oh, what a fucking day. Mondays often sucked for Gary, as they did for most of those in corporate America, but this day had sucked extra hard, not helped by the fact that his boss had chewed him out over a tiny accounting error. Rachel. It was like she purposely kept her eyes peeled for anything to rag him out for, even shit that didn't cost the company a dime. And each time, he just stood there and took it, like a good little bitch. He thought back to his disappointing meat massage the night before. Hopefully the new week brought new and interesting content for him to peruse. He definitely needed it. Gary stopped at the red light and turned his head, knowing what he'd see. The building stood there, the same as it did every day, staring back and silently mocking him for being a gigantic pussy. Titty City Bang Bang was the largest sex shop in town. It was always adorned with signs advertising lingerie, sensual oils, DVDs, and, of course, adult novelties, aka fuck toys. Most of the time, a small group of persistent protesters stood outside its doors. So far as Gary could tell, they seemed to have nothing better to do than complain about a business that, despite their protest signs to the contrary, probably didn't count young children as its clientele. Today, however, the parking lot was surprisingly empty, save for a few scattered cars. Either there's a PTA meeting tonight, or the liquor store is having a 2-for-1 sale. Gary liked to pretend the protesters were the main reason he'd never stopped and gone in. Trying to cross a picket line of angry soccer moms calling him a pervert was not how he cared to end an already frustrating day. It didn't matter how many flavors of edible underwear the store claimed to carry, or it just wasn't worth the hassle. Problem was, they weren't there at the moment, so Gary's excuse went right out the window. There was nothing to stop him from taking a left and going shopping. Nothing except his own embarrassment. It was fucking ridiculous, and he knew it. He wasn't a goddamn teenager. Even if the counterperson did judge him, something that would be hypocritical considering what they sold, why the fuck should he care? He was a tax-paying adult. Yeah, that was it. There was no reason to feel shame. He wasn't hurting anybody. He could walk in there with his head held high, buy whatever the fuck he wanted, and use it however he... The light turned green, and Gary continued toward home, his resolve disappearing quicker than his foot could hit the gas pedal. What had started as a disaster of a Monday rapidly became a fucking train wreck of a week. 5 full days of being shit on at work. Enough that he was tempted to wear a rain slicker to the office come the next week. As much as that sucked by itself, it had been followed by 4 nights of disappointment. He tried scouring the web for new videos, skimming mainstream movies for fuck scenes, even soaping up in the shower while imagining his right hand was a hot date. The only rewards he'd gotten for his troubles... an excess of unreleased stress, and a chafed dick. Come Friday evening, Gary was practically crawling out of his skin with the need to spit some venom out of his one-eyed cobra. He desperately needed to forget this week and relax. He stopped at the familiar red light on the way home and tried to keep his eyes focused straight ahead, but he knew it was there, silently calling to him. Every day the pull of Titty City Bang Bang had gotten stronger. He hadn't seen the throng of idiots outside with their picket signs all week. Either they were taking a break or had found some other dipshit cause the world needed saving from. Their absence, combined with his depression or desperation, had emboldened his subconscious. You're an adult. You can shop wherever the fuck you want. It's your money. Spend it however you want. Almost as if his upper half had a mind all its own, he found his head turning in the direction of the store. Only a few cars sat in the parking lot of the small strip mall. It was the perfect time. No, I can't do it. Gary's thoughts trailed off as he saw there was a new sign hanging in the blacked out one-way windows. Jack Light 2.0, now in stock, only $49.95. Get jacked up today. Something stirred deep inside of him, and not just in his pants. It was as if fate itself were calling to him. Maybe that was what he needed. New physical stimuli to go along with the mental. Albeit, hopefully not like that one time he'd gotten his prick stuck in the vacuum. The light changed. Gary meant to keep driving, but it was as if his arms became detached from his brain, like having an out-of-body experience. He watched, fascinated, as he put on the turn signal and began to turn the wheel. I'm actually going to do this. He pulled into the parking lot and purposely picked a spot that made his destination appear ambiguous. Maybe this won't be too bad. Hell, they're probably happy to have the business. Will probably give me a rent 10 movies, get one free card. Bolstered by desperation masking itself as bravado, Gary turned off the engine and got out of his car. He walked up onto the sidewalk and then looked both ways as if there were morality police scoping out the strip wall and making note of his presence. Oh, this is stupid. With a sigh of disgust at himself, Gary turned right and headed toward the front entrance of the sex shop. He passed an old brown BMW parked up against the curve and was just about to reach for the door when he stopped dead in his tracks. No, it can't be. Oh, you're just imagining it. Almost against his will, he turned back toward the Beamer, his eyes dropping to the license plate reading, GT Star Wood. Got wood. He knew this car, dreaded watching it pull into the office parking lot every morning because it meant his torture was about to begin. It belonged to his boss, Laura Wood. She was here, and, judging by where she parked, she was inside. Oh, why her? Ooh, thank you. And now we have frozen margaritas.
Wait, where's my margarita?
What?
Oh, you salted them.
What?
I don't.
You have to put salt on it.
Margarita. What kind
Don't be a pussy. You have to put salt on a margarita.
I don't like salt on a margarita.
Fuck you.
Oh, thank you for the margarita.
Margaritas
I can
always
take my
have
fucking
salt.
margarita.
Oh, leave the
No.
margarita. Don't touch my margarita.
Fuck you, dude.
I stay here for the loving relationships and the clear. So you have an evil accountant boss? Where did the inspiration for that come from, Bruce?
I say nothing. Sorry. I'm in the middle of the chapter here, Rachel. Despite knowing that it was after hours and he was free to do as he pleased without needing or wanting her blessing, salt, he abruptly made an about face and headed in the other direction. Gary was about to step off the sidewalk and race back to his car when he realized how that would look. He wouldn't be fooling anyone, especially his boss if she happened to step out and catch him. It would be obvious where he'd been headed, and it would be even more painfully obvious that he'd pussed out. If there was one thing that was even worse than society judging him as a pervert, it was being judged as too big of a pussy to man up to being a pervert. Rather than retreat to his car, he continued walking, heading toward whatever store sat next to Titty City Bang Bang. Truth be told, he had no idea where he was going. Though he'd passed the sex shop nearly every day since it had opened, he'd never bothered to notice the adjoining businesses. In essence, their flashier neighbors served as almost the perfect camouflage for the other shops sharing retail space with it. He reached the door. For a moment, he was certain the place was empty, as the windows were all soaped up. But then he glanced over his shoulder to make sure the coast was still clear, and when he looked back, he realized it had simply been a trick of the light. A dirty sign advertised the storefront as Pop's Stuff. Whatever the hell that meant. It didn't matter. Gary stepped inside. A bell jingled above him to mark his passage. He'd been hoping for maybe a convenience store. If so, he could pick up something innocuous, like a pack of gum, then be on his way, content that if anyone saw him, they'd know for certain that he was far more interested in fresh breath than videos featuring double penetration. Sadly, there seemed to be nothing convenient about Pop's Stuff. At first glance, Gary thought he'd accidentally stumbled into the home of some crazed hoarder, or perhaps the remnants of a failed estate sale. But then he saw the dingy price tag stuck to each item and realized he was in some kind of pawn shop. "Help you, son?" a gruff voice asked. Gary actually jumped, wondering whether one of the ancient wares lining the shelves had achieved sentience and was talking to him. But then he saw someone stand up from behind the counter. The proprietor was an old man with far more hair growing from his nose and ears than atop his head. He'd definitely seen better days. The stained wife-beater he wore just barely covered his oversized gut. To Gary, he looked more likely to be guzzling shoe polish in the back of an alleyway than manning a shop. "You deaf, boy?" No, Gary replied. "I was just looking around." "Uh-huh." The old man coughed and hucked up a disturbing amount of phlegm, which he spat behind the counter. "Let me guess. You was looking to grab some wanking material at the store next door, but saw your wife passing by and ducked in here instead." Sweat began to form on Gary's brow at how eerily close the sloppy old bastard was to hitting the bullseye. No. "It's all right, kid. Happens all the time. Ain't nothing to be ashamed of. I know what people are. We all got urges." The way the man's eyes lit up when he said urges sent a chill down Gary's spine. He had little doubt that if this place had a basement, there were probably people tied up down in it. I'm serious. I popped in to find a gift for my dad. He likes Vince's things. The truth was he had no idea what his father liked, or if he was even still alive. He'd walked out on Gary's mom when Gary had been 6 and away at summer camp. Young Gary had returned home to find all trace of the man gone and his mother refusing to acknowledge that he'd ever existed. But this geezer didn't need to know that. "Well, that's a breath of fresh air," the shopkeeper replied. He stepped around the corner and approached Gary. "Got any idea what he likes?" I figured I'd just browse." The old man eyed him up for a moment, almost as if peering through his lies into the cowardly soul beneath. That, or he could have just had shitty eyesight. "Name's Pop. This is my shop." He let out a laugh as if that were the funniest joke ever told. Gary, for his part, offered a polite smile in return. Pop held out a hand, which Gary reluctantly took. "Pleased to meet you, youngster. Now, I don't mind you looking around. Do it all you please. But take no offense if I stay close. Too many folks have sticky fingers these days." Gary disengaged from the handshake, noting that if there were any sticky fingers to be had in this shithole, they were attached to Pop's hands. If this place had any hand sanitizer in stock, then he'd just made a surefire sale. Not wanting to let on that the old man's first impression of him was right, Gary began to browse. The more he explored the crowded aisles, the less he got the impression that this was a pawn shop, and the more he began to wonder if Pop spent his nights emptying out trash bins and lining these shelves with their contents. "Hey, your pappy is sure to like this one," Pop said, unhelpfully, holding up a lamp shaped like a salmon. Dad was always more of a tuna guy," Gary muttered, hoping the old man eventually got bored and wandered away. At the very least, he tried to keep tabs on where the exit was at all times in case Pop got a little too friendly. "God, what a dump. I've been at gas station bathrooms that are cleaner than..." Gary's thoughts trailed off as an item caught his eye. It seemed as if a ray of sunlight was shining through the one clean spot on the window panes and illuminating the object like some treasure in an Indiana Jones movie. There it sat, a brilliant glowing shaft of metal topped with a rubber opening. Is that a... You got a good eye, Ace. Pop put a hand on Gary's shoulder. It's like that old jingle they used to play. He began to clap. Jack on. Jack off. Jack on, jack off with the jack light. I think that's actually the theme for the clapper. Is it now? Well, you may be right. My mind ain't what it used to be. Gary leaned in for a closer look, but Pop wasn't finished yet. Hell, I actually had the clap once. Itched like a motherfucker, too. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. They sell the newer version next door for $50 a hit, and idiots actually pay that. You know the old saying, don't you? Old saying? Yeah. A fool desperate to wank is soon parted with his money. Again, Pop laughed as if he were certain he was just biding his time until his comedy career took off. Gary didn't answer lest he incriminate himself, but at the same time he couldn't take his eyes off the jacklight sitting on the shelf before him. It was what he'd stopped here for. Well, not actually here, but did that really matter? Only $11.99, in case you were wondering, Pop said, leaning down so that his bourbon-soured breath caressed Gary's ear. A bargain, if ever there was one. Gary couldn't help himself. He reached out and grasped hold of the metal tube, noting how it was almost as if it were made for his hand. It was a bit heavier than expected, and, upon closer inspection, he noticed it didn't quite match what he'd seen in the advertisements. He sighed in disgust. Probably a cheap Chinese knockoff made of mercury. Would probably give him blood poisoning, assuming it didn't shatter into razor-sharp pieces around his dick first. I don't think this is a... But Pop was right there to take it out of Gary's hands and hold it up to the light. You got yourself a sharp set of peepers on you, champ. This here ain't that new piece of shit. This is the original Jacklight 1.0. A vintage pleasure device if ever there was one. Believe me, they don't make them like this no more. It's special. Something about the tone of his voice caught Gary's attention. Special? Pop let out a quick, nervous laugh of his cough telling his secret. What I mean is, this baby here is made of aircraft-grade aluminum, not that cheap-ass plastic shit they use nowadays. Hell, you could beat someone to death with this without leaving the dent and the tip. He turned the vaguely vagina-shaped opening at the top toward Gary. Pure, vulcanized rubber. I hear they used an actual porn star's twat for the mold, and not one of them stretched out old whores. A fresh bitch, so it's nice and tight. Really? Gary asked, instantly fascinated that this man, who barely looked cognizant enough to tie his own shoes, was so knowledgeable. Yes, sir. This puppy was built to last. If there's ever a nuclear war, there'll only be two things that survive. Roaches and this. Not that any of us will still have dicks to shove in it by then, but you get my drift. Yeah, I guess. It's not just for show either, believe me. This fucker works. Tight as a mouse's asshole and smooth as a spit shine from a hair lip. Guaranteed to make a fella squirt his baby juice faster than a fresh squeezed grapefruit. Got an extra deep reservoir too, so you can go for weeks without emptying. Wait, Gary interrupted. How do you know all this stuff? You haven't used this, have you? Pop smiled, revealing several missing teeth. Oh, of course not. Never touch my own wares, that's my motto. Anyway, I'll tell you what. I like your face. Today only $9.99. You won't find a better deal to make you squeal. Or, at least your papa won't. Huh? Your dad. You said you were looking for a gift for him. Oh, yeah. Dad will love this. Let me guess. Your mom's a frigid bitch, ain't she? Gary considered things and nodded. It was probably the closest he'd come to telling the truth since he'd stepped into the dung heap of a shop. I know how it is, Pop said with a laugh. Sounds like my ex-wife. Let me tell you, she can make a dick wilt faster than a popsicle on a hot sidewalk. Come on, let's go to the register so I can wrap this up for you. Real discreet-like. Your pa will be none the wiser. Man, I had forgotten some of that dialogue I'd written. I'm like, oh, Jesus, this is cringe.
Yeah, Morris's ears here were just horrified.
Oh, wow. You need another drink. You're damn straight.
I need a drink and I can't have one.
RH, we need the Royal Scepter of Prod. The Royal Scepter of Prod is here in my hands. Ha. Did you go full dad moment on the basement? A basement full of raw sewage, a bottle of whiskey, and a bucket? No, but I actually did go pretty full dad mode this morning. I was the only one in the house, so I just went nuts throwing shit out.
That sentence did not end how I anticipated.
Oh, I love what Faith says. You know, I'm thinking that maybe I shouldn't be listening to this in my back patio. I'm new to the neighborhood. You know something? It's best that your neighbors are, shall we say, initiated early. Zap that ass. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, what are we up to?
Do-do-do.
By the way, thank you to Troy in the super chat. We appreciate it.
Ding, ding,
All the way
ding. We are
down
over
under.
17,000.
Oh, nice. You mean I'm gonna have to actually read the Shrexy?
Well, I mean, at this point, we're still in our first 100. But regardless,
okay.
I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you guys very much. I forgot to get where we started, so
I got. We started at 16,935.
Okay.
Actually, we're past our
So
first
if we
100.
get to 17,935, then I have to go. And by the way, thank you to our devoted listening audience for getting me so many Shrexy options. I have not read any of them, so whatever I read, it will be cold. Like Gary's mom.
Hey, Justin, how's that bottle of apple cobbler vodka doing you? It is very tasty. It is really sweet. So I'll admit I have to cut it. Not even so much because of the vodka, just because, it's like drinking a bottle of sugar. It is very tasty, though. I will say that. I'm thinking since we're moving into fall, maybe mixing that with a little bit of apple cider might go down really good. Speaking of cider, a little cheap plug. If you guys are in the Northeast, I will be at the Angry Eric Brewery on September 25th. They're doing a horror a horror event there. They're going to be me and several other horror writers. Trying to think who else. I know Hunter Shea will be there, and I know him because he writes creature rampage horror like I do. So I'm looking forward to meeting him. So if you're around that day, it's Northern New Jersey, Angry Eric Brewery. And, stop by, have a few drinks. Why am I switching cups here?
Alcoholic beverages do you have?
I have enough to get me through maybe about 20 more minutes.
Mom?
Where are mine?
What?
All the Twix are gone.
They are?
Yes.
I didn't touch them.
My fault.
Yeah, we had candy up here, and my youngest is like a freaking candy ninja, So Liz just came in. Where's that fucking Twix? I'm like, it wasn't me.
I can't have any candy. I can't have any booze. Could somebody please have terrible things in my honor? Like, who will be my second and get drunk on my behalf? Anybody?
I hate you guys since I can't drink. Honestly, I don't drink much either, Zardoz.
Zardoz, not evil.
At A&D Con, I think I had maybe two or three drinks at most. It's hard for me to drink at that. I don't think do well. So, but I did promise myself I would be drinking tonight because it's for a good cause. Seeing Shingles the movie make it onto the screen and thus destroy American cinema a little bit more.
Is that a good cause? Like, really?
I'm calling it a good cause, so yes.
But yes, all my non-drinking people, thank you for keeping me company as I'm miserable. I would really like to be shit-faced right now.
I am trying to imagine what shit-faced Rachel is like, and I can only imagine that shit-faced Rachel is just this angry, bitter person who's just telling everybody to go fuck themselves.
For those who have actually seen Shitface Rachel, I am the most me version of me you can probably imagine. I sing a lot. I dance a lot. I vomit at the drop of a hat, and I love everybody. I am the lovey drunk. I'm like, oh, you're the best. And then I wake up and go, who are you? Are you a man or a woman? What's your last name? Oh wait, college. Right.
Troy asks, was there much pressure to go fully gross and depraved when Bob set the bar in the first book? Honestly, I didn't read Bob's... I mean, Bob and I kind of wrote... He wrote the first one, I wrote the second one. We kind of wrote it concurrently. I think he maybe finished a couple days before me. So, I can't say it was really a bar set, other than, maybe us comparing notes as we were writing them, or just bits and pieces. I mean, up front, we kind of knew Shingles was going to be kind of no holds barred. I think he went further with the comedy, and I went further with the horror side. So, that's definitely a difference. But I think actually it works because I'd set the bar early that, Shingles was going to be different no matter which book you picked up. So if you didn't like one, you might like the next, and so on and so on. The shelf full of cool stuff. Are those Transformer diners? Yes. These are the original Dinobots. I would say they are pretty much my prized possessions. As I often tell my kids, Daddy's not going to be around forever, and one day you're not going to fucking have those because Daddy's being buried with those motherfuckers.
At least you got an Optimus Prime. I'm still traumatized by never getting one as a child.
Actually, I do not have an original Optimus Prime. Up on the shelf, I have an MP1 Masterpiece Optimus Prime, and I have a Generation 1 Ultra Magnus who half of his transformation is to turn into like a spray-painted white Optimus Prime. But I actually don't have an Optimus Prime, and if I had known what I know now back then, I remember going to Toys R Us one day, and there was just shelves full of Megatrons, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool," and I just walked past it mostly because I was a broke ass kid. But if I'd known that, I would have pestered the shit out of somebody a little bit better. Like, I need that, I need that thing that looks like a real gun.
It actually, I always thought it looked like the Nintendo gun. My friend who lived down the street, he had Megatron, he had Optimus Prime, and I had My Little Ponies, and that was just... I imagine that My Little Ponies could, summon cannon stuff. Because I didn't want to be left out. And then my mom finally got me one Transformer, and I got, friggin' Skyfire, the one who dies in his first episode.
Okay. First of all, you can't see it, but I wouldn't say mint, but I have Jetfire in the box up on the top shelf there. He's still in the box. I've actually never taken him out and transformed him, which I really want to one of these days. So here's the thing. Yeah, Jetfire in that, Skyfire in the cartoon, but it didn't matter that they killed him in the first episode, because 2 episodes later... So here's what happened. So he landed, there's an explosion, he gets buried, and all the Autobots gather around, they're like, "Oh, we're so sorry, we will never forget you," And then 2 episodes later, it's like Optimus Prime is like, "Why don't we just dig that guy out?" And that's what they do. That is pretty much the entire thing of they have a funeral for him, and they just go 2 episodes later, and they're like, why don't we just dig this guy out? And they dig him out, and he's fine. It is the funniest ass thing it's especially funny if you watch it back to back, because it's like, you imagine the Autobots going, I sent flowers. The fuck, dude?
I do like the orbital friendship canon is what I used with my My Little Ponies. But my mom was determined that if she got me Transformers, I'd end up a lesbian. Well, yeah, we'll see how that worked out.
It's like, what are you doing in there? Megatron and Optimus are scissoring.
They probably would, but come on, Megatron's got the big gun. Let's face it, we know where he's going. Okay.
Well, it's even funnier because the original Megatron toy, he basically had his crotch was the trigger. The most phallic fucking thing on the planet.
The only thing gayer was what Rave Ken from the early 90s. Yeah, because that Ken was surely into Barbie.
Oh, no, no, no. You know, nothing but nothing beats Ram Man from Master of the Universe.
Oh, we have a guest joining the stream. Hi, Tsunami. Hello. Yep, Tsunami is here. It's official. Are you just gonna you just gonna Tsunami has taken over. Hold on. There we go.
Let's see here.
Okay.
A Shingles book. A kid that is willing to do anything for a stupid toy. Did you cry in Transformers the movie when Prime died? Actually,
yes.
No. It was. I mean, it was kind of a sad scene, but it was also kind of like I didn't see Transformers the movie right away. For whatever reason, I wasn't able to get to the movie theater, and so I saw it after a bit. And like at that point, it was more like, oh god, they're gonna like. By that point, I was smart enough to understand the concept of where they're just killing these things to bring in different toys to sell. And I think I was
younger than Rick. It was traumatic.
Yeah, I think I was less sad about that and more pissed off that they made such a loser like Rodimus Prime and put him in charge. Like they had Ultra Magnus and he was kind of badass, and then this schmuck Rodimus came in and he takes over, and and every episode of the next season was pretty much just how much he sucked at leading the Autobots.
Rick and I do kind of agree. My favorite scene from the movie was the Junkticons because I loved Eric Idle, and I just loved the song.
My favorite scene in all of season 3 was the return of Optimus Prime, when him and Rodimus fight, and he just punches the shit out of Rodimus. It was kind of like the audience. It was like this is for you, audience. So that was kind of nice.
Yeah, I can totally take credit. The joke is that I am the Subutai to Rick's Conan. I cry at everything so that he doesn't have to cry at anything.
All right, Condor asks, what's your favorite scene from the 1980s Transformer movie, or least favorite from the newer movies? I gotta be honest, my favorite scene from that movie is the scene where Megatron is floating into space and like Unicron finds him and transforms into Galvatron. And I'm not a big fan of Galvatron. I liked him better as Megatron, but that's just a cool scene where Megatron is just, he's beaten up, he's trashed, and he's still like, fuck you, you know? And he only capitulates at the very end when Unicron is like, oh, okay, enough of this shit. I'm just going to blast you. And then just the transformation into Galvatron is pretty cool. And then right afterwards, he vaporizes Starscream, which is kind of cool.
Didn't have it coming. Sorry, I'm a pacifist. I'm usually one against all forms of violence, but Starscream had it coming. I was answering that question before. Yeah, my favorite scene is the Junkticons. I also love that Orson fucking Welles was the voice of Unicron.
They had so much fucking talent in that movie.
They did. It's going to be in the theaters at the end of the month, and I'm thinking about masking up and going just to see how it holds up. But I'll probably check it out and just watch it.
Condor also asked, least favorite scene from the newer movies. And I got to be honest, there's a whole lot of scenes I do not like. There's just so much about the second movie. Like, you know, the two racist robots, the whole, hey, I'm standing beneath Devastator's balls. There's just so much awful in that movie.
With the Offendicons. Just anything with them.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, there's a... I think what pisses me off more about the newer Transformer movies is just really comes down to the fact that it's painfully obvious that Michael Bay has contempt for Transformers fans. At least to me, because I've seen Michael Bay movies that aren't Transformers based, and he can tell a coherent story. He just chooses not to in these movies. And that just tells me there's 100%... that he's basically saying, yeah, you dumb fucks will come see anything I put on the screen. And that's just contempt, and I don't need that in my life.
I have... Yeah, if I was actually intoxicated, I could go off on all the Transformer movies. But the Offendicons are my number one.
Yeah.
I also just was like, I I don't know how I feel about Bumblebee being a Camaro. Like, I don't know. So much of my childhood was always wanting a yellow VW Beetle because of Bumblebee. And then he was a Camaro, and I test drove a Camaro, and I didn't like it.
You know what I liked about the original cartoon is that they made Bumblebee kind of like the Spike's best friend and stuff, but they almost never put an emphasis on him because they knew he was pathetic. And I hate the fact that the newer movies have decided that Bumblebee is everybody's favorite, and that's the main reason
But at my age, he was. That's on you, Rick. Like the rest of us all loved Bumblebee.
One word: Dinobots.
Okay.
There is nothing.
That trumps all.
I'm going to tell you right now. As a boy child, there was nothing fucking cooler in this entire fucking universe than robots that turned into badass dinosaurs. Nothing.
As a girl child, there was nothing in the universe cooler than Grimlock Smash, okay? Do not bring my extra X chromosome into this. Dinobots are an absolute good. Fight me. I will break my vow of pacifism if you say they're not.
No, I got him over. I got him over here. But you'll notice
Yeah.
I don't have any bumblebees here. I am
I
not
know,
a.
but my mom didn't even let me get the dinosaur ones. Like, I wanted to be a paleontologist as a kid, and I still couldn't have it because Transformers were gonna make me gay.
Hey, Kimbra. Kimbra Swain is on, and she's the Power Rangers Dino stuff was strange. The Power Ranger Dino stuff was strange, but it was also kind of cool. Like I was too old probably to watch Power Rangers, but the fact that they had dinosaurs that combined into robots, it was kind of like, and okay, don't and I'll be the first to admit. I know at that age I probably should have been like, yeah, Pink Ranger, but goddamn, the fucking Green Ranger was the coolest motherfucker on the planet.
See, I was a Tron girl. That was my thing. Give me Princess Aurora any day.
You know something? I would love a dragon dagger. That dragon dagger. Just go out there and play music on a fucking dagger that made no goddamn sense. But you know something? No matter where I am in the world, suddenly there's a body of water there, and a giant Mecha Godzilla comes out of it to do whatever the fuck I want. What more could one ask for in life? Beast Wars. Zabron Ian Cheese. Beast Wars was actually really good. It started off, I was so about it, but as the seasons went on, that got really good. All right. Quit making me feel old. Yeah, trust me, I'm dating myself here.
Devastator balls. Thank you for bringing that up, Gondor.
Yeah, it's like there was so much to not like about Devastator because it's like, okay, robots that combine into a thing, that was cool, but you took these robots and you combined them into essentially it's like the models for these robots were just tinfoil and they smashed it together and said this is what the robot's going to look like.
Selling 5 toys to get one.
All right. Speaking of smashing things, we should probably get back
are
to...
we smashing things? Does that mean I'm back to being mute and petting my cat?
Yes, you are back to petting your cat.
Yes, I pet my cat.
Chapter 3, Dinner Date. Once again. Gary was feeling quite pleased with himself as he drove home. Sure, Pop's idea of discreet had left a bit to be desired. He'd wrapped the jacklight in a single sheet of dirty newspaper so that it resembled nothing other than a wank toy wrapped in newsprint. That was okay, though. By the time he'd escaped Pop's clutches, his boss's car was gone, leaving Gary a straight shot to his own vehicle with nobody the wiser. It had all worked out perfectly. As I inhale cat hair. Starting to run dry. I'm going to have to send out for a drink run. That was... Oh, sorry. True, he'd probably want to give his new toy a good bleaching before using it. Maybe boil it, too, just to be safe. But he had the entire evening to do so. He could order dinner, and by the time it arrived and he ate, he'd be ready to settle down and get to know his new buddy Jack a bit better. Gary was feeling in a fine mood, better than he had all week as he pulled into his apartment's parking lot. But that all evaporated in an instant as he spied the turquoise hatchback sitting in his normal spot. "What? You've got to be kidding me," he said to no one but himself. "But that's not for another..." Gary looked down at his phone and felt his heart sink. He'd completely missed that it was the first Friday of the month. It was his one concession to his overbearing mother. One night sacrifice so she'd leave him alone the other 29 days. That meant she was waiting inside, probably stewing over the fact that he was a few minutes late. Why he'd ever given her a key was beyond him. It's not like he could even count on her to take care of his cat if he went out of town or anything. She hated Chunks. Amusingly, he hated her even more, purposely taking a piss in her pocketbook whenever she sat it down where he could get to it. It was the stupid cat's one saving grace. Gary considered driving on, maybe finding a cheap motel he could hole up for in the night, but he knew that would only set her off. She'd probably call the cops and try to file a missing persons report, as if he were still 12 and late coming back from the park. He took a deep breath, steeled himself for the unpleasantness to come, and pulled into the spot next to her, being careful to ease himself in since, of course, she'd parked with the ass end of her car way over the line. Without thinking much of anything, other than hoping the hours passed quickly, he grabbed his package off the seat and headed inside. You're barely picking at your food, Gary," Mona handler chided. "Show a little appreciation for all the time your poor mother put into making this." "Sorry, Mom," he responded. "Long week at work." He took another bite of what was obviously a quick rice-a-roni side dish alongside fried chicken that he was certain was bought pre-made at the store. Still, it was better than last month's meal, a putrid watery stew that was still trying to gnaw its way out of his digestive tract. At least with this, he wasn't likely to spend the rest of the weekend praying for death on the shitter. "That's your problem. Too much work. You need to go to church. Spend more time praying to the Lord and less to your paycheck. Do that and good things will follow." "I'm pretty sure my landlord doesn't accept Bible tracts in lieu of rent, Mom." "The good Lord will provide, and not just money. Give your life to him, and he'll send you a good woman, one to care for you just as I once did." Crap, here it comes. Gary had heard it before nearly every time she visited. It was her monthly guilt trip, painting herself as a saint who coddled him to her bosom when he was sick, sacrificed everything, and whose heart broke whenever he strayed from God's good graces. He remembered his childhood somewhat differently. The constant haze from her chain-smoking Pall Malls, extended trips to Atlantic City with her bingo group, and a kitchen counter covered in $2 scratch-offs instead of food. However, he didn't dare counter her tirade with the truth. He'd tried that before, and all it did was encourage her to stay even longer. No, his best bet was to shut his mouth and let her exhaust her batteries. Then, when she was finally tired, she'd bid him a crocodile tear-filled goodbye before leaving to spend the next month complaining to her friends about what a screw-up he was. Even though this was nothing new, Gary could still feel his blood pressure rising as she continued to expound upon his shortcomings. His thoughts turned to his new acquisition and the quiet evening he'd envisioned breaking it in. It was almost like being stood up for a date, but worse since his mother was still talking. Sadly, he'd made the mistake of turning his eyes longingly to where he had unthinkingly dropped the jacklight when he'd walked in, atop the pile of an open bill near his front door. There it sat, almost mocking him from inside its thin newspaper shell. "Are you listening to me, Gary? What are you staring at?" He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, as his mother turned to follow her gaze, panic set in. Oh, God, why hadn't he left the damn thing in his car once he'd realized she was here? Gary took a deep breath and steadied himself. He was just being paranoid. She wasn't going to notice it. Even if she did, it was wrapped up. There was no way she would. "What's that on top of your mail?" Oh, fuck my life. Nothing. A gift? For who? Shit. Wow, this chicken is awesome, Mom. You really outdid yourself. You should give me the recipe. His mother wasn't so easily distracted, though. Nor was she apparently bothered by little things like personal property or keeping her nose out of other people's business, especially where her son was concerned. She crossed the room and picked up the wrapped sex toy. "Are you giving someone a flashlight as a present? And is this your idea of gift wrap? I swear, Gary, I raised you better than this. Go grab me some tape and a grocery bag. Let me see if I can fix this." It's okay, Mom, Gary said, rising from his seat. You don't have to. It's a gag gift for a friend at work, and... Mona tore the flimsy newsprint from the device and held it up to the light. For a moment she appeared perplexed, as if she had no idea what it was. She turned it over in her hands as he watched in horror, then finally stopped and stared at the rubberized end as if expecting it to talk back. Finally, realization dawned in her rapidly widening eyes. She dropped the jacklight as if it were a live rattlesnake, causing Gary to cry out in panic. Don't! You'll break! The toy hit the floor with a heavy thud and lay there undamaged. Huh. Pop was right. It was built to last. Gary, explain yourself. What is this filth? He should have stood his ground, acted nonchalant, but he was already on the move to pick it up. It was in his hands, cradled protectively before he'd realized he'd even done so. It's not what you think. Oh, and what do I think? That it's, He had nothing. I know what that is. I wasn't born yesterday. You're going to use that to touch yourself. Gary knew he should shut up, lower his head, and take the lecture that was coming, like the time when he'd forgotten to empty out the garbage in the bathroom, and she'd found an industrial-sized tube of personal lubricant sitting there staring at her. But the way she'd said touch yourself struck him as funny, and before he could help it, the corners of his lips had turned up in the slightest semblance of a grin. You think this is funny? She cried. You think spitting in the face of the Lord with your penis is a joke? Oh, shit. No, Mom, He trailed off, desperately trying to keep from laughing. Do you know what happens when you touch yourself, Gary? Do you? The truth was, he did quite well, as a matter of fact. But he didn't think it would be wise to give his mother an in-depth play-by-play. Have you never heard the commandments, Gary? Thou shalt not kill. What? Kill? Mom, it's not like I beat someone to death with it. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your seed, Gary. Every drop you spill in the name of personal gratification is a child that won't live to be loved by its parents, like I loved you. It was moments like this when he was surprised that when he wasn't surprised that his dad had walked out on them, nor did he particularly blame him for doing so. Mom, I think you're being a little... Don't you dare try to tell me I'm overreacting, young man. He could see by the look in her eyes that she wasn't to be dissuaded. He remembered it well. He'd seen that same look right before his senior prom. The subsequent lecture on dirty girls drilled so deep into his head that he actually asked his date during a slow dance if she had gonorrhea. Needless to say, he hadn't gotten an opportunity to find out one way or the other. And now here it was again, when all he wanted to do was spend a nice evening jerking off and bothering nobody. Gary didn't often lose his temper, especially around his mother, but he found himself growing more ticked off by the second. You know, Mom, it's a hell of a lot better than leaving some kid without child support. Is that what you'd rather have me do? Fuck some woman, knock her up, then go on my merry way to fuck some more? Mona narrowed her eyes at him. God will punish you, she hissed, pointing a fake nail at his chest. He'll curse you both for your insolent tongue and your sinful seed spilling. That was enough for him. He grabbed his mother's coat and bag and walked to the door. Thanks for dinner, Mom. I'm glad you could drop by. Now, if you'll kindly excuse me, I need to drop my pants and see about dropping a load. His mother's eyes opened wide, and she looked like she was about to tear into him again, but instead she simply followed. I worry about you, Gary. I know, Ma. He opened the door to let her out and handed over her things. I'll pray for you, she said bitterly. For you and all the children you flushed away like unwanted goldfish. Gary blinked several times, unsure of what to say to that, then muttered, Good night, Mom. She turned and began walking away, but stopped about halfway down the sidewalk to reach into her purse. Her hand came out clutching a dripping wet pack of cigarettes. She spun to face him, her teeth gritted in anger. You're a goddamn cat! Let me guess, you'll pray for him too. Gary shut the door before she could say anything else.
Clean family entertainment.
Clean family entertainment. Next on A&D, He-Man remakes.
Yes, let there be carnage.
Tsunami is eating my tea bag while Rick reads.
Yes, Tsunami was eating my tea bag while you were reading and was entertaining the people who could debaucher.
Yeah, let me send a quick text.
Oh, are you ordering more drinks? Where are my drinks, damn it? Who's drinking for me? Like, who in our audience? That would be just so lovely. I need a designated drinker.
Ah.
I
do
have
too.
You seen the update?
The what?
Have you seen the update on what we have made so far?
Oh, no, I have not. Let us check.
We're at 17,150.
Ooh, we made $100 for that chapter. People really.
Yes.
I don't think it's me reading so much as people just want to hear you see you do Shrek porn.
Hey, I made a promise, and I am a woman of my word. So, I think they're honestly giving us money for the.
Wait a minute. Okay, that's not mine.
No, I didn't drink that much. Thank you so much.
What the hell did you just get?
Cheap knockoff Coke.
At some point, I'm gonna be like begging, like, can I just have more of my uncaffeinated, unsweetened tea?
Oh boy, that sounds tasty.
It's not the worst thing in the world. It's peppermint. It's minty fresh. God, I want a drink.
Christopher Price mentioned the Shogun Warriors Godzilla. I used to have that when I was a kid, and that was a awesome toy. I don't like the fact that it was shorter than the other Shogun Warriors, but it was a badass toy.
Oh, this is a good question. I do want to know when a pissed AF gecko is gonna rampage the world.
A what?
By R.E. Okay. So, Troy said that he knows Bill the Vampire is your money-making series, but when are you going to make Drunk or the Drunk Gecko that goes out of its way to kill Kenny's and uses Mothra as toilet paper?
Wasn't that done on South Park already? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure killing Kenny's would be copyright infringement.
No, we kill Gregs. So in every book that I've ever written, something bad happens to a Greg.
I've killed a few Gregs. I've probably maimed more Garys though.
I had to actually redeem reading Gary. Oh, we've got a request for the Arrow of the Gods, and they did pay for your services.
It is a little early for the Arrow of the Gods. I would say stay tuned because I think the Arrow of the Gods will be making an appearance. It's I've only been doing this for I do have one surprise, so we'll say it's 6:19 CST right now. So why don't we say at 7? So it would be 8 Eastern. We'll do our first flash auction of the night, and we'll see how that goes. I have
Does the Arrow of the Gods have a sidekick?
What?
Does the Arrow of the Gods have a sidekick?
Not yet.
Like the Quiver of Temerity or something.
I'm sure if the Arrow of the Gods had a sidekick, we'd just be like, oh, so what should I call myself? The Quiver, the dagger? No, the Sinner. Yeah, but the Sinner.
Want to be the Sinner? I'm very nice.
Like, shut up, you. I don't think that would be like an Arrow of the Gods sidekick would probably last even less time than Jason Todd. Except in his case, he'd walk up to the Joker and be like, "Yeah, just beat me with a crowbar."
Everyone knows.
I'm gonna stand here and just let you do it.
Can I be Barbara?
So the Arrow of the Gods will definitely make an appearance. I will promise you that. But the evening is quite young.
Haven't paid enough for me to.
So how will this work, Zachary? I guess we'll say we'll give it like a half an hour. And we'll see. I guess whoever makes the largest donation will win. And I can't promise it'll be perfect, but we'll try to make it work. I don't know.
Yes, there is a flash auction tonight for those.
So I would say while the flash auction is going on, put in the window what what your bid is, and then once we're done, I guess I don't know. Maybe we'll confirm it by showing a receipt, and then I'll just mail it to you.
I live for receipts. I'm secretly an account.
Yes, secretly. Tor Egg is your sidekick. Yes, actually. Right. Tor Egg is my sidekick.
I just want to run around acting like, for justice and honor and puppies.
I don't know, Laura. We're not. We're just responding to people on other people on platforms. I can see everything that's coming in. It's just that when it scrolls in the middle of a chapter, sometimes I only see the latter stuff.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Cam.
All right, Condor asks.
We have a question.
Yes, if you were both in a Pokemon-style battle against each other, and you had to pick 3 of your characters each to fight, who would you pick?
Ooh. Does it have to be a fair fight?
I mean, probably not. I mean, if I'm looking. Oh, Bob says, "I love you, Robert Bevan." Thanks. Hey, Kansas. All right, well, here's the thing. I think we've both created gods in our things. So it's not like, at that point it's just like, okay, I throw my gods at yours, at you. You throw your gods at me, and we'll see who blows up the world first.
We should make it protagonist level characters just to make it fair.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Uranus is coming out, babe.
Yeah, exactly. And at that point I'll throw in the great beast and shit. Yeah, it's just that gets a little crazy. So, all right, so I'll start. I mean, I would definitely want Tamara Bentley from the Hybrid of High Moon series, because she does have a lot of potential and she is not afraid to pick a fight.
I think counterpoint, at least for sort of balance, it would probably be Paige Carmichael, my werewolf with Spunk from Rules Undying, because she also doesn't start fights, but she damn well finishes them.
All right. I think my second character...
There's three in a Pokemon battle.
I think my second character might be Kisaki from Midnight's Daughter. First of all, she has the Blade of Heaven, which is a ridiculously powerful weapon. And secondly, her power set is basically... enhanced speed, strength, all of that stuff, but... she's kind of able to internalize other people's fighting styles.
It would be fun because I would put her against Kay Zanfos, who has nanites that give him the ability to do muscle memory and copy anyone, and we would have the ultimate cyclical, Taskmaster on Taskmaster fight, or playing Shang Tsung against Shang Tsung.
And I think my final one I would throw in...
Gotta do it!
My final character I would throw in would probably be Glenn from Bill of the Dead, because so far I haven't found anything that will kill Glenn.
Glenn is gonna sit there, and I will throw him up against who should we put him up against? I think we're gonna have to put him up against Mo, because I just want to see what would happen, because they wouldn't really fight. It would just be a baby Minotaur running around with a basically a pudding slime in a corgi body, and he would probably end up riding in, and they would go running off, and then it would be a whole adventure of the rest of the characters trying to find these two that they actually like.
It's like, Glenn, you were supposed to be watching the baby. I know, it was quite enjoyable.
Like, Mo, please stop eating the sludgy. Stop eating Mr. Sludgy. Yeah, of course we could have just gone cheesed out and had the Bill versus Jesse showdown, but
Well, so I would almost certainly give that to Jesse, because Bill talks a good game, but Bill, if you look at 99.9% of Bill's fights, is Bill getting lucky, because usually somebody's pontificating or so. I don't want to give spoilers to the Liching Hour, but I actually do have there's a battle in it where that Bill should easily win, But none of that is happening. The people aren't like pontificating. They're not like doing monologues. They're actually just trying to kill him. And he realizes, like, kind of halfway through, it's like, wow, I really do kind of suck at this.
One day he'll go to Jesse's dojo and actually learn a thing or two. And she can finish the Uber vamp. I think that would be fun.
Like, I think what I'm looking forward to most is Gary meeting Tom. Because no spoilers, but Tom or Gary, let's just say, he had a hand in running a guilt trip on the previous icon and kind of setting some things in motion. And he'd almost certainly meet Tom and try to be smug and be like, yes, all the things I did to you, then mess with you, like, mentally and stuff. And Tom would just be like, fuck you talking about, dipshit.
Pretty much. And I would eventually like to see the two icons meet just for the... What? What's a fake one? Why can the fake one fight better than the real one?
Oh, yeah, I think that'd be great. She'd be like, okay, wait, you're the real icon? And I'm the fake one? What the fuck is this?
I'm the fake one?
What the...
Are you kidding me? It can light on fire! What do you have besides Transformers and dick jokes?
Leslie would love a Glenn plushie. A Glenn plushie would be kind of, you know what I would. Okay, so before Nickelodeon Gak, they used to sell these garbage cans of just slime, and I remember there was one that actually it was, and I 100%. Glenn is 100% based off of this. It was basically a garbage can full of yellow slime that had eyeballs in it.
Oh my
and
god!
I would love to find that, because that is 100% Glenn.
I would love a Kushtaka plushie. We need a Death Otter world. But I will settle for Morris. So Morris is with us tonight, if you're a Shang-Chi fan. He's keeping me company while I have to listen to Gary's children.
Yeah,
oh, hi Candace. Did we say hi? I think I did, but I have ADHD. I can't remember anything.
All right. Well, I guess we should move on. So, also starting at 8, what I'll do is, in addition to starting that auction thing, does the flash auction include donations so far? Something, just for the sake of sanity, I'm going to say it's donations during the auction period, only because it's going to be nuts to go back and and do that. But I mean, it's not like I'm going to be live checking. But I mean, okay, so let me just say, it's not like I'm also going to be live checking, things. Basically, if somebody has a winning bid, they're just going to send me the receipt, and if it matches, then it's good. So it's not like I can call you out if you lie and say, "Oh yeah, I bid $100 right now," when you did it an hour ago. At that point, I probably will not be able to tell time. So
We have... She is back.
alien autopsy. All right. So also, anyway, as I was saying, so starting in about a half an hour, I'm still continuing with Gary's children, and I will give you guys the option of saying, hey, continue with Gary's children or switch to a different Shingles, because I am okay either way. And I also realize Gary's children can be a tough one to swallow for some people.
Even Tsunami. Look at that. You're just getting cat butthole for that one.
All right. Well, maybe the silver run should run the auction. No, ain't gonna happen. Oh, I haven't said what I'm auctioning. That's why, Laura. These are all surprises. All right. So, chapter 4. The Spank Bank. To say that Gary was stressed following his mother's visit was an understatement. The only thing that would have made this night worse was if the rent were due. Wait. It's the beginning of the month. It is due. Fuck! Scratch that. The only thing that would make it worse was if his boss pulled up and knocked on the... No. Knowing how fate was treating him that particular evening, he decided not to finish that thought. He was almost shaking from the ordeal, but then felt a comforting weight in his hand and realized he was still holding the jacklight from when he picked it up. There it sat in his palm, almost as if it were smiling up at him. He stared back at it for several long seconds, mesmerized by the device. Pop was right. There was something special about it. That was all fine and well, but he'd settled for it taking his mind off the disaster of a week he'd had. So without further hesitation, Gary walked to his bedroom and turned his laptop on. It wasn't long before he'd navigated to some of his favorite vids, pushed his pants down around his ankles, and got to work. For all the things that had gone wrong that day, Gary was happy to realize that Pop hadn't been bullshitting him. The jack-leg was tight, warm, and oddly moist. Strange, but it didn't detract from the experience at all. Hell, even the thought of Pop in all his greasy overweight glory couldn't stop him from achieving the nirvana he'd so desperately sought. Soon enough, all of his troubles emptied out of him and into the wonderful new device he'd purchased. It was as if, in that one brief moment, he was without a care in the world. That night, Gary slept the sleep of the truly exhausted. It was a deep slumber, one free of worries, at least for a short while. Gary rolled over at some point, consciousness gradually returning as his bladder cried out in need of release. He had no idea what time it was, but it had to be late because it was still dark behind his closed eyelids. The sound of tiny feet walking near his bed abruptly dragged him closer to wakefulness. "Oh, go the fuck away, Chunks," he muttered blearily. There came a giggle, like that of a little girl whispering into his ear. Gary bolted upright with a start. He glanced around the dark room and saw nothing except the dim glow of his laptop screensaver. Rubbing his eyes, he reached out to the lamp next to his bed. Flicking it on with a quick twist of the knob revealed Gary's bedroom empty as usual. There wasn't any sign of Chunks, but that wasn't a surprise. The cat usually liked to lounge out on the couch at night. His heart was still beating hard in his chest. It had sounded so real. But he realized that was ridiculous. So far as he was aware, there'd never been any kids in his place. Heck, the only females he'd ever had over had been his mother and Brenda, a woman he'd gone out with a few times before she'd abruptly broken off with him. As for his mom, well, she sounded far less like a little girl than she did a 50-year-old chain smoker. Gary let out a nervous laugh. Why was he dreaming of kids anyway? What he'd been watching before bed certainly didn't have anything to do with children, short of maybe the phrase, "I've been a bad girl, Daddy." Feeling the urge from his bladder again, Gary swung his legs off the bed and stood, feeling an odd weight pulling on him from below. In a panic, he looked down, only to see the jacklight still hanging off his now limp member. He had apparently fallen asleep while still inside it. Damn, that's some grip. He pulled it off and put it on top of his desk so he could go do his business and get back to bed. Waking up brought with it a healthy-sized timber of morning wood, one that Gary was happy to oblige. There were few better ways to start off a day as far as he was concerned. Once finished, he lay in bed for several minutes enjoying the afterglow, then decided to get up and start his weekend. There was a new superhero series debuting on Netflix, and this looked to be a perfect day to binge watch it. Despite his plans to not see another living person that day outside of whoever was delivering pizza, Gary still took the time to shower, shave, and brush his teeth. Feeling refreshed, he stepped from the bathroom and was immediately glad he emptied his bowels earlier because otherwise he'd have certainly soiled himself. Jesus Christ! After a few seconds, he realized perhaps his reaction had been a bit harsh. After all, it wasn't some thuggish burglar seated at his kitchen table waiting to slit his throat before making off with the few of his possessions worth anything. No. Sitting there was a young boy. More a toddler, really. He looked to be 3, maybe 4 years old. The bigger questions were, what was he doing there and how did he get in? "Good morning," the young boy said brightly, grinning the stupid grin of a child not old enough to have developed anything resembling a modicum of rationality. Good morning," Gary replied, his eyes darting everywhere at once just in case that burglar he'd imagined had brought his kid along with him on this particular hit. The place was empty beside him, the child, and Chunks. The cat, for his part, was busy sitting in the living room window as if everything was right as rain with the world. I knew I should have gotten a guard dog instead. "Can I have some cereal?" the oblivious little boy asked, as if sitting in Gary's kitchen was the most natural thing in the world. Where's your mom? Hell, who's your mom? "My mommy's name is Brenda. Can I have some cereal now?" Sure," Gary replied, His body on autopilot as his brain continued to process the situation. He reached up and handed the child a box of grape nuts, then turned toward the front door. Ew, it tastes like dirt! Pretend it's Captain Crunch. This sucks! You ain't whistling Dixie, kid. Gary unlocked the chain lock and opened the deadbolt. He gave Junks a dirty look, then stepped out. The boy must have wandered away from his parents and then somehow decided that Gary's place looked friendly for whatever fucking reason kids decided anything. That meant he probably lived close by in one of the other units, perhaps. Although why his parents weren't out looking for their wayward spawn was anyone's guess. Maybe they were drunk. He looked up and down the street for anyone who seemed likely to have lost a kid, then spotted another possible explanation. There was a community pool right down the block from his place. Maybe a family had come for a swim and not realized one of their crotch fruit had wandered off. Sounded like a reasonable theory to him. Gary set off in that direction, certain he'd find someone who could claim the little brat so he could get back to his Saturday plans. Ah, there. The pool employed a crossing guard on the weekends. She'd be able to help. As he headed her way, he considered what the kid had said about his mom. She had the same name as the woman who dumped his ass after only 2 dates. Small world, he thought as he walked up to the crossing guard. Hi, heading to the pool? She asked cheerfully, grabbing her stop sign. Not really my thing, Gary replied. But maybe you could help me. I think one of the kids here might have wandered off. Well, I didn't see any unsupervised children. Sorry, just getting a text. Well, one's sitting at my kitchen table right now. Came right in and asked for breakfast. I'm not really sure what to do. I was hoping maybe you could take him back and find his parents. The crossing guard, a 20-something redhead with a blotch of freckles on her nose, appeared to think about it for a moment. She glanced around, saw no one approaching, then looked back at Gary and seemed to make up her mind. Okay, show me. I'll see what I can do. Thank you so much. Sharon, the woman said, holding out a hand. Nice to meet you. Gary, he replied offhandedly, leading her back to his place. With any luck, she could find this kid's parents, and he could get back to his day. All things considered, he had a feeling he'd be breaking his new toy again to help calm the weirdness that should have been a relatively sedate morning. Here we are, he said, showing her in. He said his mom's name is... Oh my God, your cat is so adorable! Sharon walked straight over to Chunks and began vigorously scratching his ears. Who's a fat kitty cat? Yes, you are! Gary mentally kept count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6! You traitorous son of a bitch! Ignoring the cat, he turned and pointed. He's right over... The table was empty, and the chairs were all pushed in as they normally were. Shit. Kid? I don't see anyone, Sharon replied before returning to giving Mr. Chunks far more attention than the little bastard usually allowed. Hey, kid! Gary poked his head into the bathroom, then the bedroom, and finally the closet. There wasn't any sign of him. He took a few more minutes to search while Sharon continued to love up Chunks. Finally, he stepped back into the living room. He's not here. I guess maybe his mom popped in and got him. Sharon turned, smiled, and put one hand on her hip. You know, you could have just asked me over for coffee. You didn't have to make up some bullshit story. Coffee? Gary asked, confused. She stepped toward him, her grin widening. I do appreciate the effort, though. There's something to be said about a man going out of his way to charm a lady. He had no idea what the hell she was talking about, but all at once it struck him that she was actually pretty cute. Cute, standing in his apartment, obviously in love with his useless cat, and wanting coffee. How the fuck had that happened? Gary wasn't good with other people, especially when it came to romantic pursuits, but he wasn't an idiot either. He knew he wasn't a bad-looking guy, just somewhat awkward, and with enough insecurities to fill up that community pool. All the same, he'd been around the block enough times and missed enough cues that his subconscious was at least on the ball enough to tell him that this woman wanted coffee, so he'd best get his ass into the kitchen and start making some coffee. And if he ever saw that kid again, well, he'd have to thank him, after advising him that he stayed the fuck out of strangers' apartments. That shit was just weird. Weird, but apparently lucky. Maybe lucky enough that he wouldn't need to use his... What's this? Gary looked up from where he was busy shoveling instant coffee into 2 mugs and saw her examining the bookshelf on the far side of the living room, upon which lay his jacklight. Oh, shit! Realization dawned in Sharon's eyes as she backed away in horror. Christ, dude! It's not what you think. Put that shit in a drawer or something. Like, save it for the third date. She glanced back at it. Oh, God. It's dripping! I think I'm gonna be sick. Wait! Sharon shoved her way past him. Out of the way, perv! She stepped to the door, then looked once more at Chunks. Ugh, you probably wank it in front of your cat, too, fucking weirdo. She stormed off, leaving Gary to watch as she walked out of his life as abruptly as she'd entered it, shouting curses at him as she marched back to her post. Realizing how this potentially looked to any passers-by, he quickly shut the door. He was just re-engaging the chain lock when a thought hit him. Hold on. Wasn't the door locked earlier before I stepped out? He was always certain it was. His neighborhood wasn't exactly a high crime area, but Gary had tried to be diligent about locking up tight every night nevertheless. No point in taking chances. He looked over at Chunks. I'm not going crazy. This door was locked, was it? Wasn't it? Ah, what the hell just happened here? Okay, that was weird. All right, looks like Discord crashed for a second there.
Guilty.
Just give me a second to get myself back.
Yeah, it looked like it all hiccup. So.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Where was I?
Sorry to anyone who's at work while this is being read. I hope you have headphones.
If they don't, I think they kind of, at this point, know what they're getting into. Anyway, I'm not going crazy. This door was locked, wasn't it? Chunks, for his part, regarded Gary as he always did, as if he were an inferior life form put upon this planet for no other purpose than to feed him and scoop out his litter box 3 times a week. At least the stupid cat hadn't called him a fucking perv. The very thing Gary had feared when he'd pulled into the parking lot of Titty City Bang Bang. Ironic that he'd left unscathed, only to be called out in his own apartment. He stepped over to the shelf and picked up the source of the crossing guard's disgust. Sharon was right. It was sort of drippy. More importantly, why was it out here? Hadn't he left it in his bedroom earlier this morning? I probably moved it when I got up and forgot about it. Stupid on his part, because it had cost him coffee and perhaps more with the first girl he'd had over in some time. For a moment he became angry at the stupid thing, but then just as quickly calmed down. This wasn't the jacklight's fault. It was just dumb coincidence that he'd left it out on the one morning that a cute and seemingly willing female had been in his apartment. All because some stupid kid had somehow found his way to Gary's kitchen table. Must have left the window unlocked or something. The funny part was, despite it all, he was back to square one, no worse off than he'd started the day. His weekend was still ahead of him, which meant there was no sense grousing over what could have been, or the weirdness that had led up to it. All right. Another chapter down.
Ooh, let's check our totals.
Let's see. All right. That's $10 enough to keep me going.
That is enough.
Yes.
You poor soul.
Let's see. From Troy at $5. If you ever base a shingles in an insane asylum that I want to carry over Gary and his haunted sex toy. Actually, I mean, I'm not averse to it. In fact, Pop's stuff, I believe, has shown up in a couple of different shingles. I think Bob might have had it in one of his, and it shows up again in the Sober Slayers, which is another of my shingles. So I'm not averse to doing a little shout outs and having cameos, if you will.
Bad. My shingles are all the way around the world. One's like in Arkansas and I'm in Tokyo.
Yeah. But wherever you are, there's a Hello Titty.
That is, I do. There is a Hello Titty. So what can I say?
Yeah, we it's a very loose world, but we do try to have little bits and pieces that kind of keep it together. Hello Titty being one of them. I think Boner Bob's All-Purpose Lube. What's it?
And
Judd's
Emily
House of Wings.
I love that they keep these dedicated spreadsheets, Melissa and Emily do, of everything. So if you need to look it up, there is actually like a Shinglesapedia.
Yeah. Steve was good enough to let me. I didn't not Sloppy, but I had Sloppy's sister make an appearance in one of mine. Sloppy's sister Floozy. But yeah, I mean the Shingles books are definitely fun. Coherency wise, yeah. I mean, let's be honest. I think we've all blown up the world a couple times, so I wouldn't really put too much. I would almost dare someone to try to create a Shingles timeline and make sense of it.
If anyone does, let us know. I just keep mine to destroying things virtually. Oh, yeah. How close? They want to know how close we are to the Shrexy so far. I think we're at 200 on.
No, we're not even close. I mean, like the Shrek thing is still, I think, is in the neighborhood of $800 away.
Yeah, we've gotten 200 towards the goal of Shrexy. That's how math works, Rick.
Yeah.
And so people are still getting off work in some of the West Coast, so we're
yeah.
waiting for.
Oh yeah. Hey, damn! It is getting.
Shingles Avengers win. Roberta Hardlick reporting for duty with tentacles.
I gotta say, Filth Planet, as fun as that was, as fun as that would be, God, I don't envy whoever would put in the effort of trying to get us all on the same page to do that.
Melissa, where's Melissa?
And we have actually tried before. We've actually tried to make spreadsheets and say, okay, here's the shared parts of our world, and things like that, and only to have sometimes people be like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna write my own thing.
This do exist.
Yeah.
Do you ever read?
Do I ever what?
Do you ever read them?
Read what?
The spreadsheets.
Oh, I used to. I used to pay attention to the spreadsheets and stuff, but after a while, it kind of felt like I was the only one doing it. Okay, is Discord dying again? Yep, Discord just died again. Good job, Discord. Come
on. Damn it! I almost ran away with this.
All right, there we go.
Hello again, Rick.
It's probably because we're doing this on a. It's probably because we're doing this on a Friday or so.
Yeah, it probably is. I just blame my cat. I can't actually blame my cat. She's being really adorable, and she also says that Chunks is the best character in the story.
Chunks actually shows up again in a later Shingles too. Because I didn't want to. I didn't want to leave Chunks, just hanging.
You left everything else hanging.
Yeah, sometimes I ignore. Sometimes I spit in the face that whole "don't kill the dog" rule. But occasionally, I do like to give some closure on that.
Weird, because we're the two people that have killed animals in our book. Is that how we ended up writing together?
Probably not.
Yeah,
you know what it is. I think at least killing it is like if you kill an animal in a book, at least that's like something. That's so much better than leaving it ambiguous. Like you never want to leave it. Okay, did the dog live or die? Because that'll piss people off. I think. Like yeah, I mean killing the dog. I mean yeah, people will get pissed off as it is, but.
But yeah, the unknown is the worst. Yeah, they do want to know: is there going to be a Shingles Avengers ever?
I have no idea. So we'll see. And it's a little hot in my office here, even though I have the windows open. I'm not getting much of a cross breeze, and I got the windows shut because otherwise you'll hear my youngest screaming at the TV every 5 minutes.
Yeah, I have my fan off because I didn't want it to get picked up by the mic.
All right, so we're about 10 minutes to 7 CST. Why don't I read another chapter, and then we will see where we are. Okay. So Laura asks, should I have waited to donate, or does it still count toward Rachel and Shrek reading? Okay, so yes, the grand totals always counts towards Rachel and her Shrek reading. So don't worry about that. And honestly, if somebody wants to fudge the auction and be like, "Hey, I did this. I donated $200 10 minutes before the auction started," I'm probably not really going to check.
One who looks at receipts, but I can look the other way for a good cause.
Well, you're not the one mailing shit out, so.
I'm shocked. I'm surprised we didn't auction off Rachel cardboard for this movie.
I don't have that. You know something? I wound up giving it back to Pete, because I told him, I was like, what I was terrified of was driving back home with it, hitting a bump in the road, and then looking in the rearview mirror and have like your head popping up, and then like driving off a bridge.
Like, seriously, was I the scariest thing at the convention? I wasn't even there.
Well, apparently, according to John, you were.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was great. I put it behind him. He he didn't see it for like a half an hour, and then he turned. He was like, it's like his like soul left his body.
But yeah, you wanted to go terrifying. I kept being sent pictures like through the whole weekend of. It was like, and I didn't have my glasses on for some of them. Like, wait, what? But what are these pictures of me?
Well, it was the weirdest thing, because like we'd be at A&D Con, we'd look across the room, and suddenly you'd be there, and it'd be like, the fuck is going on? I donated $1 million. Don't check though. Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's only $1 million.
All
million
right.
pesos. All right, I'm sure. No.
All right. So chapter 5, Cubicle pork, and the glasses come off again, because it's easier to concentrate that way. The remainder of Saturday passed without incident, save for when the show Gary was watching conked out mid-episode and refused to stream again for a good hour. It was probably that asshole Lenny, his neighbor over in 4W, downloading illegal torrents again off the cable connection their entire building shared. That was fine, though. He was able to share some more quality time with his quiet but oh-so-willing new friend. There was one awkward moment when his thoughts turned back to his mother, screaming about how she'd pray for him. But that memory was quickly silenced once he found an awesome new video. A threesome between some naughty nuns and a six-pack bearing priest who ordered them to confess all of their sins. Needless to say, by the time his pizza arrived that evening, Gary's anxiety was all but spent. Sunday mostly involved running errands, shopping for groceries, and scrubbing the puke off the floor after Chunks decided to start hocking up hairballs in random locations. Chunks was a pretty healthy cat, but when he did puke, it was industrial strength. Very little of note happened otherwise, or at least that Gary noticed. He vaguely remembered a dream from the night before of children running around his apartment, playing and doing whatever nonsensical things children did. However, he chalked it up to the incident from the day prior, nothing more. So when he woke up early the next morning, he didn't think of much except maybe dreading the day ahead. His bitch of a boss typically hated Mondays as much as he did, except that she had a punching bag in the form of Gary Handler to take it out on, which she did, frequently. That, and wanting to piss, were the only thoughts occupying Gary's mind as he approached the bathroom. So it was with some surprise that he opened the door and turned on the light, only to be assailed by a small voice that screeched, "Get out! I'm pooping!" There on the bowl sat a small girl of perhaps 5 or 6. She wore her bright red hair in pigtails and had a tiny blotch of freckles upon her nose. Of probably far greater importance were her pajama pants down around her ankles and the redness of her face as she was obviously trying to pinch a loaf of considerable mass. Gary let out a whoop of surprise, apologized, and quickly shut the door again. He stepped away, figuring he could make a cup of coffee while he waited his turn, when realization hit. There was no need for him to wait. He lived alone. A tired meow from the couch corrected him. Almost alone. But at least Chunks had never demanded equal bathroom time. Bolstered by this knowledge, he stepped back to the bathroom door and put his ear to it just in time to hear the unmistakable sound of a flush. He was about to open it up, but then stopped himself. The last thing he wanted was some pint-sized trespasser making a scene because he barged in while her pants were down. No matter how odd the scenario might be, he just didn't see the cops being on his side when they came. "Pull your pajamas up, I'm coming in," he announced. "In 1, 2... He hesitated an additional 5 seconds, closed his eyes, and then pushed the door open. He was thankful to not be immediately assailed by shrill little girl shrieks proclaiming that the bad man was trying to do bad things to her. Gary cracked open an eyelid, hoping she was dressed, and spied nothing but a wall of darkness. He opened both eyes and saw that the bathroom light was off and the room itself appeared empty. What the fuck? Flipping on the light, he noticed the toilet seat was up, but he was pretty sure he'd left it that way the night before. He stepped to the tub and pulled back the curtain, hoping the little intruder hadn't decided to take a bath after her ill-timed shit. It, too, though, was unoccupied. Gary was utterly perplexed, not to mention a little weirded out, too. Where the hell had she gone? There was only one window in the room, but it was small and latched from the inside. There was an air vent in the ceiling, but it was all of 6 inches wide. He doubted even Chunks could fit into it, much less a kindergartner. That left only one egress. Gary stepped over to the toilet and hesitantly looked down, not sure what he'd see. However, there was nothing but the water in the bowl and enough lime scale on the sides to tell him that maybe it was time to clean the damn thing. He spent the next 20 minutes searching every square foot of his apartment, looking in closets, under the bed, even beneath his couch. The more he searched, the more spooked he became. Not helping was the fact that once he'd succumbed to nature's call, he'd remembered a story he'd read years back by Stephen King about a monster living beneath the town, using the pipes and sewer lines to get into people's homes. As a result, Gary ended up taking the quickest shit of his life, all while praying a little demon girl didn't reach up from below and grab hold of his ass. By the time he'd finished, showered, and gotten dressed, Gary was a nervous wreck. You saw her too, didn't you, buddy? He asked Chunks, still lounged out on the couch. Chunks responded by hopping down and sauntering over to his litter box. He proceeded to drop a turd over the side onto the floor, no doubt, Gary thought, expressing his opinion that his master had gone round the bend. This was not how he wanted to start his workday, hallucinating and then jumping at shadows for the next hour. If he walked into the office like this, his boss would sense his fear like some kind of middle management wolf smelling the blood of Cubicle veal. He could think of only one thing to ratchet down his stress levels, enough to get him through this crazy morning. He unzipped his pants, booted up his laptop, and then noticed the time. 8:45. Shit! Gary's commute was at least 20 minutes on a good day. He should have left 15 minutes earlier, but he'd been too busy interrogating his fucking cat about whether he'd seen any hallucinatory kids wandering around the place. It was an excuse he highly doubted his boss would accept. Gary pulled into the parking lot approximately 22 minutes later, driving as if the devil itself were trying to crawl up his ass. He briefly considered taking care of his personal business on the ride over. It wouldn't have been the first time, but being in a rush made that sound like a recipe for disaster. That's all he needed, for the cops to tell his mother that they'd pulled his corpse from the mangled wreck of his car, only to find his hand attached to a dick in an unbreakable death grip. Both spooked to shit and utterly unsatisfied, Gary raced inside, sat at his desk, and powered on his computer, doing his best to look as if he'd been there all along, which ultimately resulted in him appearing like he'd come into work late and was doing a piss-poor job of covering it up. Fortunately for him, it turned out the district vice president was visiting that day to go over last quarter's results with management. When he finally chanced to look, he was pleased to see Laura's door was shut, which meant she was probably busy brown-nosing to the best of her ability. Sadly, it was apparently not a great meeting, because by the time noon arrived, his boss stepped out of her office looking like she'd gone 10 rounds of having new assholes chewed into her backside. He made the mistake of standing up to leave for lunch just as she laid eyes on him. Laura Wood was a rather petite brunette. Small, and, he supposed, in a situation where she wasn't acting like a total cunt, she might be considered attractive. Unfortunately, that was lost in the fact that she spent most days looking like she'd just murdered her best friend and was pissed because she cracked a nail doing it. Go figure, that's exactly how she looked right at that moment. Gary's bowels clenched as she said the words he'd been dreading all morning. Handler, in my office, now. And then he told me the marketing forecast was off by 3%. Only 3%? Gary regretted the words even as he spoke them. It was such a small number, almost inconsequential. Heck, forecasting was a little more than guesswork, so being off by only a few percentage points should have been hailed as the work of Nostradamus. But he could tell by the look of her in her eyes that she thought it was a sin against mankind, and that wasn't even the worst of it. No, the worst part was he had nothing to do with the damned forecast. It wasn't part of his job, so he had no idea why he was being yelled at for it. Maybe I should just call the VP of Acquisitions back, and you can tell him that 3% is no big deal. How do you think he would handle that? Pretty well if he wasn't a total asshole, Gary thought, but dared not voice. He would probably be upset. Upset? Upset is going home to find your pet goldfish is dead. This is company profit we're talking about. And you know what happens when a company doesn't make enough profit? Oddly enough, the same thing that happens when you find a dead goldfish. Except it's people who get flushed. People who are, shall we say, underwhelming and quite possibly the source of that lack of profit. I understand that, Laura, but I had nothing to do with... She narrowed her eyes at him. Does accountability mean nothing to you, Mr. Handler? Gary gritted his teeth. She loved to do this crap. Hit him with some bullshit that implied he'd be collecting unemployment by the end of the day. Then use whatever he answered with to segue into something completely different. He was already off his routine from the strangeness of this morning and could practically feel his blood beginning to boil with every venomous word she spewed. I wouldn't expect you to understand, she continued, transitioning into the next phase of routine, comparing herself to an angelic martyr. But I've gone out on a limb for you more times than I care to think. Do you know how many complaints have come down from upper management that I've had to field? You don't, because I've handled them all time and again. And you know why? Gary was silent. He knew what was coming next. It made his left eye twitch and him fantasize about the building collapsing on top of her head. It's because I believe in being a team player. I'm like a little league coach. All I want to do is see my players go out there and win a few games. I don't want to cut anyone from the team if I don't have to. Please shut up, Gary. But sometimes hard choices have to be made. Hard choices. Like whether to go with regular vibrator or the studded model? Silence descended upon the room as Gary realized he accidentally said that last part aloud. What did you say? Murder shone in her eyes. Normally Gary would have done all he could to apologize and promise to do better, but he realized that what had come out of his mouth went beyond that. He'd crossed the line in the sand, fired a shot across the demilitarized zone. This was the sort of shit that gave HR managers lawsuit boners. There was no going back. Oddly enough, though, that knowledge brought with it relief instead of fear. He was going to be fired. There was no way he'd be able to talk himself out of that. This was no slip of the tongue, no accidental curse muttered in front of a higher-up. He'd called her out using words that were impossible to cover up, with the lame excuse that she'd misheard him. But that certainty of his fate brought with him a modicum of bravado. He was going to be marched out, so he might as well make it worth it, and he could think of no more worthwhile exit than telling Laura off once and for all. Before he could think better of it, he let his tongue have free reins. I have 4 words for you. Titty, city, bang, bang. Her eyes opened wide with recognition and, holy shit, a bit of fear too. I don't know what you mean! Cut the crap, Laura. I saw your car there last Friday. I was stopping off to visit the antique shop next door and... What antique shop? There's no store next to... It doesn't matter. Your car was parked there big as day. So I was looking for the director's cut of Big Black Cox 4. Maybe a strap-on. Oh, I know. You were buying a big old butt plug. Yeah, I bet that was it. Would explain why you always walk around like you have a stick up your ass. Gary couldn't believe the words that were flowing out of his mouth. 3 years of pent-up frustration being let loose at once, as if someone had broken the dam and deluged the village below with a tidal wave of bitter bile. His ire spent, Gary sat back. A part of him was horrified at what he'd said. The rest waited for her to reach down and call human resources, let them know they should send up someone to escort him out of the building. The sooner the better as far as he was concerned. He could get back home, find some angry porn, and slap his hamster until such time as his head was clear enough to update his resume. He continued to wait as Laura stared at him, mouth agape. Then she lowered her eyes and said in a small voice, "It was a dildo." Wait, what? Before he could say anything, she continued, her head still downcast. "It was a suggestion for my sister, and she was right to make it. This place, it drives me nuts. You have no idea the pressure I'm under as a female manager. It just builds up and up and up, and then I go home at the end of the day to an empty apartment. I can't tell you the last time I had a steady appointment, or even a date for that matter." Gary was confused. He'd been expecting a volcanic eruption, but it was instead as if he'd suddenly become a priest sitting on the far side of a confessional. "I was thinking of trying one of those adult dating sites. Well, not so much dating as hooking up. You put in your email address, find someone you hope isn't a 400-pound serial killer, and ask them over for a quick fuck. But I'm not quite there yet. I'm just not good with people. So I thought I'd start small, a little stress relief. I passed that stupid store every goddamn day on the way home from work, and I finally built up the courage to stop in. They were discreet, too. Helpful, tasteful even, and they packaged it up for me as if I'd just run out to the grocery store. She let out a bitter laugh. Not as discreet as I'd hoped, though. Guess I should have gone to Hello Titty over on the bad side of town. Gary was gobsmacked. This was so far off base from what he'd been expecting, he didn't know how to reply. He could only nod numbly and say, I know how it is. Do you? She looked up and met his eyes. He still wasn't sure what to say, so he simply smiled in what he hoped was a comforting way. Well, she continued, now you know. What are you going to do about it? It's really not my place to judge. That was an understatement, considering he'd purchased a used wank toy from a sweaty guy named Pop. I mean, what you do in private is your business. She smiled back at him and nodded. Thank you for understanding, and... What? Thanks for calling me out on it, too. I've been a terrible person, taking it all out on you. I don't mean to, but it's... Gary had no idea where this was going. It's what? Like I said, I'm bad with people, I guess. I've been inadvertently doing the same thing that kids on the playground do. Playground? What the fuck is she talking about? What I mean to say is, Laura continued, maybe tell me a bit about yourself if you don't mind. Huh? What do you do after work? What do you do after work is done for the day? Me? Oh crap, was she asking about his jerking off habits? Because if so, that wasn't something he really cared to compare notes on. She looked away, her cheeks turning red. I meant, is there anyone waiting for you at home? Oh, just Chunks. Chunks? He's my cat, Gary explained. So, nobody special? He shrugged. Chunks wasn't exactly his idea of unique. His mom was pretty darn special in an immensely infuriating way, but that was only once a month. Maybe you and I, we could get a drink sometime. What? I have nobody, you have nobody. Maybe we could share the loneliness together, and then, well, who knows? All the spit in Gary's mouth immediately dried up. He had no idea what to say. Laura had always been nothing more than an uber bitch to him, a source of pain, anger, and stress. So much stress. But here she was actually actually asking him out. Hell, she was pretty heavily insinuating the possibility of hooking up too. Sure, she was an attractive woman, but it was hard for Gary to recompartmentalize on the fly. Heck, even hate fucking her was easy to imagine, but this new, vulnerability on her part, it threw him for a loop. This wasn't at all what he'd been expecting when he was called into her office. His hands felt slick with sweat, and words failed him. He realized after a moment that he was probably sitting there looking like a deer in the headlights. That's a long fucking chapter. All while this woman was basically offering up her goodies to him on a silver platter. What the hell was up with this week? He'd already gotten hit on once by that crossing guard. It had been unexpected and almost awesome until he'd fucked it up with that. In a near panic, he turned his head and looked around, hoping that a dripping jacklet wasn't in sight. Don't be stupid. Why the fuck would I have brought it with me? Gary, are you okay? Oh yeah, he was still sitting in his boss's office looking around, as if he were contemplating the feng shui of the place instead of jumping on her offer before she reeled it back in. That snapped him out of his strange malaise, and he forced himself to speak again. Me? Just a crick in my neck, nothing more. So, about what I was saying. Though his stress levels were currently shooting up through the roof, he realized that fucking up 2 opportunities in as many days was pathetic, even for him. He opened his mouth and managed to blurt out, sounds good. Great. We'll both get off around 6, off work anyway. Maybe we can meet up at... Sure thing. Gary stood, having reached the very limits of his bravery. I'm sorry. Nature calls. His boss raised an eyebrow, but then smiled. Okay. Have fun draining little Gary. All right, we'll take a quick break there, because there's a scene break. Forgot that blend. It's kind of... What? Little Gary.
We do have enough to keep going. We are at 17,200 on the Indiegogo and Stephanie and Filth Planet have both contributed very generously.
Thank you both so much. All right, so we're going to change things up a little bit now since ignore my last message. No, I wasn't. All right. So, I want you to think if you so I'll be checking the link, the various chats. I want you to think, you want me to continue with Gary's Children or move to another story? And I will let kind of majority rule on that one. But in the meantime, considering we're reading Gary's Children, who would like a homemade, crocheted sperm?
The gift that keeps on giving.
The gift that keeps on giving. Oh, look. It's like, wow, oh, Jesus.
Did you just say jizzes?
I said Jesus.
It sounded like jizzes.
Perfect for all the Gary's Children lovers out there, which, I'll be perfectly honest, probably isn't a whole lot. But, hey, makes quite the conversation piece if you want to put it on there and somebody can be like, oh, so what is that? It's jizz.
You could also say, it's a floppy maraca.
Yes, it's a floppy maraca. And watch somebody shake it around as you smirk. But anyway, Alyssa was good enough to crochet this for me earlier. And I was like, hey, let me put this up there as like a quick auction item. So if you would like, your own homemade giant jizz made by my lovely wife Alyssa, just hit that button and just let me know in the thing what you've put in, and we will like I said, we will set it up with the high bidder after this. I will just say my email address is rickg.author@gmail.com. So either shoot me a DM via Discord, Facebook, or email, and we will do that. So my bank thought someone stole my card. I can understand that with that. It's not Shingles, but I wouldn't mind hearing the first chapter of The Necromancer's Wife, just out of curiosity. That's the thing's name now, Jizzes.
Yes, it's jizzes.
All right, so if you want me to switch to a next book, you have to pick a book, because I'm going to be looking at like number of votes going on there. So if it's just a bunch of one-offs, I'm going to stick with Gary's Children.
I am here too, just to be the delicious eye candy. I am sad that we don't have Rachel Cardboard, because she seems to be more popular than I.
More popular than Jizzes.
Oh my god, the jizzes! I have a feeling now that the jizzes needs to show up in Shingles as like an alternative religion. It's a thing now. Oh my god, our pimp is here! So
I try. It's like, nail Jesus Christ to the cross. We keep trying, but he keeps wiggling out of the way. Also, he's gross.
Jesus can only be defeated by the condom of Satan. Yep. We have some more people out there. Yes, Jesus is now canon. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I hereby dub thee Jesus.
Jesus Jr. Or is it Buddy Jesus?
I don't know. It's just Jesus. How you doing? I'm doing fine. How are you?
Oh, Jesus!
I'm the ghost of all the children you flushed.
Instead of having wine and crackers in church, it's whipped cream.
Somebody there's a meme that's been going around for a couple of years that was like, imagine instead of like little ejaculate, if you just like when you jacked off, you just like one giant like fish that you had to stomp to death. This is what they mean.
It is the Jesus that finds it.
Oh. I guarantee masturbation would probably drop off by 99%.
Yeah, if you guys had to actually like eject one large thing from a hole down there, oh yeah, men wouldn't be able to take it.
All right.
Well, I do love Jimmy Headshot. That is a good one.
All right, we do. Well, we have one vote for Necromancer's Wife and one vote for Jimmy Headshot.
Jesus makes us all repent.
Basically, to bid on Jizzes, basically just well, that's 2 votes for Jimmy Headshot. So pretty much what you just do is you make a donation to on either YouTube or there. You just mention how much you put for it, and we'll leave this open. We started about 10 minutes late, so I'll leave this open until 8:40, and whoever basically lays claim to the highest bid, you win Jizzes.
We do 8:45 so that my OCD is not upset.
Yes, we can do 8:45 so your OCD is not upset.
Thank you. It has a condition. Actually, I have a bunch of them. God, I want to drink. Do you think like the doctor would? I know they're like drawing my blood and scientifically analyzing it, but do you notice a little?
Alyssa actually was going to put a face on it, but she kind of ran out of buttons in time.
Oh my god. Yes, terrified hand-drawn face of Jesus.
Jesus.
But if maybe for the next one we should have like the avatar of Jesus, like or something.
Well, John Luther Davis is on. You know,
Oh,
I'm sure we just gave him some drawing fodder. Either that, or he's just like
the candles.
He's just like,
You
nope,
have to have the Jesus candle.
not fucking happening. All right, so we have 2 votes for Jimmy for me to switch to Jimmy Headshot.
Does my vote not count?
No.
Fine. I'm gonna vote for my shingles then. I say I'll read from girl.
But I do happen to have Jimmy Headshots handy. In fact, hold on 1 second. I do have a special thing for going on pee break.
Oh my god. I mean, I have to entertain people while you release.
Well, you guys
I can't see it.
You guys can't see it on there, but you're actually. Hold on, I will show it on the Discord screen, real quick.
Okay.
Where?
I like how people are inviting me to Pokemon raids while I'm on the shingles. It's like I'm actually streaming live. You want me to do a Pokemon raid? Kind of want to do the Pokemon raid. I won't lie.
Oh wait, I can't. This isn't showing it on this. Never mind. Sorry.
Oh my god, JLD! He's got my brain! We need, like, Jesus and Tentacles, man. The 2 patron saints of Shingles.
8:47. Oh, come on, you faithful Jesus. You people are wrong.
They're here for a reading of Gary's children. Did you expect
Well,
anything?
we have
right?
2 votes for Jimmy. So let me say this. Are there any votes against Jimmy Headshot? Because because here's the thing. I know Jimmy Headshot is not everybody's favorite because a lot of people don't like Jimmy himself. And that's purposeful because Jimmy is meant to be the least likable person on the planet.
The least likable person on the planet is me. Yes, Klaus is a prophet of Jesus.
So
For those asking.
let's see how things are looking.
But it's nice to see more people in the chat. Tell everyone, bring your friends, so we can be obnoxious.
Yeah.
Together. Let's see how close we are to the Shrexy. And in case you're wondering, this is a taste of the actual voice. Oh, why can't I do the fucking Scottish accent when I'm sober? Oh, donkey. Oh, there we go. There, I got it. I have to just moan a lot. But better out than in, or in frequently, depending on the orifice. So yeah, that's a preview of what you'll get. I will read, and I have not read this. I will be going in cold and trying to keep up this ridiculous accent while sober.
Interesting. I mean,
Oh god, the next jingle's read by Jorser.
yeah, I can't help with that because I don't voice Jorser, nor am I going to try to do that voice.
You mean you're not Bevan? Who the hell have I been on in here with?
Not Bevan.
Damn it!
Maybe I should have T-shirts made up for the next A&D con. And this just says not Bevan.
Does mine say not Emily? Or not Rachel Cardboard?
All right. Well, it sounds like the majority are saying move on to Jimmy Headshot.
Do we need to remind people that we're still taking votes for Jesus? Because
Yes. So if you would like to bid for Jesus, either put down either put in a new bid and let us know what it is, or let us know an older bid that you've done. And like I said, whoever one has the most and two actually wants Jesus. But I do have something a little more topical for the Authors and Dragons podcast a little later. But we'll see how that goes. Maybe about an hour from now. We have 25 from Emily Kaplan, who has decided that she must have Jesus.
Oh my God, the pimp wants Jesus.
All right. Well, shall we get some Jimmy Headshot?
Okay.
So a little bit of background first before we jump in here. So the Legend of Jimmy Headshot started because I wanted to do a zombie story, but a lot of zombie stories have already been done. Like I didn't even want to do a zombie story like I did vampires with Bill, from a nerd perspective, because nerds and zombies kind of go with like peanut butter and and chocolate these days. But I like the idea of something that's I like the idea of self-aware, like the concept of like a Scream movie where people are like, yeah, well, I'm aware of I'm aware of horror movies and the tropes in them. And I was like, but yeah, at the same time, like I said, I don't want to just go with like some self-absorbed horror nerd again or so. So I was thinking, and then I was like, wait, what if it was some asshole gamer kid? Like the kind that we all see on Call of Duty who tells us that they banged our mother and who we hate because they also kick our ass. And I was like, that might work. And I was like, but if I go that route, I have to make him super unlikable. There really can't be any redeeming qualities to this character. Like, the story is just going to be basically about somebody that you're reading and going, why doesn't this person die on every page? And that's kind of how Jimmy Headshot was born. I mean, I don't think Jimmy would have been published in anything other than Shingles, because a general rule of thumb when you're writing a story is, even if you're writing unlikable characters, and trust me, I tend to write unlikable characters, you want them to have some redeeming qualities that you like. Maybe they're like horrible but charismatic. Maybe they're a bad boy and sexy. Whatever things you want them to have, like something where like the audience can relate to them. And Jimmy, there's not a lot. I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of gamer assholes out there who will read something about Jimmy and be like, yeah, that makes sense, but they're never really going to admit it. So that's kind of how Jimmy Headshot came about. It was basically, I wanted to do a zombie story. And I kind of wanted to do it, kind of play around with the idea and actually, have you find out what caused the zombies and all stuff like that. So make it a slightly smarter zombie story, not just one of those where it's like, oh, zombies are here, and now we have no idea why, and we're never going to find out, so shut up and just deal with it. But, but also with, with a protagonist who didn't give a shit. I'm trying to let my wife let her kids audition for the kids in Jimmy Headshot. I will just say, Michael, we're actually not going with actual kids. We're kind of making everybody a little bit older. We talked to Steve about that, and we talked about just the legalities and also just the difficulty of of having kids on set and the time. And we kind of decided that even though a lot of these books have people in the 12-year-old range, it probably makes better sense in terms of the movie to bring them up to around 16, and therefore you can easily hire 20-some-year-olds. And have them do a Johnny Depp in 21 Jump Street, and be like, "Hi, I'm a 16-year-old. Ignore the fact that that I look 30." or as Gary in Gary's Children, as he was talking about, the porn stars who basically say, it's like, "Oh, look, I'm a schoolgirl, even though I look like I'm 45." I will say I have a buzz too. Sorry, Michael. Like I said, it's just like the downside of of I guess getting this done in a expeditious manner. It just kind of means that it made better sense. Like originally the script was calling for kids, but after talking it over, we decided it was probably best to make Jimmy a little bit older as well as some of the other people. Especially since there's a lot of sexual stuff that goes on, not necessarily in Jimmy Headshot, but I know in some of the other books, we figured, something, it was basically decided best certain minefields that were best to not cross. So anyway, yes, Jimmy will remain 12, alas, in book form only. But that brings us to The Legend of Jimmy Headshot, Chapter 1, A World with an End. Few ever give serious thought to what they'll be doing when the world finally gives the human race the finger. That's probably for the best, since people are generally delusional assholes, thinking they'll go down in a blaze of glory rather than crying, begging, and pissing themselves. For most, dignity is the first thing out the window when the Reaper comes calling. My given name is Jacob, but fuck that shit. You can call me Jimmy. And in case you're wondering, I'm not most people. The shit hit the fan when I was 3 hours into an online deathmatch of Pulp the Dead. I'd finally fragged the opposing team leader, Aristocunt69, and was throwing him some epic shade about how much I enjoyed fucking his mom. Unfortunately, my victory celebration was cut short by my father's screams coming from our front door. What the hell is wrong with you? Stay back! Oh my god, Mother, are you okay? The fuck? My grandma's response was an inarticulate shriek, which told me that, whatever was going on, okay was likely not part of the equation. I probably should have cared more. After all, she was my grandmother. But the truth was, she was a dried-up old bitch who'd been leeching off my parents' kindness ever since Grandpa had gotten drunk on the job and fallen into an industrial-sized sausage stuffer. She was irritable, hogged the bathroom, and perpetually smelled of mothballs. Oh, and she gypped me on my birthday by handing me a card with $2 bills in it. $2 fucking dollars. That wouldn't even buy a blowjob in the bad part of town, much less some Xbox Live hours. And yet, I was still forced to write her a thank you note. Needless to say, I was still bitter. While I considered this, Dad's entreaties continued. Stay back, I say! Sadly, his pleas apparently fell on deaf ears. Honey, get the kids! Keep them safe! Yeah, right. Mom could barely fight off a stress headache whenever I got less than a B in school. How the hell was she going to keep us safe from anything more threatening? Maybe pop a Xanax and hope for the best? What's happening? My mother cried. I don't know. This lunatic just bit Nanny. Hold on. Bit? My mother's shrill voice cried out again. What is that thing? What's happened to its eyes? Despite what my English teacher would have my parents believe, I wasn't an idiot. I quickly put two and two together, a smile crossing my face. Jimmy Headshot shining off, losers. I logged out of the server, pulled off my headset, and shut off the TV. I'd been waiting for this moment my entire life. It was about goddamn time. I stepped out of the family room and headed toward the kitchen. If what I suspected was true, there wasn't time to properly equip myself. That would have to wait for later. Now was the time for action. I only paused as I passed my little sister's room. Ugh. Darlene sat in her bed, a vacant stare on her face as she continued playing with her dolls, despite the commotion going on up the hall. How I despised her. Still, I had to give credit where credit was due. I'd always pegged her as the first to go when the apocalypse finally hit. But, from the sound of things, someone else was about to claim that prize. Fine. Take second place. I mothered with disdain and started walking again. Brainless, doe-eyed Nimrod. I doubted she had anything to look forward to other than a short, painful life as a walking hors d'oeuvre. Whatever. She wasn't my immediate concern. From the sound of things, whoever was fighting with my father was winning. Kind of served him right. If you're gonna pay for a goddamn gym membership, Dad, then maybe you should fucking use it on occasion. I reached the kitchen and went straight for the utensil drawer. Most movies would have you believe that a butcher knife is the thing to grab. But they're full of shit. If the thing at the door was what I thought it was, then that would buy us me nothing more than a quick and bloody death. People tend to forget the human skull was pretty damn thick. You could try slicing it open, but all you're liable to do is break the blade or get it lodged in bone, neither of which would do dick to save your ass from the thing trying to eat it. I instead opted for a simple steak knife. Not ideal, but serviceable. Stabbing was the way to go, at least until I got my hands on some better hardware. I turned to leave, but then stopped in my tracks. Ugh, I could have slapped myself. Heading into combat without backup was a noob move at best. Fuck that noise. I stuffed the first knife into my belt, then grabbed another. Duly armed, I headed toward the front hall and my destiny. Now, I've never been what you might call sentimental. Fuck no. Tears are for pussies. If you skinned your knee on the playground, you got right back up and made whatever fucker tripped you eat grass. That's how I'd lived life. Nevertheless, I felt my eyes grow misty for a moment at what I saw waiting for me. No, it wasn't my parents fighting for their lives, or my grandmother bleeding like a sheep while she created her bleeding arm. It was the thing trying to get into our house. A zombie. A real motherfucking rotting in the flesh zombie. There was no mistaking it for anything else. Its eyes were gone, and the skin around its mouth had been torn away, partially revealing its jaw. Several of its fingers were obviously broken, but it didn't appear bothered in the least. All it seemed to care about was the soft, flabby skin on my father's neck, its teeth clicking together in anticipation of the bite to come. It was absolutely fucking beautiful. Mind you, that didn't mean I wasn't going to kill its ass with extreme prejudice. Not on my watch, asshole. Mom noticed me and stepped in front of where my dad was locked in a life-or-death struggle with the undead, momentarily blocking my view. She quickly put on her patronizing parent voice. Why don't you run along and play, Jacob? One of Daddy's friends is here, and he's showing off his new Halloween mask. You're fucking kidding me, right? Language, mister, she scolded. Goddamn, she was an idiot. I could see where my sister got it from. Listen, and listen close, Mom, because I'm only going to say this once. You see that thing? That means it's over. The world as you know it, it's gone. The old rules are going right out the window, all of them, including the one that says I have to listen to your shit. Now get the fuck out of my way. My mother wasn't exactly what you call an alpha dog, despite the fact that I was 12 and she was, well, old. We locked eyes and she blinked first. But still, motherly instinct can be a tough thing to overcome. I'd made her shut her pie hole, but she still didn't move out of my way. Fine by me. The living room was pretty wide anyway. I stepped around her, sparing a quick glance at my grandmother. She was sitting on the couch, staring at her wounded arm. The poor mothball-scented fool. She had no idea what was happening, but I couldn't deal with her just yet. Dad was rapidly losing to the creep trying to force its way in, and I wasn't quite ready to let that happen. Despite him being a 200-pound jellyfish in a power tie, I still held a marginal amount of fondness for my father. Besides, in the coming collapse of society, there would always be need for warm bodies to lug shit around. There was no point in wasting good cannon fodder. A small end table sat next to the door, a place for my parents to drop their keys when they came home from work or shopping, but today it served a different purpose. A stepping stool to catapult me onto the zombie, piggyback style. Yippee-ki-yay, shit-eater. Jacob, Dad cried. What are you... Ah! His words were cut off as the zombie shoved one of its decaying hands into his mouth. Just as well. I concentrated better when I didn't have to listen to people bitching. I greeted our visitor by way of jamming a steak knife in its eye socket, enjoying the sensation as I penetrated Grizzle and shoved the pointy end deep into its diseased brain. The effect was almost immediate. It ceased struggling and pitched forward, the momentum and my added weight enough to knock Dad to the floor beneath us. It was like we were the bread in this life-or-death sandwich, which made the zombie some seriously fucked up lunch meat. Dad, predictably, ruined the moment by freaking the fuck out. Get it off me! It's going to... Shut up. Huh? I said quit your whining. It's dead. I got up off the corpse, grabbed it by its hair, and lifted its head. It was quite deceased. See? Dad scrambled out from under the body, climbed to his feet, and then promptly kicked him in the face. Whatever makes you feel like a man, tough guy. After several more seconds, in which I'm sure we were both waiting to see if he'd suffer a stress-induced heart attack, he turned to me. Young man, we need to have a talk about your language. I dusted myself off, then pulled out the second steak knife. I have a better idea. Why don't you go and find something useful to do? Like go fuck yourself. I'm your father, and I will not have you disrespecting me. So this was how it's going to be then. Can't say I was surprised. Fine. We can talk about that all you want, I replied. But first, I have one loose end to tie up. Before either of my parents could question me further, I stepped past them both and slammed the knife into the side of my grandmother's head. All right. There we have the first chapter of Jimmy Headshot.
Hello.
Hey, Bob, what's up?
Am I right? And are you reading your second book now?
Well, after 2 hours, I gave people an option to stay with the book, or switch to another one.
Ouch. How far into it did you get?
About 6 chapters.
Oh, all right. I was saying, damn. How is he reading that faster? Or did I just read really slowly?
No. I figured I'd change things up a little bit. You know, people want something different. I'm more than happy to give it to them.
Notice there's no video, which means there's no proof that actually Bevan and Rick are different people.
Oh, I can try video, but I might fuck everything up.
It looks like we have a new high
Did
score.
it work? Oh.
A new high score for this.
Yep.
Holy shit. We just jumped to 17,450. But the person claiming in the comments looks like the highest claim is 30 from Filth Planet. All right, Filth Planet, you are currently in the lead, and I think there's about 8 minutes left in the Jesus auction.
What are we talking about?
So my wife, for in honor of Gary's children, crocheted this giant sperm, which we have dubbed Jesus, and we're auctioning it off.
Have we seen it yet?
It's on the feed.
Oh wait, all right, you're delayed. Let me go look at the Discord.
Yeah.
Oh wow, nice.
Oh God.
Now he's licked it.
I did
Does
not.
that make
I
it
did
worth
not,
more or
I
less?
did not lick it. It's a foot away from me. It's forced perspective.
Yeah, that's what they all say. Forced perspective.
All right.
The camera adds
maybe
10
next
pounds.
time. Maybe next time I'll do an auction, and whatever auction I will lick.
Is it creepy if I lick something?
And
or
yes,
is
Emily.
that's what
Absolutely, but I mean, it's creepy if any of us lick something.
Yeah, but I'm a girl. I don't know
I
if
mean,
you know
that's good creepy.
Oh. I feel like I don't know which one to look at. My ADHD's bouncing. It's like there's two things and it's the same.
Yeah, the glasses and headphones aren't doing us any favors.
We all have glasses and headphones. Dear Lord.
Yeah, but you have hair.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God. The
What?
cult of Jesus only
Oh.
is growing in the channel. It's quite terrifying. Please, if anyone makes a Jesus candle, though, I need one. For my
I
office.
do not, because I don't want to smell what a Jesus candle smells like.
You can give me a candle, and I'll make it smell like that.
Will we have to behold your wonder?
That's up to you. I mean, I got the work to do, and you know, if you want to watch, that's you're gonna have to pay some shingles dollars.
I will pay Shingles dollars to not watch.
Yeah, I will also pay Shingles dollars not to watch that. I feel weird because it looks like my shirt has Jesus on it. It's actually a ghost. But oh my God! By the way, I'd like to say thank you to the wonderful audience that we have. I'm sorry if I'm mostly in YouTube, but I occasionally jump over to Facebook.
Yes,
Emily's
Filth. Yes,
getting
yes,
beaten.
yes, Filth Planet. You just bid it. You just bid on a giant ejaculate.
Yeah. So unless somebody
Tell-
bids
tell-
30
tell-
bucks,
Tell
this
your
is
friends.
yours.
Tell your friends and neighbors. That's some salty
yeah.
humor right there.
So
Can we get Rick doing a Robert impression and vice versa? Well, I think I've actually done a Bob impression a few times. Hello, friends.
There you go. I'm not doing any impressions right now because I'm only drinking Coke Zero. For the
Sober
impressions,
as
you
well.
gotta hit me on a Saturday.
Yeah, My tongue, I can't feel anymore.
What are you drinking, Rick?
Right now, I had a margarita earlier. Right now, I'm doing rum and coke.
Nice.
He's not actually drinking Coke. He is drinking the Kirkland Light.
Yes, I am drinking. I'm drinking knockoff coke.
Well, like Pepsi or like Walmart Coke?
Oh, Aldi Coke.
Great value.
Yeah.
Well, that's European cola. Seen things.
Yeah, I think it just says on the bottle economy cola, jug o cola.
It's best
wow.
not to ask what's in it.
My computer's reflection on my glasses makes me look like a cyborg.
You look more like an anime villain. I'm half expecting you to tell me to like get inside my dead mother's corpse and save the world from angels.
Well, that wouldn't be the villain.
Well, he's sort of the villain. You have seen Evangelion, right, Mr. I narrate anime?
Yeah. Well, wait, Mr. What?
It's Shin.
Mr. I only gave a shit about one series. Yes, I have seen that one though. That's.
Oh, see, haha! I found something else. Devin has seen.
I think a better bad guy thing would be get inside your mother's corpse because I'm about to fuck it.
Yeah, see that's villainy.
That just killed the mood, Brick. Golf.
Not for me.
I might have to use.
It looks like I have Jesus on my shirt.
You have been touched, or shall I say, sprayed by Jesus.
Man, do you think Joe's gonna go through with that Willy Wanker?
I would love it if he did. Although I'd be a little bit angry because I know you were saying you were thinking about doing it as a Shingles. I actually, so I never finished it, but years ago I started writing that as a musical. Wally Wanker and the porno factory.
All right, well.
But I hold no. It's never finished it. So and I shouldn't be writing musicals anyway. So
Yeah, it's Shingles the musical. That's something.
Horrified me off Discord. That's all I can say.
Oh.
yeah, one day I would love to write a
What would
horrifying
Rick
musical.
impression be?
I don't know.
Where does she keep going?
I think her camera keeps
Oh.
cutting out. She has angered jizzes, and thus he has punished her. Who's on now? Well, Laura, I'm still on. Bob joined us, and Rachel is on.
Where are you reading comments? I'm looking in the YouTube chat.
I got the stream from OBS running.
Ah.
There's another.
Well, here's the thing. The OBS picks up the comments on both Facebook and YouTube.
I am trying to figure out why Discord decides to every 10 seconds right now. If you guys basically mention something gross, it kicks me off. Like, I have friggin' Discord purity beliefs right now.
Paladin Steven's saying somebody make a dick shit candle that looks like it's jizzing as it melts. I don't think that'd be too difficult. All you need is pretty much just to mold a white candle and just set it on fire. Now, if you could put a mechanism in it so that it squirts melted wax as it melts, that might be something.
No, I've got it. All right. A porcelain statue of a naked man with a candle inside it, a white candle inside it. When the wax runs down, it runs down to the inside of the statue and out of the hole in the penis.
You're way too complicating this. Alright, I'm gonna try my camera one more time.
Otherwise, you're just going to have a melting dick.
No, what they were, melting dick. Yeah, that's kind of disappointing. You know what should make? They should. I mean, they're already in that shape. They just need to mold it a little better. Basically, dick-shaped Roman candles. And you prime the charge,
Yeah.
by cocking it. Man, there's got to be a market for this shit. One day we're gonna learn of somebody who's taking these ideas and just making $1 million at it, and they're just like, yeah, thanks for the ideas, losers.
Or a candle holder shaped like a pair of breasts, so that when the wax drips down, that'd be tough to get right, and and convenient as a candle holder.
I'm guessing Joe isn't going to take a turn reading shingles for this. Well, you never know, but I'm not really holding my breath.
That's what everybody should tune in for.
Oh yeah.
Because man, when he read a piece of one at the live show, that was entertaining.
Yeah, I had something going on at that time. I think we all did, or a bunch of us did. Yeah,
I was there.
I would have liked to have. I would have liked to have seen that.
Yeah, that was the screening of Carousel.
Yeah, I missed that too. I had, you know why I was running.
Wow.
I was running one of John's games at that point. The fan games.
Yeah, really. It seems.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like a bad idea to run those at the same time, since they're both the same thing.
Yeah, that would have been a tough one, because I would have loved to have seen Carousel run by Steve, but at the same time, watching Joe read shingles, that's a hard one to turn up.
Yeah.
Can it scream as the dick melts? Sure, why not?
Wait, what?
I think he's talking about the candle idea. Can it scream as the...
Which one? The man statue or the boob?
I'm thinking the man statue. Like think of like Indian, like the Raiders of the Lost Ark. You have that that melting guy, except he's naked and he has his dick and he's just screaming as all of him is melted.
All right, you guys ejaculate differently than I do.
We don't. Here in New Jersey, we don't. We take it seriously.
We don't squirt a load without screaming bloody murder.
Yeah, yes, Earth Skater. I have Photoshop, and I will go to stupid lengths to make stupid things for one-time use.
I have paint.net, and I'll do the same.
Yeah, Jen. We're still trying to figure out the whole scheduling thing. We tried to schedule it this time so it was like a major event and a minor event, but some of the minor events were so cool that people wanted to see them. So we're gonna have to figure that out, because we don't want to just have one event going on at the time, because we want to give people options, but at the same time, sometimes you're just gonna wind up with things where you're like, well, that's cool, but that's also cool, and so is this. So we'll have to figure it out when we get time for the next con. Anyway, there was a decent
Yes,
amount.
please go on.
All right, so Filth Planet, I believe you have won jizzes. Your $30 thing came in, and we are now past 8:45. So kindly send me either a direct message on Facebook, or shoot me an email to rickg.author@gmail.com. Just show a screenshot of the thing of your donation, and I will get that out, and we'll hook up. I'll get your address, and I will get jizzes out in the mail to you, so that you may hang it with pride in your living room and introduce it to all of your neighbors and friends and family. I'm never going to hear back from Filth Planet. Filth Planet is just like, I'm just going to turn this off and pretend I haven't seen, pretend I've never been here. All right, folks. Well, why don't we move on to Chapter 2 of Jimmy Headshot, and we'll see where we go from there. So, I'm just getting comments of jizz coming in. All right, Chapter 2, The Complaining Dead. Despite what you might have seen on whatever dumbass movies or TV shows you enjoy, and believe me, I've seen a lot of them, knives don't slide through bone like it was butter. You gotta jam that shit in hard. Usually, anyway. But Grandma was old and her bones were brittle, so I managed to pierce her brain and save her from the indignity of having to kill her again later. I wasn't sure what mothball-encrusted afterlife her soul went off to, but I like to think she was thanking me from there. My parents, however, were somewhat less understanding, especially Dad. "Mom! You killed my mother!" She was already dead. She just didn't know it yet. I tried to yank the blade out, but it was stuck fast. Oh well, no loss. A single steak knife wasn't going to win the war of survival. It was time to suit up and get ready. But first, I needed to secure the premises. Rule number 1 of the zombie apocalypse: the undead are like cockroaches. If you see one, that means there are a shitload more around. Before I could do that, though, Dad collapsed to his knees in tears. Fucking pussy. Sentiment would only get you one thing in this new world: dumped into a shallow grave. It fell to me to man up, but then I kind of knew it would. The dispatch zombie was blocking the doorway, leaving it open and us vulnerable. I dragged it all the way in, then shut the door and locked it. The last thing we needed right then was another of those fuckers wandering in while my parents were busy blubbering over the loss of Grandma's monthly Social Security check. "You listen here, Jacob Perkins," Mom sputtered. "You're grounded. Killing Grammy is bad. Go to your room." "Was headed there anyway," I replied with an unconcerned grunt. I again passed Darlene's bedroom on the way. She continued to mindlessly manhandle her dolls as if nothing had happened. Fucking twat-brained cootie magnet. "Wanna play with me?" she asked, holding out a naked Barbie as if he'd scratch my ass with it. I walked on, leaving her hanging. Hopefully comprehension would dawn in that dullard brain of hers, and she'd realize that the days of dollies were at an end. But I doubted it. Barbie in Ken's dream house. It would soon be nothing but a burning wasteland littered with corpses. Once I reached my room, I got straight to work. There was little doubt that we were living on borrowed time as far as the power grid was concerned, so I quickly turned on my laptop and began scanning social media for news. I was more concerned with finding out how bad things were than what had started it all. It's not like I was some pencil-neck scientist. Besides, anyone who's ever watched a zombie movie knows that they almost never tell you how the outbreak got started. Biggest fucking cliche of the genre. But I could kind of see the reasoning. Once society collapsed, it was pretty much a moot point. Twitter proved to be useless. There were a few users reporting zombie sightings, but they were drowned out by replies calling them racist assholes for not using PC terms like undead American. Fucking social justice warriors. Even at the end of days, they couldn't pull their heads from their asses. Facebook was just as bad, awash with idiots trying to take selfies as the undead advanced upon them. It was little surprise when most abruptly stopped responding to the "cool picture, bro" comments they were getting. Disgusted, I turned to Google News. Surely there was at least one outlet more concerned with Armageddon than clickbait about who the Kardashians were fucking today. "It's pollen season again. Are you prepared? What can we expect from this weekend's box office? Scientists have identified a new strain of pesticide-resistant flea. Breaking news, the dead walk among us. Finally." From the look of things, it was already bad and only going to get worse. People were panicking in the streets. Unsurprisingly, the more who panicked, the more who died and reborn as walking brain suckers. The masses were so fucking predictable. Already, several cities had declared martial law. Congress, meanwhile, was busy debating whether to blame Russia or North Korea rather than coming up with any useful solutions. In short, the world was pretty well fucked. I did a quick calculation in my head and predicted we had maybe a week before society as we knew it devolved into total anarchy. I couldn't help but smile. Hell, I've been waiting for this shit for years. Ever since that day back when I was 3 and Mom left the TV on while she did the laundry. The cartoons eventually ended and Night of the Living Dead came on. It was as if destiny itself was calling to me. Who I was and what I was meant to be became instantly clear. From that moment on, I spent every waking hour making sure that when the time came, I'd be ready. Let the rest of the world cower. I was here to eat frosted flakes and kick zombie ass. Pity for the undead. Darlene had finished the last of the frosted flakes this morning. The little bitch. My parents were still busy whining about Grandma. From the girl-like blubbering from my dad, I doubt it was going to end anytime soon. Not even my sister's mewling that her fucking dolls were hungry and wanted lunch seemed to get through to them. That was fine. I had more important matters to deal with anyway. First was armoring up. I purposely played a ton of sports over the years. Not because I gave a single shit about teamwork, because I wanted to see what they had to offer as a way of protection. Word of advice. Asking your parents for tactical body armor is a good way to get dragged to a therapist's office and labeled something stupid, like sociopath or borderline psycho. But ask for some elbow guards so you don't break your neck skateboarding, and they'll be all up in that shit. So I played their silly game, gradually amassing a collection of padding, plating, and helmets, all with one end game in mind: today. The outfit waiting for me in my closet protected my vitals while allowing for maximum mobility. Best of all, it breathed. Not every source agreed on what attracted the undead, but there seemed to be a general consensus on sound and smell. Even if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't be doing myself any favors wearing armor that gave me swamp ass 30 seconds after putting it on. Yeah, that took care of defense. Now came the real fun: offense. I stepped from my room to the sound of my father still begging Grandma's corpse to wake up. Yeah, good luck with that. Even if she did, I'd put the bitch right back down again. I made good use of my parents' grief by heading to their bedroom. Dad had bought a 12 gauge a few years back, right around the time the media was going nuts over some bullshit about clowns trying to lure kids into the woods. His idiotic circus phobia aside, I knew where he kept it, and more importantly, the combo to the safe where he stored the ammo. Seriously, the goddamn idiot used Mom's birthday as if that wasn't the first thing someone would try. Ugh, with security like that, my money was on the killer clowns. There was only a single box of 5 shells, but that was okay. I only needed enough to cover my ass from here to the shed. With my parents grieving and Darlene still giving her dolls the rapt attention of a retarded squirrel staring at a pile of glitter, that left me to my own devices. Just how I liked it. I headed back to the kitchen for some recon at the back door. All clear outside? Not surprising considering our backyard was fenced in and Armageddon had just barely begun, but it was never too soon to start being careful. I let myself out, making it a point to close the door behind me. No walking corpse was going to snack on my innards because I was too dumb to remember that I wasn't born in a barn. Sitting about 20 yards away was our shed, and in it was the weapon I'd been dying to use ever since I'd gotten the inspiration to build it. But first I had to get there. I chambered around and scanned the yard through the visor of my BMX helmet. All clear from what I could tell. Things were far from quiet, though. Screams and cries for help pierced the air, seemingly from all directions. Yeah, keep yelling, assholes, I muttered to myself. Gives the enemy somewhere else to focus on. As expected, there was nothing standing between me and the shed. An easy run, for a kid like me anyway. Dad would have been winded by the time he reached it. I'd need to keep that in mind. Father or not, if he slowed me down, I'd drop in like 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag. I casually reached for the door handle and stopped myself short. Fucking stupid. Those days were gone. From here on in, I needed to remind myself that the monsters could very well be under my bed, or in a locked shed that hadn't been properly cleared yet. Fuck yeah. I laughed at enough stupid deaths on The Walking Dead to know better. Bracing the gun against my shoulder, I pulled the door open and jumped back, half expecting a horde of undead to come pouring out as if they decided that garden tools were just as tasty as brains. All clear. The 12x6 space was empty. Well, not entirely empty. I had to step around Dad's riding mower to get to where I needed, sparing it a quick glance. Yeah, it would be fun as all hell to run down a zombie on something like it, but it wasn't practical. Yeah, leave that shit to the drunken rednecks looking for a hand job from the icy fingers of Mistress Death herself. Ah, there. Hanging in a corner covered by a dusty tarp was my special baby. At its core, it was a Louisville Slugger my parents had bought for my short-lived Little League career. Little did they know then that its true calling was bigger, better, and a lot sharper. I uncovered it and allowed myself a few moments to bask in its glory. All those hours in that stupid metal shop class, then sneaking out here at night to work on it. It all paid off. The handle was wrapped in paracord for extra grip. I'd fashioned an old circular saw blade as a crossguard designed to sever any zombie fingers stupid enough to grab hold of it. The barrel of the bat was the true work of art, though. Forget barbed wire. Yeah, it looked cool, but what the hell was that going to do to a zombie? No, I wanted maximum kill power combined with ease of extraction. 4 heavy-duty masonry nails protruded from it, one at each compass point. A single wicked edge that could puncture a rotting skull and then be pulled free with no fuss or muss. Fuck that whole pincushion of nails noise. The more there were, the more chance of it getting stuck in your face being torn off while you work to pull it loose. None of that for me, thanks. And then, to top it off, I'd grafted the blade from my old Boy Scout knife to the far end, turning it into a bayonet for those times when I didn't have enough room to swing for the fences. Oh yeah, it was a thing of beauty, a weapon of legendary proportions. As such, much like the mighty Excalibur, it needed a name. So painted on one side in bright red letters was SPAZ, short for Suck Prick Asshole Zombies. Yeah, it was a shitty acronym, sue me. It fucking looked cool. That's what counted. Let the fucking nerds worry about naming it something in Elven or Klingon. I had better things to do. I grabbed hold of Spaz, enjoying its comforting weight in my gloved hand, and prepared to return to the house, but I hesitated. There was plenty else in the shed that could be useful, and I probably owed it to my parents to at least give them a fighting chance. I mean, they had clothed and fed me all my life. Yeah, they'd almost certainly screw it up, but I'd sleep well knowing I tried. If they couldn't hack it afterward, that was their problem. I mean, it's not like I was their goddamn babysitter. Unfortunately, between the shotgun, my armor, Spaz, and the extra tools, I was weighed down pretty heavy for the trip back. That was a pity, because I'm only halfway across the yard when I heard a voice call out to me. Jacob? Is that you, Jacob? Come over here. I need your help. Alrighty. That was chapter 2 of Jimmy Headshot. Let's see where we are.
It's so disorienting hearing you finish a chapter while I'm watching the YouTube and you're still reading.
I have reappeared magically because Windows 10 said I needed an update right in the middle of the screen.
Oh,
That's what happens.
oh, let's hold on. What's their faces? Discord just shit the bed again.
Both of you are shutting off.
I'm back. I swear.
Yeah, that's Discord. It's been doing that all night, and I think probably because it's a Friday.
We're competing with Fortnite.
Come on. Yeah. Let's see here.
My cat is back. She's sitting right next to me. So every once in a while you may see a paw.
Earth Skater says, technically I've been here for like 3 months, but it feels like I've known you guys for much longer. Yeah, we tend to grow on people like a bad fungus.
Fungus is delicious. Just saying.
It's too bad we can't submit this to a family values group. Oh, you can definitely submit this book to a family values group. I look forward to them reading it.
Did someone win Jesus while my computer rebooted?
Oh, you missed that?
Yes. Filth Planet has laid claim to Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Okay. But who the fuck decided that Windows 10 could just restart your computer whenever?
Yeah, it is kind of annoying, and of course it picks the most. And it like when it decides, it's basically like I'm going to reboot your computer. No, you're not. Fuck you. Yeah, I am.
What?
It could have been worse. You could have come back like 3 hours later. I had that happen like one time. And of course, it was right before an A&D stream.
Tsunami prefers Evan to you. She keeps trying to bat at the small cloud. Oh, I'm getting licked by my cat now.
Yeah, that's that. I'm sure that's not a euphemism for anything.
It's not a euphemism. Let's see if I can move my hand.
Well,
But, yeah.
we made $20 after that last reading, so we are still moving forward.
Going?
Yep.
Okay. How close are we to Shrexy?
What is Shrexy?
We're about halfway there, I'd say.
Oh God! If we make it to $1,000, I will read Shrexy pornography as phone sex operator Shrek.
Oh, okay.
However, I have to do it while sober, which is an extreme disadvantage tonight.
Oh, yeah. Being sober on Friday is no fun.
You don't have to on Friday. I'm getting blood work done. What's your excuse?
Oh, I cut my drinking down to 2 nights a week, and they're the A&D nights, so Thursday and Saturday.
Everything in moderation, right?
Well, not on Thursday and Saturday.
Well, as I said, moderation in moderation.
Yeah, 2 days a week is still moderate compared to like 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Oh God,
Alcohol.
yeah, I am such a lightweight these days. I mean, I literally like probably like drink like once a year.
And usually I'm involved recently. That's what scares me.
Oh, you don't drive me to it, Rachel. Not at all.
It's every time you have to edit one of the damn books, right?
Oh, look, here's another barbecue scene. Wow, she's been to 47 barbecues so far this book.
Evan, can I just write books with you instead? He's annoying me.
You can write books, and I'll take credit for them.
You know what? If I don't have to deal with Rick, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna top Jesus.
I don't know. Shrexy phone sex call sounds
if
pretty
we
good.
If we get to Shrexy,
What's our goal for that?
It's $1,000 earned tonight. I will read Shrexy.
What are we up to?
So we started at 1693 and we're like 470. So like I said, we're about halfway there.
About halfway, all right. We can do that.
But I have the voice sober, which I don't know how that's going to work. It should be quite painful and humiliating for me, which seems to be the draw.
Yeah.
And you guys can provide the voice of Donkey and various other sound effects. But who's going to be Fiona? Is that you, Bob?
Probably not.
Ogres are like onions. I fucked those too.
We're getting loopy. But I still love Jimmy Headshot. I don't know why. He's just so...
Well, me too. It's like, you know why? I guess it's because, like, I tried to make him sound as pure asshole 12-year-old as I could. And, like, in my mind, it's kind of like a 12-year-old is going to talk a certain way, but in his head, he's going to hear himself as, like, this badass, like, commando.
Yeah, I think that comes across.
Are you counting the YouTube contributions too? I have no way. I have no way of knowing about the YouTube. I mean, I guess when it says $5 from something, that means it's coming from YouTube.
I think so. Yeah.
That see the super chat total. You should be
Oh wow! Then I have no idea. So then we are closer then, because we've probably made at least $100, if not more, off of YouTube. So.
Who can see the super chat totals?
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I say only count the Indiegogo. Make them work for it.
No, we said it would all count before we started.
All right,
Sorry.
so Condor asks, do you guys have any advice for 20-somethings who feel adrift in the world we live in now?
Wait 40 years and then miss being 20.
Yeah.
I'll say the same thing I said to my daughter. Be happy, and hopefully the planet won't melt before you grow up to appreciate it.
I would be like, take comfort in the fact that in 10 years, the 20-somethings in 10 years will probably have even worse, because we are not going in the right direction. It's like, oh, you want to buy a house? That'll only be 17 million for this shed. In the meantime, like, the minimum wage has only gone up 1%. Politics are depressing. I'd rather bitch about the new season of Picard.
Oh, do we have to? Because I will bitch about that, but I'm trying to total up the super chat. So can we save that bitching?
Yeah, I suppose. I'm just annoyed because I haven't watched that trailer. It looks like there's some lazy writing going on at the Paramount side of things, where they're basically like, let's do time travel back to the 21st century because that'll save us on budget. because I know we all tune into Star Trek to see them time travel back to our own fucking time.
I liked it on Deep Space Nine. That one was actually good.
Deep Space Nine had a bit of self-awareness to it that made sense, whereas the newer Star Treks like Discovery and Picard, there is no sense of that.
I casually watched The Next Generation and didn't make it through it all.
You know what's really good? If you have Paramount Plus, which not a lot of people do, because why would you buy Paramount Plus? Star Trek Lower Decks is really good, because not only do the writers dig really deep into Star Trek lore for like, you know, for continuity and trivia, but then they make fun of it all. It's like it's surprisingly, like, I'm surprised that the talking heads who run Paramount actually allow it. Condor's like, well, fuck, what am I doing contributing here? I don't know. We're just contributing to like the fall of society. You know, we live in, like, you know, in a world. I mean, I mean, the truth of the matter is, YouTube taking the 30% cut is not bad. You should try working with Audible, with regards to audiobooks, because they take a 60% cut. You know, it's like, hey, you made the books, and you know, and we just have the marketplace, so we're going to take more than half. Oh, and by the way, we're going to put your books on sale whenever we want, and we're just going to pay you like something smaller. Oh, and if somebody returns your book, we're going to take that money away. And that is my bitching.
Yeah, it's a bitch.
That is my bitching about Audible. But the other option is, hey, we could sell on our websites that nobody visits. Yay. All right, well, I think that brings us back to some more Jimmy Headshot.
All right.
Do you want the total
Huh?
in Super Chat?
No, not really. Ooh, renovated church for sale, $198,000. You know, oddly enough, we would actually take a haunted thing, as long as it's not like an asshole ghost that's like throwing knives at us.
Wait, where is this renovated church?
I don't know where it is.
I want one.
We're at $194.99 from the Super Chats.
Ooh. Not too shabby, not too shabby. All right. Well, we're back to some Jimmy Headshot. And we are in Chapter 3. There goes the neighborhood. Shit. I said, come here, boy. I could use some help. I turned to find our next-door neighbor, Mr. Raymond, standing at the fence, beckoning me over. He wasn't a bad guy. An older fella who mostly kept to himself. The only time he ever lost his shit was if you made the mistake of stepping on his prized grass. Yeah, there was that one time I came home early from hockey practice and caught him sneaking out of my grandmother's bedroom with his pants unbuckled. But I didn't hold it against him. Maybe he liked the smell of mothballs. At that moment, though, I could see there was only one scent he was likely to become acquainted with soon. Gunpowder. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were red-rimmed, making him look like some sort of wrinkled albino weasel. This wasn't the result of a weekend-long bender, though. He looked sick, and I had a sinking sensation I knew what had caused it. I'm not feeling too well, Jacob. No shit. I was hoping maybe you could convince your dad to give me a ride to the emergency room. Won't help. The roads are going to be clogged with traffic. I placed all the items from the shed onto the ground, slowly so as not to spook the poor old bastard. Anyone stupid enough to drive right now might as well have Meals on Wheels stamped on their forehead. As for the hospital, that's the worst place to be because that's where it's going to spread the fastest. Doctors and nurses either won't know or will refuse to believe what's going on. And then, rather than burn the bodies, they'll pile them in the morgue until enough of them wake up to overrun the place. What in Sam Hill are you babbling about, boy? He began to cough, a wet rattle that told me he didn't have long. Mind your elders, boy, and do as you're told. Instead, I lifted the shotgun and took aim. Who bit you? What? You heard me. Ain't nobody bit me. I mean, Mrs. Wilson's damn cat got me the other day when I was feeding it. But that's all. Goddamn ungrateful feline. Why do you ask? Wait, her cat. That meant the virus, or whatever was causing this, had already mutated to other species. Or maybe it had originated with them and jumped to us. Fuck it. That was for the eggheads to worry about. Still, knowledge was power. That, and I didn't particularly like cats to begin with. Thank you, Mr. Raymond, I said, lining up my shot. Tell Grandma I said hi. Tell her? What happened to... I cut off his question with a pull of the trigger. The gun went off, kicking like a mule and knocking me quite thoroughly on my ass. Damn it. Even with all the padding I was wearing, that still hurt. Albeit not as bad as that time Cindy Harrisburg kicked me in the nuts while we were playing soccer. I'd need to remember to brace myself better next time someone had to be ventilated. Speaking of which, I climbed back to my feet, took a quick look around to make sure I hadn't attracted any undead attention, and made my way to the fence. A peek over the top confirmed that Mr. Raymond wouldn't be reanimating anytime soon. The top of his head was missing and his brains were spread out behind him, fertilizing his precious grass. In some ways, I think he would have liked that. As a rule of thumb, once society finally shits itself, get ready to kiss all your nice amenities goodbye. Electricity, flushing toilets, refrigerated meat, all of it will be gone. Those too accustomed to easy living will be up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't use it while we've got it. So before heading to the living room, I stopped in the bathroom to drop a celebratory deuce for having saved Mr. Raymond from a fate worse than death. Call it one last hurrah while we still had access to running water and soft toilet paper. Of course, my fuckhead of a sister had to ruin even that. Hurry up, I gotta poo! She whined from the other side of the door just as I was squeezing out a loaf dedicated to Grandma's memory. Fuck off. I have to go! I debated shooting her through the door. Hell, it would have been a kindness on my part. After all, she had about zero chance of making it across the street alive, much less surviving the coming weeks. I'm telling Ma! Yeah, you do that, I replied, savoring the sound of her feet stomping off coupled with the satisfying splash from below. I stepped out of the bathroom to find both my parents waiting. Dad was still red-faced and puffy-eyed. Fucking sentimental pussy. What was that noise from the backyard? He asked, although the sight of me with his shotgun should have been enough for him to draw his own conclusions. Mr. Raymond was bitten, I stated. I took him out before he could turn and... Wait a second, Mom interrupted. Took him out? What do you mean by that? What the hell do you think I mean? I did him just like Grandma, only messier, if you get my drift. Don't worry, the old geezer didn't feel a thing. To mention to my grandmother, Dad broke down into tears again. Fucker was seriously starting to embarrass me. Once we reached a defensible location, I'd have to ask Mom if she'd ever fucked the milkman. Or the mailman. With any luck, I shared DNA with someone other than this crying mama's boy I called my father. Are you telling me you killed... Oh, God, enough of this shit. It was time to take charge. I rounded on Mom, causing her to back up a step. Are you fucking dense or what? You saw what tried to get in here. What bit Grandma? Oh, stop your fucking blubbering already. And if you took 2 seconds to turn on the goddamn news, you'd see what was going on out there. This isn't a hoax or some fantasy. It's the motherfucking zombie apocalypse and... Ooh, you said a bad word, Darlene scolded from behind my parents. It was all I could do to not blow her stupid face off her even stupider head. But that would have just set Dad off again. As tempting as it was to just leave these losers behind, I was smart enough to know they could be useful. For now. My dramatic speech ruined, I decided to get to the point, and what better way to ensure I had my parents' attention than by chambering another round. Listen up and listen well. From here on out, the rules change. You want to live? You do as I tell you. You eat when I say to eat. You sleep where I tell you to sleep. If you need to piss, you ask me for a hall pass. I stared both of them down. And if I tell you to cave some fucker's skull in, you'd better do it, or I swear I will come down on you like the wrath of God. My dad apparently rediscovered his balls at some point during my rundown because he pointed a finger at me. You listen here, Jacob Perkins. Oh, yeah, and that's another thing. I locked eyes with him until he looked away, establishing me as the big dog here. Jacob Perkins doesn't exist anymore. He died this morning, along with the rest of this sick world. I smiled as I considered my well-loved gamer tag. You can call me Jimmy Headshot.
Nice.
Golf clap. Definite golf clap. So, how much have we earned so far for the ship?
Let's see.
Because we have...
I don't know what you guys got going on YouTube, but we hit 17,500 in the Indiegogo campaign.
And we have just over 200 in the super chat.
All right. So,
Does that how much is that? Does that mean we really only have what 300 to go before I have to Shrexy?
300 before, and you get Rachel shrekking it up, which gives me a well-deserved break.
Yes, and I will say, in true R.E. Car reads pornography fashion, I have in no way previewed this, so I will be going in absolutely cold. So if you guys can find the Shrexy you really want me to read, let me know. You can DM me. Sorry, that's in so many people's search histories right now.
Tell Rick needs to drink more. I'm moving as fast. I'm starting to fill up here, so I may need to use that break graphic soon. Although I'm not filling up as fast as I thought, but I think probably because I'm also sweating my ass off in here. Because despite the windows open, there is like no airflow going on, and it is hot as fucking balls.
It's supposed to be 57 degrees here, and it's just like dead air. So it's actually pretty hot in my office.
It was actually nice out today, but like I said, there's like no air coming in through the window. It's like I'm sitting in a hot box here.
Are you from Missing?
Yes, for Jesus.
Jesus returns. Where is Jesus now? Can we at least see the Jesus?
Jesus, the second coming.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Ooh.
I need alcohol. Who is drinking for me?
Wait,
Please,
I have the
somebody
perfect
drink
I have the
for me.
perfect companion. Woo! Jesus.
Enoch, the disciple of Jesus. If I believed in it, we would be going to hell right now.
Pray to Jesus.
Praise Jesus.
What have we wrought on this?
And you thought why is does is bad.
What the hell is that thing?
What?
The brown thing. Oh wait, I'm looking at YouTube again. Shit, sorry.
This is
Oh,
my
look at that.
my
man. I didn't see the
giant
play.
my giant plush dick.
Where'd that come from?
Somebody sent it to me last year.
That's nice.
Yes.
Usually it's women who get random dicks in the mail.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's such a friendly, cuddly.
Are you stroking it? Are you making sure that it's happy?
It looks happy. Has a big smile on its face. See?
That it does.
So wow, we need a holy trinity here. So we have like the Father, the Son.
What's the holy spooge at this point?
I'm not even going there.
I officially declare that Condor is drinking on my behalf. Condor, every drink is with me in spirit.
Thank you,
Try
Laura.
to hold up, Rick.
I'm doing okay. Like I said, I'm more. I mean, whatever I'm drinking in, I am definitely numb and feeling it. But I'm sweating so much, I think it's kind of pouring out of me as fast as I put it in. God, we got to do these things in the middle of fucking winter. I can always put on another sweater. well, let's make a push for the next one. I think after this next chapter, I might take a break for a minute or two. If you guys want to keep it going.
What do you think? Listen, can we?
Keep what going? What are we supposed to do?
I don't know. Just talk amongst yourselves. I gotta take a piss.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. I will have to leave at some point as soon as my wife calls me. I'm gonna have to go pick her up, but I'll be gone for like half an hour or so, but I'll be back later.
Oh, Rachel can vamp for jizzes.
Anyway.
Oh,
I can cover your pee.
All right. Chapter 4. Eat or be eaten. What am I supposed to do with this shovel, Jimmy? You mean besides digging your own grave? Use it as a weapon, Mom. Oh, wrong voice for that one. Use it as a weapon, Mom. Swing the sharp edge hard enough and it'll be lights out for any zombie. But you have to aim for the head. Are you sure they're actual zombies? Maybe they're just sick and... I stopped in the middle of the street. We were less than half a block from our house and already it was starting. You know what's sick, Mom? Me. I'm sick and tired of listening to your questions. Stop trying to rationalize this. You saw what tried to get in the house. It had no eyes. It was missing half its fucking face. People that sick are usually not busting down the door to sell you whatever shit they're peddling. I don't care how far behind they are in their monthly sales quota. So far so good as far as not being swarmed, but if we kept talking that was quickly going to change. The screams I'd heard earlier had all fallen silent. It was far too much to hope the victims had turned the tide and won. No. Most likely half of them were rotting in some undead dude's stomach, while the rest were getting ready to reanimate and start the cycle all over again. It was the nightmare version of the food chain, and we were at the bottom. Well, some of us anyway. How you holding up, Dad? This sledgehammer is heavy. Fucking pansy. That's kind of the point. It'll smash skulls like they were made of glass. A crushed zombie head equals a dead zombie. But I thought you already said... I thought you said they were already dead. I mean, really dead. As in, don't get back up and try to take a bite out of you dead. I would have reminded him what happened to Grammy, but if he started crying again, I surely was going to lose my... Shit! Movement registered in my periphery, and I spun to check it out. I'd be damned if any undead dickheads were going to sneak up on me. It was a false alarm, though. A couple of squirrels were playing around in the grass. I caught sight of their tails just as they darted away, probably to celebrate the end of the world by fondling their nuts or something. Mom and Dad both let out hysterical little shrieks at seeing me react so quickly. Useless as tits on a bull, those two. The only one being blissfully quiet was Darlene, which was a minor miracle in itself. It had been pointless to give her a weapon. She was only 7, and a particularly dull-witted 7 at that. The little putz could barely butter toast without screaming for help. That was fine, though. We could always use her as a distraction in case we ran into a herd of the undead, so the rest of us, aka the useful ones, could escape. Sadly, just as I was turning back around, ready to lead us on again, she decided to enter silence. Carlene! Her shrill voice pierced my skull as if it were a 50 caliber slug. I forgot Carlene! What the ever-living fuck is a Carlene? I snarled. She's my doll! Darlene and Carlene? My mouth dropped open. Was she for real? Her arms were already fucking full of dolls. She was a veritable walking graveyard of naked Barbies, Disney princesses and cheap dollar store knockoffs. You already have lots of dollies, sweetie, Dad pointed out. But Carlene is my favorite! I turned back and pointed an accusing finger at her. If she was your favorite, then why the fuck didn't you bring her with you? I need her! My sister's words cut through the silence of the street like a hot knife through an eyeball. It was several seconds before her voice finally stopped echoing through my brain, but when it did, I heard something far worse, the sound of dragging footsteps. Shit, they'd found us. I considered my options. 4 shots left in the gun, but using them would end up making even more ruckus than my little skeeve of a sister, if just barely. We needed to end this quickly and quietly. It was time for Spaz to make his grand debut. I need to get Carlene! I just pulled out my zombie killer of choice when the pitter-patter of stupid feet caught my ear. I spared just enough of a glance over my shoulder to see Darlene running back toward our house, presumably to get a doll that was almost certainly smarter than her. Darlene! I could tell from Dad's body language that he was ready to bolt after her. Pathetic and predictable. Hold your ground. She's just a little girl. She'll be killed. So will we if you run off half-cocked. Look. I pointed toward 4 figures that shambled into view from one of the nearby yards. The Curtis place, if I recalled correctly. And lo and behold, Ma and Pa Curtis were leading the way, followed by their twin sons, Abel and Abraham. They didn't appear as if they'd been dead for long. Let's break up this family for good, I barked. Mom, Dad, you take the parents. Remember, aim for their heads. I got the twins. But Darlene! Forget Darlene. She made her choice. Now we have to make ours. I, for one, choose to live. I knew the Curtis twins from school. We were in the same grade, but that didn't make us friends. Bunch of sanctimonious assholes. But then, what did you expect from a family who named one of their kids Abel? Great choice there, by the way, naming a child after the world's first murder victim. It was nice to see he was living up to his namesake. The arms of both twins were covered in bite marks that were too small to be human. Thanks to Mr. Raymond's info, it painted a picture, giving me a clue as to what happened to them. The kids had probably been infected first. By what? More cats maybe, but that didn't matter. Their parents had been next, most likely crying out such idiotic platitudes as, "It's your mommy, don't you recognize me?" Even as their former kids were busy taking bite-sized chunks out of them. They say love is a mini-splendored thing, but during a deadly outbreak of virulent plague, all it did was make you a fucking imbecile. Can't say it surprised me, though. What did was the speed at which Abel charged forward. It wasn't quite an outright run like in more recent zombie movies, a sad attempt to ratchet up the danger by making the undead seem like the progeny of Usain Bolt. It was more a shambling lope, kind of what you'd expect from something whose legs still worked but whose brains were too liquefied to know how to properly use them. Either way, it got the job done, and Abel closed the distance between us with surprising speed. Sadly for him, this was one pitch I was ready for. I swung Spaz just as he stepped into range. Home run. Excuse me. Home run, fucker. Maybe I should have named my bat Kane instead. One of the nails sunk deep into the side of Abel's head, and it was instant lights out. He went down in a heap, and I yanked Spaz free. Sadly, his brother was almost as fast. He was on me like white on rice before I could pull back for another swing. All I saw were teeth coming from my face and then clink. The idiot's chompers just clacked onto the faceplate of my helmet and slid off. My turn. I reared back and headbutted Abraham, feeding him a mouthful of carbon fiber and hard plastic. That sent him staggering back, enough to let me stab out with Spaz's business end. The bayonet went into his mouth and punctured his palate. I felt the blade scrape against the back of his skull, but I already knew I'd won. Abraham twitched once and then dropped like a bad habit. "Oh yeah," I said. "I proclaim you emancipated from life." Maybe I'd forego the historical one-liners next time. I kind of sucked at it. Didn't really matter much anyway, so long as they were all dead. Wait, all? Oh, crap. Quick as I was to celebrate taking out the Curtis twins, I spun even faster. As expected, both Mom and Dad were making a fucking mess of things. Mr. Curtis had Mom pinned to the ground. She managed to get the shovel between them, so he was biting the handle, but it was a losing battle if ever I saw one. As for Dad, he'd gotten the better of Mrs. Curtis, but couldn't seem to understand why she was still crawling toward him. The fucking idiot had nailed every part of her except where it counted. I made a mental note to kill them in their sleep if they didn't improve quickly, then leapt back into the fray. First up was Mom, since she looked about 3 seconds away from becoming an appetizer. I stepped in, raised Spaz high, and brought it down with a solid clonk, splitting Mr. Curtis's head and raining gore down upon my mother. Served her right. Maybe a shower of hot brains would wake her the fuck up. "Yo, Dad!" If I had to save him too, I was going to be in one hell of an ornery mood come dinner time. When he looked up at me, I raised a finger and pointed it to my head, to my noggin. Oh yeah, forgot about that," he called back. Does it have to be in the head? That seems so mean." Yeah, smothering in his sleep was still on the table. Mrs. Curtis was a mess. Broken arms, legs, and a crushed torso. But she was a mess that was still trying to bite things. That meant she was dangerous. "Do it." But? "Do it," I repeated. Dad looked like he wanted to puke, but then he finally nodded. He lifted the mallet, closed his eyes, and then he gouged a chunk out of the pavement as he completely missed her head. Now do it again, idiot. This time he didn't miss, popping her skull like an oversized grape. Hopefully the street cleaners had gotten the memo with the world ending, because if not, they weren't going to have a fun time scraping up all her pieces. Good, I said, throwing the old man a bone. Next time, do better. Alrighty. Whew.
All right, balls deep in gore. Nice.
I still love this book, and I don't know why. Yes, I was looking. Come on, somebody send me like a good Shrek fiction, because I really don't want this in my search history. I have faith we're gonna get there. Why, I don't know.
Hello, friends.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, hi.
It's other me.
Rick, I think you earned yourself a pee break if you want to take off. We'll cover it while you're gone.
The pimp has spoken. We can't argue.
I'm not pimping.
I will turn the focus
Oh.
to...
Got news for you, Rick. You're on for another chapter. We just got another donation. We're up to 17,520.
All right. Well, I will be back. I will be back in a moment, and we'll see where we go from there. Just mute myself here.
That's the trick.
Yeah.
Is he actually peeing right there in his basement or wherever he is?
We'll never know.
Ah.
I
And
don't
you know
think
what?
anyone would notice in his basement.
I think in the last floods from that big storm the Northeast had, he had some backup in his sewage backup in his basement.
Oh yeah.
I
So
mean,
like no one would know.
yeah, you really wouldn't know.
Yeah. Where to find the silver lining there?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna turn on your camera too, Emily?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, so you're leaving me as the lone.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, your camera doesn't appear to be on either. I've just got like two twirling squares where you're supposed to be.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. I can at least see myself. So if nobody else can see me, that's great. Nope, I'm on the stream. I just looked.
I was just
Oh yeah, I see you on YouTube, but not on Discord.
I was just thinking about Jimmy Headshot and the philosophical ramifications. I think there's no other way to read it than to picture Rick as an angry 10-year-old.
Yeah, I can see that.
Rick is an angry 10-year-old. Okay.
Yeah, he might still be inside, deep inside. So Rachel, what are we supposed to be looking for?
Shrek porn? What? I don't know.
I'm
still kinda
looking for some
foggy
really
on this.
good Shreksy work, like Shrek fanfic. Because if we get to $1,000, I have to read Shreksy fanfic as Shrek trying to be a phone sex operator while sober.
So this genre has a name. It's actually called something.
Unfortunately, I have learned that the term Shreksy exists.
So it's like a combination of Shrek plus sexy. Okay.
I want to see Pinocchio dancing on a pole in women's underwear.
I'm sure it exists. I'm just
Wait.
trying to pick one. I have like an archive of their own, but I'm having trouble finding something specific. So if anyone has a particularly bad / good thing, the only thing I ask is please make it consensual. That's my one thing I want to do.
I feel
Or
like
the gingerbread man dissolving as he gets bukkakied.
Pinocchio comes with his own pole or poles.
Greetings, sinful filth.
I'd make Pinocchio tell a few lies. What about you, Emily?
No, he's a child.
I mean adult, like Once Upon a Time Pinocchio. I'm not into that. Please, NSA. No. I meant like the guy that grew up from Once Upon a Time.
Well, Miss Carr, I have news for you. You're going to hell!
Nah.
It's the
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah, I am the arrow of the gods, and I have decided to step in. I found this. I found the fool who owns this house on his way to the bathroom, clutching his member in his hand sinfully as he tried to empty his sinfulness from his body. So I clubbed him and decided to step in instead. And I have a special treat.
Wait a second. I thought he was peeing.
Exactly as I said, clutching his sinful member in his hand.
Yeah, but you said he was emptying the sinfulness. That means something different where I come from.
Indeed.
Were you jacking off into the toilet?
I would consider most of us entirely full of sin. So anything that comes out of your body is obviously heresy. That said, I have a special treat, for I know that there are others out there like me who wish to do the Lord's or the multiple Lords' work. And so, I have a special something here to auction off for them for the next hour, and the highest bidder can have an arrow of the gods mask just like me. Imagine you can don
Robbing a bank.
Well, if the bank is full of sin, then you're doing it a favor. Imagine putting this on and going up to your neighbor and saying, greetings, sinner, and then clubbing them like a baby seal. Because they deserve it. Or meeting a little old lady on the street and realizing that she's not repenting. And ending her as is deserving. Well, now you too can be a mighty avenger of the gods. So make your bids. So from now until 9:45 CST, put in the various chats what your bid is, and the winner will get to be a holy avenger. Not a +5 holy avenger, because that would be awesome. But one of the great avengers to do the dirty work of that needs to be done. What is this? Sin juice! The fuck? I was right to dispatch that fool. So, what sinful things are all of you up to?
I looked in an archive of our own. I have seen things I would like to unsee.
Have you considered gouging your own eyes out?
I would like... Could you do that for me? Could you gouge my eyes out? Because the entire boy band BTS and Gru from the Minions and Shrek are in an orgy in this one.
Well,
For the love of all things holy. Why?
it sounds...
When they say size difference, I don't think they're talking about a kaiju battle.
Well, it sounds as if you have walked into a hell of your own making. Excellent!
I am my own personal hell. And Shrek are in an orgy in this. Dear Lord.
It sounds as if you deserve every moment of it.
What on earth did I do to read this? Is this movie worth it? I may break.
Obviously, you did not repent!
Push the trolley back at the grocery store.
Did you kill heretics while you were doing it?
I'm a pacifist. I don't kill anybody.
Well, then obviously, you deserve to rot in hell! So, I would say, enjoy your size difference, filth, knowing that, well, you have brought it upon yourself.
Okay. Well, we're not actually going to make the goal, are we? Because I don't know if I can handle this.
Well, I guess we shall see.
I think we're gonna make it.
But I figured the least I can do after clubbing the pathetic fool who lives here and ramming his face into the toilet in an attempt to drown him, I figured the least I can do is read his sinful trash. We have a $20 bid From Sandra. Sorry, Filth Planet. You're a $5
All right,
bid
Filth
loses
Planet. There's still time.
it. Plenty of time. But to the next chapter, shall we? Unsafe house! Dad wanted to turn back for Darlene, but he needn't have bothered. She was already skipping down the road toward us, an oblivious smile plastered upon her face, and would look to be the same pile of mistreated dolls in her hands. She stopped to look down at Mrs. Curtis's remains. Ew, that's gross. You're gross, I replied. Did you get your stupid doll? Because you know we were so worried about her. Huh. The sarcasm flew so far over my sister's head that she'd have needed a plane ticket to catch it. No, silly. No. Carlene was being naughty, so I told her to sit in the corner. I had to be adopted, because there was no way I could be related to such a flipping idiot. Pity that Dad's stupidity was on full display to distract me from knocking her teeth out with the butt of my shotgun. Should we, I don't know, bury these guys? That was going to be difficult since we'd brought a shovel and not a squeegee. There isn't time to bury every hungry corpse we come across. Leave them for the buzzards. But shouldn't we at least say a few words before we go? Mom asked, her hair and shirt still covered in bits of Mr. Curtis. It seems disrespectful to leave them like this. We did kind of kill them. We? As if. I wouldn't bother. Besides, we didn't kill them. They were already dead when we found them. But they were still walking? Yeah, that's how this zombie thing works. But trust me, the shambling dead don't need eulogies. What they need is to be put down permanently. If you really want to say some words, forget about them and ask God to make sure we survive the next attack. Because, believe me, there will be another. This is only the beginning. I'm going to try 911 again, Dad said, pulling out his cell phone. I opened my mouth to say something, but held my tongue. I understood how it was. The world was dying, and the vast majority of the people still littering its surface were in the denial phase. It seemed I alone had skipped ahead to acceptance. There was my sister, too, but so far as I was aware, there was no step in the 5 stages of grief to account for dipshits. That was fine. I accepted her death for her. Hell, I was kind of looking forward to it. I patiently picked bits of brain from Spaz while I waited for Dad to acknowledge that the busy signal he kept getting was indicative of how truly fucked things were. If the cops and EMTs had half a brain, they were going to cover their own asses rather than deal with bodies who refused to stay dead. And any who didn't get the memo were probably already in the process of being digested. But not me. The undead could eat my dick. Figuratively, anyway. Any luck, honey? Mom's tone was disturbingly calm. The same she used to tell us when dinner was ready. She was probably going into shock. Sucked for her, but she needed to hold her shit together until we got where we were going. Because if she fell behind, she was on her own. There were no timeouts in the apocalypse. Line's still busy. Maybe they're understaffed today. Maybe, I offered. But hey, tomorrow might be better. I'm sure someone will think, the world is overrun by feral corpses hungering for my flesh, but I don't want my minimum wage paycheck docked. Your sarcasm isn't appreciated, young man, Dad replied, trying to use his parental voice to intimidate me. Yeah, good luck with that. And you being a dumb fuck isn't appreciated either. Now let's go before I ditch you all like a bunch of bad pennies. Dad sputtered for a few seconds, still unaccustomed to the new food chain I'd established. I half expected him to try telling me to go to my room. If so, my response was going to be one warning shot before I blew his fucking kneecaps off. But, fortunately for him, he decided that whining was more to his advantage, like a chihuahua hoping that humping a Rottweiler's leg might actually convince it he's in charge. You still haven't told us where we're going. Follow and find out. Are we going to the playground? Darlene asked. No, I replied through gritted teeth. The toy store? No. What about Marjorie's house? Your friends are all dead. So, no tea party today? Armageddon was less than half a day old, and I was already wondering how Rainbow Not So Bright here was still drawing breath. No! I screamed at her, breaking my own rule. about being silent, it was worth it. Or would have been if she'd cowered as I'd hoped. Mommy says that only rude people yell. Then listen up, Cupcake, because I am the rudest motherfucker you are ever going to meet. Her response was to blink stupidly for several seconds, then asked, "So where are we going?" I spun on my heels and started walking. It was either that or see how many kicks it took to get to the center of her Tootsie Pop head. "You didn't tell me where." "To the scrapyard," I snapped. "Why? What's there?" "Otis. He's a friend. Or at least he better hope he is." Otis owned the junkyard at the far end of town. When he wasn't crushing cars or dumpster diving for scrap metal, he could often be found deep within his own personal haven of trash, working on his little hobby. You see, I knew Otis's secret. At the playground, his name was often mentioned as a boogeyman of sorts. He wasn't very talkative, and mostly kept to himself. Oh, and he lived in a fucking dump too, hence becoming prime material for the local kids to gossip about. I didn't pay it much mind. The typical spew that came gushing from the mouth of my classmates was so much bullshit you'd have thought they spent their nights grazing. Most of it was the same garbage you'd hear anywhere. Kids trying to scare the crap out of their more gullible brethren. They said things like Otis had a collection of human skin, that he liked to jerk off outside kids' windows at night, that he was responsible for just about every crime in our boring town, whether it was a dead raccoon in the road, that he'd obviously fucked to death, or whatever teen had run away from home, and also been fucked to death. But there was one rumor that caught my ear last year, one that was different from the rest. It made me curious enough to start snooping around the junkyard in my spare time, until I was bold enough to strike up a conversation of sorts with Otis. He didn't particularly like kids hanging around, but I was persistent, and eventually he grew used to my presence. Though he heavily hinted at what I wanted to know, he was always very coy about it. At least until the day I finally won him over. All it took was a half-full bottle of cheap vodka that I found in the trash, and suddenly I was his best friend. You see, Otis's real secret wasn't that he was killing kids or whacking off outside people's houses. No, Otis was a prepper. The reason he kept to himself was because the guy bought into conspiracy theories more easily than dollar store wine. He'd been working for years to convert a section of his junkyard into his own personal oasis for the end times. In some ways, it was brilliant. He had access to all the scrap metal and tools he needed. A junkyard wasn't exactly a place where many people would snoop around and spy on him, present company not included. And, unlike the crazies building cabins and bomb shelters out in the middle of fucking nowhere, he was close enough to town to enjoy such amenities as supermarkets and laundromats until such time as the world went to hell. He was right to prepare, just wrong about the cause. See, Otis was all about worrying that would be Muslims, liberals, or whatever other buzz group was in the headlines that week. He was far too ready to believe stupid shit like government death troops trained to go door to door selling wholesale murder. That was his mistake. He thought people would be the cause, but people can think. And usually there's just enough folks around with common sense to keep us from completely spiraling into madness. But monsters, that's a different story. The undead don't think, they just eat. And if they can't eat you, they'll chase you down until you're too tired to do anything but let them eat you. The only way to fight them is to accept that fact. Find a safe place to eat and sleep, then spend the rest of the time hunting the fuckers down and splitting their heads open. Otis had, over the years, built a bunker both in and below his junkyard. He dug a well for fresh water, had enough canned food stored to last for years, and had acquired a good-sized stockpile of weapons, some bought in some fashion from the trash around him. Hell, I wasn't too ashamed to admit that his collection of cobbled bludgeoning tools had inspired Spaz. In short, the man was ready for the end of the world. The only thing he hadn't prepared for was having company to share it with. And he was going to get company, whether he liked it or not. Sinful trash! Garbage! I will just say that anybody who enjoys that, you're going to hell, and you deserve it.
I enjoy all kinds of sinful trash.
Yes. Well, we already know where you're
I am
earmarked for.
sinful trash.
The question is, who will send you to that hell? Will it be the arrow of the gods, or will it be whoever decides to become the next arrow of the gods?
Kaiju kitty! Kaiju kitty!
And with that, well, there are other sinners to deal with, so the hell with you all.
My cat. Poor Matt! not sit on Mama's webcam.
Oh snap, Arrow of the Gods, you are on the hook for another chapter. We just got a $100 donation. We're up to 17,620.
Ah, well, I don't know what happened there. Got knocked out on the way to the bathroom.
Oh, did you not hear what I just said? Oh.
Ah. Let's see. Let's just go up. Well, what she'll be reading tonight, or can she wait until she can drink and have a bigger audience? Do donations directly to the Indiegogo count for the mask? Yes, the donations either on YouTube or Indiegogo count for the mask. Not that I would know, but the Hour of the Gods left me a note here. And even if it is double dipping, you know something? Who cares? I'm happy to like, you know, if you get a perk from the Indiegogo and you also get an Hour of the Gods mask, or
That's smart dipping.
or a jizzes. Yes, that's well, maybe not the jizzes thing, but yes, it is definitely smart dipping. So we are still going. No, let me have some of my sin juice here.
Rick, what the hell was that thing you just held out in front of you?
Oh, this is jizzes. The crocheted sperm that I auctioned off, and that filth planet has won.
Damn. I mean, damn.
Hi, John.
Hey, what's up? Bob vaping looks like a bald dragon.
Get that all the time.
It's great.
Are you sure you're John and not just another Arrow of the Gods clone?
Arrow of the Gods ain't got nothing on Lucha Libre, baby. This is your very favorite redneck luchador book reviewer. And I'm here to tell you that the Legend of Jimmy Headshot is some of the foulest filth I ever seen.
Well, awesome.
I mean, it doesn't even make the top 10 for Shingles, but damn.
Well, it looks like we have a new front runner. Condors is just sent me a receipt for $100 for the Arrow mask. That might be a tough one to beat.
No, you guys
No,
can do
it
it.
only
I believe in you.
It only takes $101 to beat that.
Man, that guy can math.
Hey, Laura. Yeah, I mean, the grid view is better for seeing, but unfortunately, since we're streaming, it makes better sense to to do the focused view right now. Whew. I am burning up. So Lucha Liberio, have there been any decent books that you've reviewed?
Lucha Libre. Damn. They talk about Southerners being illiterate, but we ain't got nothing on Jersey. I just started a new book that is set down here in North Carolina called Searching for Virginia Dare, which is a woman's story about her researching the lost colony on Mandio, which may or may not be research for an upcoming Quincy Harker book. Damn. I don't know how wrestlers wear these things for any length of time.
Yeah, the Arrow
Maybe
of the
they
God-
don't have giant heads.
The Arrow of the Gods just made an appearance, and he left. And oddly enough, I find myself sweating heavily.
Well, now look, your Arrow of the Gods kink is not something we're going to shame you for, but it might not be something the whole world needs to know about. Because I mean, what you do with masks in your spare time. I've been on a Western kick lately as far as reading. I went through the whole Golgotha series by R.S. Belcher, not just because we published the fourth book, but because I had the other three for 3 years and hadn't got around to reading them.
Oh, cool.
Damn, they're good.
I hear,
It's
go ahead.
like Western fighting Cthulhu.
I could dig that. I've heard
Shit.
I've heard good things about Tamsin Silver's. Just is it? I want to
The
say
Untold
Jesse,
Legends series.
Billy the Kid.
Yep, The Curse of Billy the Kid and The Torment of Robert Brewer. And the third one in that series, The Murder of Cricket Kugler, will be out early next year. Let's call it that. Those are also real good, and they have a very specific supernatural bent. Billy the Kid pisses somebody off and gets cursed to where he's got to hunt werewolves and demons and stuff. They're pretty badass. In the movie in my head, Richard Brewer looks like the sidekick from Deadwood. If you've ever watched Deadwood, Swearinger's sidekick, that big old burly boy with the big knife, in the movie in my head, that's Richard Brewer. I'm pretty sure it. But if all you know about Billy the Kid is from Young Guns, which is all I know about Billy the Kid, these books are pretty good, man. They're tight. There's a lot of action. There's werewolves, and there's Billy the Kid. What the hell else you want out of life?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of dig the whole concept of taking historical figures and having a little fun with them. Not everybody does it well, but
then we've got one coming out that you ought to check out. It's called The Children of Menlo Park, and it features Sam Clemens, Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, but the protagonist is a woman named Kate Warren, who was the very first female detective in the United States. She worked for the Pinkertons in the 1850s and 60s and longer.
Mm-hmm.
And in this series, she is the lead character, and a lot of my writers seem to want to fight Cthulhu because she also kind of fights an old god kind of monster. But it's a debut novel by Jessica Nettles, and it's awesome, man. There's airships and shit. It's great.
Oh, that's cool. I actually read about her not too long ago. She was supposedly in real life a real badass.
Yeah, and she's a secondary character in the Golgotha series too. I just ordered a couple of books about her because she's fascinating, and the Pinkertons are fascinating as to whether they're good guys or bad guys, and it basically depends on when it is and who you're asking. Because they were the first big detective agency, and then they were kind of corporate gun thugs and strike busters and assholes. So they run the gamut. So I'm doing some research on that. I don't think I'm going to write a Pinkerton book anytime soon, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were more books featuring Kate Warren coming. Mostly because there's 2 more Golgotha books under contract, so those are definitely coming. I'm a sucker for a weird Western.
No, I can.
Oh, look, it's Bob's Kids.
Like, I don't read it too often, but if I see something like every so often I'll come across a movie on Amazon Prime or so that's pretty much weird Western, and I will watch the shit out of that. So I probably should start reading more of them because it is a genre I do enjoy.
There's some really great stuff out there. It's not a very big genre, but a lot of the stuff, because it's not a really crowded genre, you remember, it's like back when we started self-publishing. You could tell the good stuff from the crap pretty easily.
Yeah.
Because it's either really well produced or it's god-awful. there's not a whole lot of B and C books in those genres. It's mostly A's and F's.
Yeah, if anybody,
So
if the group, if the hordes discover that genre, that's where the problem, that's when you'll see, like, it get like just flooded with stuff. I think you're muted, Rachel.
Slogman was saying that the Pinkertons caught H.H. Holmes. That's a different book. And he was fascinating. And no, Emily, he was not actually Jack the Ripper. He was working in Chicago.
Muted.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, what was our starting total? I have to do math.
Our starting total when we started the evening was 16,935.
16,935.
Do math, accountant. Do math.
I don't wanna. Okay, I'm just because we're at 17,620 and 274.99. We're getting very close.
All right. Well.
Well,
Then
How much do we have to get to for you to read Shrek porn?
we have to get to 17,935 total, and the super chats are 274.99, right? So I don't want to do math. Does anyone have a calculator?
Nope.
Yeah, like literally on the side of the screen on every Mac.
But I will remind people that I have a brand new crocheted, dropped off by Arrow the Gods mask for anybody who wants to be an Avenger of the Gods. And currently, Condor has the...
Let's see that again. Tempt us.
Currently, the top auction, or the top bid for it is by Condor for $100. But you still have about 30 minutes to top that. And
No.
and hey, a $279 bid would not only win this, but would also win Rachel Shrek porn.
Now lick it.
Well, this one
Or don't.
Well, this one is not the brand new one, so I could lick it, but I'm sure the Arrow of the Gods would probably kick my ass for that. Oh, and don't forget we gave away our new savior Jizzus early. I believe Filth Planet won that.
To bid $280, Rick will lick the new Arrow of the Gods mask.
It's like a giant eyebrow made of jizz.
And for $20,000, Rick will lick you.
And somebody brought up the concern.
Rick will lick you for way less.
Someone brought up the concern of double dipping, and we'd like to go on record as saying we don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You could right now, for the bargain price of $1,000, you could get a producer credit and possibly an Arrow of the Gods mask.
Yeah, I mean, we will more than
And
happily send
Shrek
you
porn.
as much double dipped shit as we can. The chat brings up a good point. James Thompson asks, if you got $100 for that, I wonder what Bob could get for his can crusher.
Ooh, surely not the original. I don't know if I could part with that. We've been together so long. But, there's a price.
Yes, I would do some things for a Klondike bar, because Klondike bars are good.
That's the exact total.
How much?
$40.01.
That's what we're shy?
Yes.
So that's from the super chat. All right, you heard him. So we got what? Why don't we hop on to another chapter of Jimmy Headshot? And I got to think that this will be the last chapter before I hand it over to Rachel, and she starts glorifying us with with things like
Holy shoo.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, you're a girl dragon, and I got a big ass donkey dick.
Oh boy. Alright, give me a minute. I do have to get a warm beverage to be able to do Shrek. for a while, so I will be back. So can you do one more chapter, and then we have, oh god, we've earned the Shrek porn, and tell everyone far and wide I'm gonna do an Shrexy.
Wait. Hold on, Filth Planet. Let me just check something here. You're just kidding about that, aren't you, Filth Planet? All right. So, Chapter 6, Taking Out the Trash. We ran into a couple more zombies. No problem, Sean. Anyway, we ran into a couple more zombies as we crossed town. Annoying, but in few enough numbers that we were able to take them out fairly quickly. Though I couldn't be sure, and I wasn't quite stupid enough to go check for myself, I had an inkling that the local police were responsible for our relatively easy trek. No, they didn't mount an effective defense or anything useful like that. Let's be realistic here. When push came to shove and the dead rose from their graves, the cops were probably going to be just as fucked as everyone else. Maybe more so because the masses would flock to them hoping they had a clue. Excuse me. It was the sirens that did it. I wasn't sure if it was purposeful or just some stupid accident. Maybe an electrical malfunction at the worst possible moment in all of history. But whatever the case, as we neared the halfway point to Otis's trash emporium, we heard them blaring off in the distance. And if we heard them, then that meant the dead did too. That's it. Ring the dinner bell like good little piggies, I said to myself as we took advantage of the lull. My sister, wrongfully thinking herself clever, added, "This little piggy went to market." "Yeah," I snapped, and this little piggy cried wee 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 all the way to the fucking grave because it was too stupid to shut up. Normally, I would have been told to be nice to my sister, but by then my parents seemed to be thoroughly cowed. Maybe they were finally starting to realize there was a new pecking order and they weren't at the top of it. Good. Perhaps there was some hope for them after all. Unfortunately, nearing the gates of the junkyard, I began to doubt if others had much hope. A lone figure could be seen shuffling around just inside the gates. "Are you sure about this, Jacob?" Dad asked as we approached. "Just follow my lead. And the name is Jimmy." Sadly, my gruff exterior belied the fact that I was starting to feel uneasy. The closer we got, the more certain I was that we were spying Otis's form lurching about aimlessly. Sure, it was possible he was just pissed drunk, but somehow I didn't think so. And if he was, it would almost certainly make me think twice about letting him share his bunker with us. He might have labored for years to build it, but a new landlord was moving in this day. We already had one albatross around our necks in the form of my sister. That was more than enough useless skin weighing us down like an anchor. The gates were closed, which was probably fortunate. The second he noticed us, Otis ran face first into the metal bars, rebounded once, then stepped up to him and reached through to trying to grab us. One thing about zombies, they weren't that bright. A small part of me was saddened to see him already dead. It wasn't because of any fondness I had for him, mind you. The fucker was actually kind of creepy. I'd already decided way in advance that he wouldn't be in charge of the laundry in our new living arrangements because I had a feeling it would be all of 5 minutes before his face was buried in our soiled underwear. No, what bugged me was knowing he usually kept his shit locked up tight. Now we'd have no choice but to break in. Things would have been so much easier had the paranoid bastard managed to live more than an hour into the apocalypse he'd worked so hard to prepare for. I guess in some ways it was kind of ironic, but it mostly just pissed me off. "Why is the big man such a funny color?" Darlene asked, displaying intelligence that spoke ill of a future devoid of sugar daddies. "He's practicing to become a clown," I replied, debating the best way past him. Through some minor miracle of luck, I saw the gates weren't padlocked. Small win for our side. So it would be a simpler matter to open them than I first assumed, but would offer an unnecessary risk if we did it without taking him out first. But how to do that without getting grabbed or making any noise? Fuck it. I pulled the shotgun off my shoulder and pushed the barrel through the bars, where Otis promptly tried to bite it. Like I said, zombies were dumbasses. "He's not a very funny clown," Darlene sagely observed. "That's because you haven't heard the punchline yet." I braced myself and pulled the trigger. The shotgun still kicked like a mule, but this time I was ready for it. Can't say the same for Otis's head, though. All that was left of his noggin was a fine red mist that painted the ground behind him in a 10-foot arc. Too bad the chances of nothing having heard that blast were slim. We needed to search his body, but first we had to get inside and find a way to lock up behind us. Fortunately, the junkyard had a solid gate and thick walls surrounding it. Walls both bolstered by stacks of crushed cars. "Let's go," I said, pulling open the gate. Mom and Dad had deer-in-the-headlights looks about them, no doubt at me erasing Otis's face. Oh, they really needed to get over it. I was pretty sure Otis had generators in his bunker. If so, maybe I could put some horror movies on a loop to desensitize them a bit, because, god damn it, otherwise this was going to get old really fast. I said, move! They finally shuffled past me, followed by Darlene. I was hoping she'd be in tears following what I'd done, maybe give me a chance to rub it in her face, but she merely stepped over him and said, "He's still not funny." "Neither are you," I muttered as I walked in behind her. "What now?" Mom asked nervously. "Now we lock the gate and shut ourselves in before anything else can find us. I don't know about the rest of you, but I have to take a piss, and I'd prefer to do it in a place where nothing is likely to bite my dick off." "Ha!" my sister shouted. "Your birdie is gonna get bitten!" God, how I hated her. I had other matters to dwell on at that moment, though. Off to the side was a heavy length of chain with an even heavier lock hanging from it. Bingo. "Jimmy, don't you think—" "Not now, Dad." I grabbed the chain, wrapped it around the now closed gate, and clicked the lock shut. Not a moment too soon either, as the sound of shuffling footsteps could be heard from somewhere close by in the surrounding neighborhood. I kept watch, wanting to see how many we were up against. "Search Otis's body," I said over my shoulder, not really caring who did it so long as it got done. But he's already dead," Mom unhelpfully pointed out. "You don't say. Search his pockets. See if he has anything useful on him." I lowered the gun. There were only a few shots left, and I didn't want to waste them, especially now that we were safely locked in the junkyard. A lurching figure stepped into view, headed our way. Thinning hair, glasses, a tweed vest, and pale dead skin. He kind of looked like Mr. Sandusky, my social studies teacher. Huh. The closer he got, the more I became certain he actually was Mr. Sandusky. Sucked to be him. Still, useless class anyway. No real purpose to it as so far as I could. What's that on his arms? They look like bite marks. I turned toward my parents. Of course they're bite marks. It's not like he just spontaneously turned into a... Fuck. I'd been so goddamn smug, thinking I had my shit together, that I'd missed the bleeding obvious. The gate was shut when we got here. Otis's walking corpse was already waiting for us, and I just locked us in with whatever the fuck had bitten him. I stepped back, barking orders. Back off. Let me see. Dad, you keep an eye on the gate. Don't get within reach of anything that comes close to it. Mom, you keep watching the junkyard while I check. Otis. Darlene, stand there and look edible. I bent down to inspect Otis's corpse. "Hey, I think that's Joe Sandusky," Dad said. "Hey, Joe, over here. You can hide with us if you want." I somehow managed to resist the urge to put a slug through my father's head. What I was doing was more important, though, at least for the moment. Sure enough, my parents had been right. Tiny bite marks covered the discolored flesh on Otis's arms. Had he been overrun by zombie toddlers? That seemed a hell of a way to go. But what would a bunch of babies be doing at a junkyard? That struck me as one of those things that moms usually freaked out about. "Joe, are you okay?" Idiot. I examined Otis's wounds more closely. I was no expert, but I'd have bet my left nut that they hadn't been made by human teeth. And then I remembered what happened to our neighbor before I'd plugged him, as well as the Curtis twins. I stood up and looked around. In a junkyard, rats were the most likely culprit, but Otis had been more than aware of that issue, especially in light of his paranoid nature. "Fucking things are nature's illegal immigrants," he used to say. No matter what you did to keep them out, they'd find a way in. Otis had compensated by making it a point to feed all the stray... Oh, crap. "What a cute kitty!" I slowly turned around toward the sound of my sister's vacuous voice. "Ooh, another one! Here, kitty, kitty!" "Honey," our mother chided, "remember what I said about strange animals? They can have all sorts of nasty diseases." Sadly, She didn't know that half of it. Right.
Rick, I'm afraid to say you are certainly on the hook for another chapter. We got some donations.
Holy
We are up to
Oh, shit.
$18,410.
Jesus Christ.
We have crossed over 30% of our goal.
God damn. You people are so fucking awesome. Thank you so much, Condor. So Condor is, well, they'll mark you down for 280. That Arrow of the Gods mask, I am going to try really hard not to lick it because, well, that's weird. Give Kitty lots of pets. All right, well. I'm not sure I'm going to drop a brick, but close. So how are you looking, Rachel, since it looks like you might be on the hook? Can't hear you. Don't pretend your mic's dead.
Yeah, you're not getting out of it that easy. Oh, and now her video freezes.
Yes. Oh, look! Technical difficulties!
Your microphone's up a cat's ass.
Windows 10 needed to update again.
I'll put it on the screen, Tamara. It's indiegogo.com/projects/shingles-the-movie.
This is the reason she turned off the camera.
Uh-huh.
And she,
You know, that's like blaming
me.
that's like blaming your farts on the dog.
She muted me. Look,
Uh-huh.
my cat once muted me in front of the veils, okay? Tsunami is a force of nature. But I have been sent
Well,
documents.
technically, yes.
Oh my
So, I think that I should auction this off for my reading next Friday. This was going to be a gift for a certain Calamity Jane. But we haven't had a goddamn convention in 18 months since we bought this thing.
But
Your
yeah.
cat's got a microphone up its ass again. Yeah.
No, I'm here. No, my cat. But it's a squid.
It is a squid.
I swear to God, my cat did mute me.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Come on. We want to hear.
All right.
Fiona, Peg, and Shrek here.
I got the lube out.
I turned on my camera just for this, Rachel.
Hi.
I took off my mask for this.
I took
Oh my
off my
God.
pants for this.
And Bob wins. Okay, I have my tea. I have the document. I don't have comments up because I can't read the two screens at once. So please, if there's any comments, let me know. It's going to take a second to warm up. I am sober. Why the hell am I sober? But
That's poor planning on your part.
I would like to thank a twat waffle named Jamie Dartmouth for sending me this treasure. Shrek, Lost in the Swamp, by David Rogenkamp, all one word, on literotica.com.
I'm already excited.
Can everyone hear me?
So
okay?
am I.
Oh God. Morris is scared. Crap.
Come on, we want Jizzes to make another appearance.
All right.
So read it sexy.
Lanzar was lost. All he had wanted was some more firewood to light his campsite. In his absent-mindedness, Lanzar had wandered off into the dark woods with nothing but his Zippo lighter. No knife, no cell phone, nothing that could provide any real use. He was all alone in the dark, underneath the all-encompassing canopy of the woods, the only illumination the flickering flame of his butane-fueled lighter. Very specific. Nice detail. Lanzar looked around in the vain hope that he might recognize his surroundings, to no avail. punctuation intended. The fire from his camp had already grown dim. Then why wasn't it lighting him too? Which was why Lanzar had set off in the first place. Nothing but trees, plants, and stray rocks as far as the eye could see, which wasn't very far. As he made his way through the woods, Lanzar noticed his environment becoming damper and murkier. Moist. Rotting trees and moss began to litter the landscape, and an unpleasant musky odor permeated the air. The ground beneath him began feeling wet and spongy. It was evident that Lanzar had entered the swamp. With each step, the swamp floor made a sickening coating Lanzar's shoes in the putrid muck. As he paused for a moment to fully gather his surrounding, no plural there, okay, just one surrounding, let's be clear.
Stop editing.
A faint noise echoed in the distance. The closer Lanzar listened, the more it sounded like music. Eagerly, Lanzar trudged in the direction of the music. Soon he was close enough to make out the lyrics. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. This is as written. Lanzar thought he recognized the song, but he wasn't so sure. He was, however, relieved that it wasn't a strumming banjo. Off in the distance, Lanzar could see a flickering light, its glow illuminating what appeared to be a wooden hut made at the base of a rotting tree. While the idea of approaching a strange house in the middle of a swamp seemed unappealing, so did the idea of wandering aimlessly around a swamp in the middle of the night. Lighter in hand, Lanzar continued his approach towards the mysterious swamp hut, hoping to see at least some sign of life. The music louder. Hey now.
Let me just stop you real quick. For copyright purposes, maybe
Yes.
paraphrase and link the song.
Get the blank. Get remunerated. Lanzar had just barely made it to the tree line when he heard heavy, wet footsteps behind him. A deep voice beckoned. What are you doing in my swamp? The sudden sharpness of the voice had scared Lanzar more than anything. He spun around only to come face to face with a large green monstrosity. Lanzar had no idea what he was looking at, and quite frankly, he did not want to stick around to find out. He turned and began to flee in the direction of the swamp hut, only for the muck surrounding his feet to trip him up and send him flying face first into the wet, murky ground. Lanzar sputtered, trying to clear his mouth and nostrils of the foul swamp. It was then he realized that his fall had left him in a rather vulnerable position, with his face to the ground and his rear in the air. The large green creature laughed heartily. Well, look at the arse on ye. Quickly, Lanzar rolled over and raised his lighter to the monster standing over him. It might not have been much, but it was all he had. In vain, Lanzar waved his lighter at the green behemoth hulking over him. Back, beast, back, I warn you. With a smile, the monster licked his fingers, then used them to snuff the lighter. Lanzar trembled as the monster leaned down and spoke. You're coming with me. And in one swift moment, the giant creature hoisted Lanzar up and slung him over his broad green shoulder. The creature headed for the swamp hut. This must be the creature's home, thought Lanzar. As they approached the dirty-looking hut, the pungent scent of onions pierced the air. The music had reached near deafening levels, but we will paraphrase them because of copyright laws. As the large green beast reached for the door, it let out a loud fart. Better in than out, I always say, the monstrosity quipped. Laughing, the creature turned to his left and began lumbering towards the small wooden outhouse. Upon reaching the decrepit little shack, a horrendous odor overtook Lanzar's nostrils, causing him to gag. The beast just laughed again. At least it has a sense of humor, Lanzar thought. The monster sat Lanzar down next to the outhouse. Stay here, laddie, it demanded. In fact, the creature entered the outhouse. Lanzar heard a sound comparable to a sack of meat dropping to the ground, followed by a hefty grunt and a loud fart. Now's my chance, thought Lanzar. Dragging himself to his feet, Lanzar made a go-for-broke dash towards the woods, not daring to pause to look behind him. Had Lanzar paused to look behind him, he may have seen the folly of his attempt to flee. From behind him came the clip-clop of hooves, followed by a heavy weight crashing down upon his back. For the second time, Lanzar found himself face to face, down in a filthy swamp with his rear in the air. A loud, almost irritating voice penetrated Lanzar's ears.
Filth Planet wants to know if this is Shrexual assault.
I'm hoping it's not Shrexual assault. If it gets to Shrexual assault, we will be editing to Rachel's consensual Shrexual assault. Okay. Shrek! He's trying to run. Lanzar had just barely managed to roll over. Through his hazy vision, Lanzar was able to make out his second attacker. It was... He? Yeah, you thought you were gonna run. You thought I wasn't gonna get you. Donkey always gets his man. A talking donkey, at that. I'll be out in a moment, donkey. The creature responded from the outhouse. Another loud fart was heard. The donkey paused for a moment to sniff the air before cringing. Damn, Shrek, the donkey yelled. What you been eating, boy? Woo! Now I know why this swamp's so dead. The donkey looked down to Lanzar. Man, I tell you, never have an ogre for a roommate. So that's what this giant green monstrosity was. An ogre. Before Lanzar could ponder further, something large began slapping against his stomach. Dreadfully, he looked down to see the donkey's fully engorged penis. The donkey chuckled. Don't worry, that means I like you. Lanzar moved to get up, but the donkey pinned him down. Oh, no, you ain't going anywhere. The donkey used his hind paws to paw at Lanzar's pants, eventually getting them down past his knees. The donkey's penis continued to slap against Lanzar's belly, growing firmer with evident anticipation. The donkey began salivating. Hungry? In that instant, Lanzar knew where this was going to happen. He was going to be raped, violated, by a talking donkey. The cold swamp muck covered Lanzar's ass as he struggled in vain to pry himself from the donkey's grasp. The donkey now had a crazed look in his eyes, overcome by its most natural primal urges. Using its hooves, the donkey rolled Lanzar over on his stomach. With utmost precision, the donkey glided its penis towards Lanzar's ass. Lanzar had experimented a few times before with his mother's dildo, but he never had even seen anything to the close to this girth in his most nether of nether regions. We're getting... Let's just pretend... We're going to add a little scene here. Lanzar discovered that he really had a deep emotional connection for Donkey, and Donkey asked politely, could I please insert my penis into your ass, Lanzar? And Lanzar at this point said yes, because he's had a change of heart. Because that's what really happened, boys and girls. We're not going to have donkey rape. Not on my watch. So, let's just insert that scene. Oh my. Okay. So, the donkey's penis consensually prodded at his clenched cheeks, meeting some resistance, only because of hemorrhoids. Suddenly, Lanzar felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. Donkey punch! Brayed the donkey almost maniacally. The impact of the blow caused Lanzar to loosen his butt cheeks, allowing the donkey to shove his penis into his ass. The force felt like it would tear him in two. The donkey began to thrust wildly, his penis sliding deeper inside with each thrust. This couldn't really be happening. Lanzar couldn't be getting raped by a talking donkey. No, because they already had a conversation and they totally agreed that this was okay. Because it is never okay to have a donkey take advantage of you. Are we clear? Just say.
Oh yeah, crystal.
Thank you. The donkey leaned his head down next to Lanzar's, its repugnant breath a sharp and scorning reminder of the reality of the situation. Tears welled up in Lanzar's eyes of happiness and pleasure because this is totally consensual. As the donkey continued to thrust, finally the donkey let out a loud bray, and Lanzar felt something filling up his anal cavity. The donkey had just came inside of Lanzar's ass. There was so much semen that Lanzar could feel it sloshing out with each of the donkey's thrusts. Humiliated, Lanzar buried his face in the swamp because he couldn't last very long. That's why it was consensual.
All right, I'm getting a beer.
As the donkey continued to thrust away, causing more semen to spurt out of his overfilled anus. Just when Lanzar thought it couldn't get any worse, he heard a familiar voice. You guys know what's coming, don't ya? That'll do, donkey. That'll do. The ogre had evidently returned from his trip to the bathroom. A hand gripped Lanzar's hair and pulled his head out of the muck. Isn't that nice of him? He's being nice. Lanzar blinked repeatedly, trying to regain his vision. Wearily, he asked his captors, "Is it over?" The ogre laughed his hearty laugh and replied, "It's not ogre until I say it's ogre, laddie." Before Lanzar could completely regain his bearings, he felt something large and firm being thrust into his mouth. It was clearly a turnip, because he needed a snack post-coitus. So let's skip to the part where they have a nice quiet conversation about how he would like to give fellatio to an ogre, to which he said, "Yes, I've had a change of heart and I'm going to do this." Because that's what we do. Are we clear what's happened, everyone?
Those waffles should be really tasty.
Yes. Yes, these waffles should be very tasty. He's just having breakfast. Okay. So they decided after having a quiet meal, a talk, getting to know each other, and a little bit of consensual foreplay, they have decided to now engage in oral sex. A musky smell hit Lanzar square in the nostrils as he felt the large object sliding back and forth in his mouth. Something soft and squishy slapped repeatedly against his chin with each thrust. Lanzar cleared his eyes enough to see the plump green belly of the ogre staring right back at him. A single tear of happiness fell from his eyes as he realized that he was going to experience fully consensual joy with this ogre. Right? And in his moment of happiness, he learned how to finally not use his teeth. "Oh, yeah, that's the spot, laddie," groaned the ogre almost tauntingly. "Yeah, you're a dirty little slut, aren't you? Take it, oh, you dirty whore," brayed the Oh, sorry, that was Donkey. Can we have that line, Donkey? That was "Take it all, you dirty whore."
No.
You're not
Nope.
Yeah, you take it all, you dirty whore. There, I've added it. Brayed the donkey tauntingly. The ogre continued thrusting in Lanzar's mouth, groaning contently, because this is consensual. A large green hand grabbed Lanzar's and guided it towards the ogre's mighty balls. Lanzar knew what it meant and began to caress the ogre's giant green scrotum. The sooner this is over, the better, because I have Netflix to watch. Thought Lanzar, might as well make him enjoy it, because I'm enjoying this too. Lanzar reached his other free hand and lightly grasped the ogre's enormous green shaft. The ogre reeled in delight. "Yeah, I knew you were a little cocksucker." Lanzar pumped away at the ogre's penis, his moist mouth providing lubrication with each stroke. The ogre rested his hand on the back of Lanzar's head, gently guiding each stroke. As Lanzar polished the giant green knob, he began to rethink his situation. Under better circumstances, I might actually enjoy this. Because his knees were hurting in the swamp, not because this was not consensual. Once you get a rhythm going, it's not that bad, said no one ever. Lanzar continued his rhythm while gently caressing the ogre's green balls. Finally, after a few moments, the ogre began to tense up. Oh, God, laddie, don't just stop that now, the ogre groaned. Lanzar sped up. Oh, yeah, that's the ticket. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. With a sudden contraction, the ogre's enormous green penis exploded in Lanzar's mouth, almost immediately filling it to capacity with gobs of onion-flavored sperm. And Lanzar continued pumping with everything he had, as the ogre's sperm dribbled from the corners of his mouth. Finally, the contraction stopped, and the giant green monstrosity went limp. As the beast withdrew his penis, Lanzar swallowed as much of the ejaculate as he could, looking up into the ogre's eyes with a beaming and triumphant smile. The ogre let out a relieved sigh and slapped his limp penis across Lanzar's face. Looking down upon the cum-drenched human before him, the ogre said calmly, "This is the part where you run away." As Lanzar ran his hand sensually down the ogre's large green thigh, his smile slowly faded, and the harsh truth began to push its way back to the forefront of his mind. He'd had a one-night stand, consensually, with a donkey and an ogre, and he realized he didn't like onions. And now they were sending him away like some common street whore, taking him out like the trash. The ogre began to wave his hand, shooing Lanzar away. "Move it!" the beast bellowed. "Come on, let's go! Happier, happier, happier!" Dejected, Lanzar picked himself up and trudged away, his face and legs still covered with the fluids of the two creatures who had just finished having their way with him. The donkey's assault on his rear end had left Lanzar with moderate discomfort, his every step a torturous blend of throbbing and burning, which he will take care of because, he meant for this to happen. And I'm sure they used protection. It was just omitted, and the editor will put it back in. As Lanzar made his way towards the edge of the swamp, a sharp, almost childlike cry came out from nearby. "I found one!" Lanzar turned, and was now facing the strangest group of creatures he had encountered yet. A wolf in a nightgown, 3 pigs, and a wooden puppet. Bonus points to everyone who called Pinocchio was coming.
Yeah, but his boots and puss there.
The wolf licked his lips and gave a sinister grin. "My, what a nice act you have." The end, everyone. That's the tweet.
There are a
Bravo.
couple of times when I felt it could have ended. I'm not sure about the ending they went with.
I know. I like the use of repeat words. And let's just say my improvisational editing skills were on there.
We already have
Yeah.
Rachel's rule in place for Werewolves of the Third Reich. We may have to add Rachel's second rule.
What's Rachel's second rule?
I'm honestly not kidding. This was one of the most palatable and easiest to edit. The things I saw while looking it up.
How much Shrek porn did you read? And how much of it did you read before this became an option for raising money?
I only did this to raise money, but just to let you know, the discomfort I feel, this was actually the tactic used by some great hacktivists to crash the Texas snitch website. So, as much as we may laugh at Shrexy and this incredibly, as I said, there's a lot of this out there. It has been used for good, and if it helps raise money for Shingles the movie, I'm gonna need about like 10 showers, but I'm happy to do this for you guys. That'll do.
Yeah.
That'll
do. This is definitely one of those times where you need one of those tankless water heaters. Because I'm thinking this is a 3-hour shower kind of reading.
This is a 3-hour shower coming. But did I live up to the promise of Shrexy?
Yeah.
Please tonight. This was the tame one. The Peppa Pig one that I wanted initially is not repeatable. No way to edit that one.
All right, so that's our next goal.
Okay, Peppa Pig. Yes.
There we go.
Can I read the Voltron Futanari stuff?
Oh, no. I want to hear, Mama Pig. What is Father
No.
Pig putting up your ass?
No, Peppa Pig is Peppa Pig is not of age. So no. We do not.
I think maybe next time it's Rick reading Megatron and Optimus Prime /fic.
That I would love to see. I will, if we can get another grant, I will read another /fic of, we'll take a vote. I did the Shrexy, I will do another ridiculous one. Just all I ask is if you're sending me one, could you please, I only ask for consensual. That's all I do. I will read whatever kink you have as long as it's consensual, or else I will change it, as you saw.
Yeah, you did a pretty good on-the-fly editing job there. I have to say.
You have a
Yeah.
There was some serious.
Why, yes, Donkey. I would like your enormous cock. Well,
I just read the words ogre scrotum unironically.
I am only sad of one thing from that reading.
What is that?
Really?
That Joseph wasn't on the stream to listen as well.
Somebody give me a god damn it.
Damn it!
Thank you.
There.
But at least
I got you,
at least
boo.
I hoped I have entertained. And I said I've brought something that actually was a horrible thing.
There's another layer to this whole thing that they don't know. And that is that in our regular D&D game on Monday nights, usually Monday nights, you had a dwarf with this exact same accent that was constantly hitting on my character.
That is true. Yes. My
So
incredibly
I'm having double flashbacks.
No, lassie, trust me, if it was rocks and things you would know. Drink!
I didn't know there were things that would disturb me more than shingles. There are things that disturb me more than shingles.
Shit, I gotta step up my
Are there
game.
any comments? Any comments anywhere?
Yeah, I kind of want to go to
Oh
bed.
yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, James says that he feels like you need to hide in a blanket with hot cocoa and marshmallows.
I would love it. I can't actually eat anything solid or have any alcohol because I have to get fasting blood work in the morning. So I had to do this stone cold sober.
So Emily's going to hide in a blanket instead.
No, Donkey, Donkey.
I got my blanket
Oh
ready.
Jesus, God, Rick!
Can we have jizzes instead? Please have onion.
You think that's bad? The stuffed phallic thing I've got on my desk is actually green.
Oh yeah, now I kind of feel the need to spray paint this green now.
Oh my.
I give that one jizzes up.
Oh God, Now Chad is talking about A&D/fic.
Oh God, they are gonna.
Oh, there is A&D/fic, I'm sure, and it's all like Klaus, right?
You're on mute, Bob.
Oh shit!
$100
I
for
was
Klaus as
Just saying,
Silas.
I've also got a little greener wiener
Oh
from
my
a
God!
couple of cons ago.
I'm never gonna look at a green penis the same way again. I'm gonna
Got-
like
got
look
this-
at the Incredible Hulk and be like,
Got
oh,
the
How
same-
often do you
Rick's
have to
got one
look at
too.
green penises?
Oh, I've got one of those. I don't know where
Yeah.
it is though.
I have a green. Oh, I can't even say that.
Well, they were given to us at the first A&D con by unfortunately he passed away from COVID.
Steven.
Yes.
Yes, Steven. But
So
I'm
these green dicks are for you, man.
But at least, was it okay, guys? Seriously, I did just read Shrek porn. I'm a little traumatized.
Oh, okay is a very interesting
The
concept.
reading was great.
It was beautiful.
The reading was fantastic. The content. Well, if we weren't all on watch lists before.
You don't understand. I've had the tentacle. I've read Yankee. Like, I would rather read Yankee Dan than that. So.
I don't know what that means.
Oh my God! You don't know Yankee Dan? Yankee Dan, right? That's Rocks, the tentacle porn. Emily knows.
And Tamara, you're asking, but Jesus made an appearance earlier, and he was auctioned off. I believe Filth Planet won him.
Honestly, though, I am so
Yeah.
grateful for everyone who donated to see me humiliated.
So say we all.
I will do it again. Just give me, please, a different slash, because I can't take any more green penis, and I don't want to eat my onions for a few days.
I don't want to eat onions ever
shit.
again.
You never liked them in the first place.
I'm going to throw out all my onion powder now.
Get harassed with onion. Like, I have a recipe for an onion cream, and now I'm never going to.
Oh.
Yeah, oh God, yeah. You're just gonna have people walking up to you from at every convention from now on and be like
Onions.
yeah, onions have layers. Ogre cum has layers.
I've got a recipe for onion cream. It's me eating a bunch of onions and then masturbating.
Aw, thank you for the comments in the chat. I'm glad people enjoyed the reading.
Sandy had your back there. She gave a donation.
Oh.
Aww.
All right, Rachel. How much did it cost? How much did it cost to get you to read Shrek porn?
That was $1,000.
All right, another $990, y'all, and I'll read bad/fic next Friday night.
Can we have Destiel, please? Can we have Destiel?
Oh no. Borderlands video game /fic.
Ooh, that is some nasty, filthy shit.
How do you just know this off the top of your head?
Because
Don't answer that.
Because usually the thing is, because I do these readings for charity, because people seem to love my sweet little voice read porn, I do get people sending me trending categories of /fic for future charity work.
I mean, given the fact that
porn like a sane woman.
I guess given the fact that I just auditioned for a fan film version of Nick Valentine from Fallout, I could read Nick Valentine /fic if you want.
I would love
Oh,
that.
Rachel, how about Scooby and Shaggy for next
Oh
time?
my God, Scooby and Shaggy.
Scooby and shagging?
Oh my God.
We need Steve to read that, Rick.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
I said thank you everyone who supported me while reading that. I definitely am going to take a shower before bed. And I think
A cold shower.
a very cold shower. But yeah, if you guys want, I can do more Yankee Dan. I can do Slash Rick. I can do. I'm sure there's something. Like I said, I would personally be intrigued if there is a Megatron / Optimus Prime.
There is. There 100% is.
You said that way too quick, way too much.
Yeah, I get so on Twitter. One of the I guess one of the alerts I get is whenever somebody posts something about Transformers, and man, there is a lot of Optimus and Megatron / stuff.
Wow.
The fact is that it's the crosses. It was the entire boy band BTS with Shrek. Like, and Shrek and Ronald McDonald as a category. That's what I was shocked by.
This is a dark corner of the internet that I am not familiar with.
Nor do I want to be familiar with.
But
Also
I think
true.
We should have a vote. I'll put a vote up on the A&D page of what that give me any, and if they can find it and it's consensual, set another goal. Like if we cross 20,000, I will read again.
Oh geez, we should just something. Forget about like me reading. We should just do every week. If you hit another 1,000, Rachel reads another.
I'll do it.
We're gonna need more than $1,000 a week to hit our goal, though. So
that's true. Set a goal.
We'll do this every fucking night.
well,
It's not enough water.
some nights we do have to record the podcast.
Yeah. and occasionally I do have to like eat and sleep and finish a book for John.
Yeah, I don't care about those first two things.
Was it worth it, Emily? You did come on camera for this.
Oh, that's an
did
interesting
not-
way of
I
phrasing.
did not.
No, but
I
as soon as
did.
you said that, it exploded into smoke.
You did a fine job.
Thank you.
Watching Emily watch you was worth it for the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought
You haven't
thought
seen it.
Emily
There's
was gonna lose it.
There's a whole like thing of like, you know how there's like mukbang, which is watching people eat. There is apparently this whole thing of people watching me whenever anything remotely sexy is mentioned because I start turning plaid and I giggle and I'm just, yeah.
Wait, what was that thing that you said?
Mukbang.
Mukbang?
Mukbang. It's the Korean art of watching people eat, but there's like a car bang. Oh, that sounds horrible, but you know what I mean. Of watching.
That sounds like high school.
That's a bus.
It does.
No, that's pulling a train, but that's something totally different.
Look, I was really afraid it was going to be an ogre train coming in the shop tonight, so I'm grateful I dodged at least that bullet.
Or Lanzar didn't dodge any bullets.
Lanzar
They
was-
landed all over his
Lanzar was
face.
enjoying himself. Lanzar wanted it because they had it. They said, "I just edited out the long conversation where they led up to this for brevity." On the reading.
Of course.
Yep. I don't know what his obsession with Zippo lighters was either. But it was described a
Like,
lot.
damn
I
you,
was
we're
actually-
skipping the Zippo letters to get right to the ogre cock in your mouth.
And
Never say those words again to me, Rick. Ever in your life. Like, seriously, I never want to hear those words. I never want to hear ogre scrotum ever again, and I just said it again.
The green
Yeah.
belly was a nice touch.
Everything was green. It's like, I get it. He's green. You don't. There's more than one word for green. For Pete's sake, check repetitive words. Oh, it was driving me nuts.
Yep, try watching Shrek ever again, knowing what happens after the credits roll.
ah,
Oh my god, what happens if I watch that movie again?
you live stream you watching Shrek again now.
If you ever do an at the movies of Shrek, you know it's now required that I have to be there.
Oh god, yeah, we're just gonna be pointing out people in the crowd. You know that's Lanzar.
Oh my god, I love you, chat. Yes, it was completely consensual. Conversations were cut for brevity.
Damn.
Yeah.
Just
Things
I don't really even know where to go from there.
hell.
Can the era of the gods judge me? I need to be smooth.
Oh, the Arrow of the Gods, he doesn't even want a part of that.
Arrow.
Arrow of the Gods is checking out of that shit. He's like, yeah, I don't think so.
And he hangs with Klaus.
Condor, you're the new Arrow of the Gods. You deal with this shit.
It's a good thing you chose your successor.
Oh my god.
God, I couldn't have done it sooner. Or I couldn't have, yeah.
Were you crocheting while I was suffering?
This is a green baby blanket.
I swear to God, if British accent asked for French onion soup this week, I'm gonna die.
It's a green baby blanket that smells like onions.
Right?
Get him.
I need British accents email. That.
Oh God, I would love it if British accent came. Look what I found at the store. It's onion scented mayo.
They have onions.
It's green.
British dish. That's the thing that's horrible. I'm like,
You will never look at onion dip the same.
oh God. Thank goodness I can't have dairy. Okay.
French onion dip and green food coloring.
How many ogre jizz items are going to be sent to me?
Oh God, I think for anybody listening, you need to bring green onion dip to the next A&D con. Be like, who would like to dip? Who would like to dip some donkey chips into my into my?
You mean pretzel rods? Come on, you have to use pretzel rods.
You don't, for the record, have to bring enough of that for everyone.
You know.
Just a half a gallon for Rachel.
Oh God.
You guys, I'm gonna have to bail. My son wants to watch Beavis and Butthead Do America, and I can't say no to that.
Honestly,
That's reasonable.
it's reasonable.
I mean, we're not going to top or bottom what we've already
It
seen.
would definitely be a bottom. But yes, if you do like these readings, please spread the word and donate to the Indiegogo for Shingles the Movie, which is actually more tasteful than that shit I just read, but not by much.
We may have to rewrite a few scenes.
But now Bob has a goal.
All right, well, see you in the future.
Later, Bob.
Good night, Bob. Wow.
Oh, they want you to read, John.
I told you, I'm up for it. I'll read Borderlands /fic, or I'll let them pick. Top donor will get to decide whether I do Borderlands /fic or whether I do Nick Valentine from Fallout in my Nick Valentine from Fallout voice. But that'll be for next Friday night.
Right?
What? Huh?
I feel like I just need to use the Shrek voice for everything.
Yeah, I'm thinking not.
I felt like I really channeled the character.
Yeah, you nailed it. Oh no, that was Shrek doing the nailing.
What was that guy's name again?
Lanzar?
Lanzar. Let's just. I'm gonna have a drink for Lanzar. He took it like.
Lanzar the Creamy.
Damn it!
Well, now you have a bar to set for you to for you to beat for your next Shingles, Rachel.
No, now you have content for your reading at DragonCon next year once we're able to do conventions again.
Why seems to like me reading erotic fan fiction? What is the obsession with it?
You're fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
The nicest thing anyone said to me that doesn't involve overscrolling.
I mean, you've got this cherubic little look on your face, and then ogre scrotum and big green belly.
The one that got me was saddled donkey.
I'm just amazed we didn't get a big valley of green ogre taint at some point in
I
the
know.
in
I
that.
think that would have to be Fiona. I was disappointed. No Fiona. No. No.
No, Fiona checked out of that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first one I was sent was good, but it was Shrek and Gru from the Minions, and I was just like, even I could.
That's a hard voice.
It's a hard voice. Yeah, I can do Shrek for some reason. No, I just mean his voice, not.
Sure.
Husband's English, not Scottish. All I'm saying.
All one kingdom.
Please, can I have something nice? Will Steve from Blue's Clues tell me I'm gonna be okay now? Or have I been
Steve can.
Oh God.
Blue cannot save you from that shit.
Yeah, because now somebody's out there writing writing Lanzar, Shrek, and Steve from Blue's Clues /fic.
Like.
Yeah. BRB.
Thanks, Jamie, for that one. That's all I can say. Jamie's fault.
All right.
I think I'm done.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, guys, but I think I am done. I have done. It's not the Lord's work. Definitely the dirty work.
Oh yeah.
The Green Lord's work.
I think we're all a little dirtier now.
Praise.
No, you have done the work of Jesus.
I've done the work. And everyone,
Yeah.
say goodnight to Tsunami, who
Praise be.
who really did turn the camera off.
I'm gonna go watch something spectacularly less homoerotic, like pro wrestling.
Yeah, I don't think I am gonna top that. And at this point, the alcohol does not look tasty to me anymore.
Is it green?
Yeah, we've been on for 5 hours. I don't think we are going to top that. So,
All right.
so
Thank
maybe
you to everyone.
maybe it's time to call this one. Thank you so much, everybody who joined us tonight. Who especially everybody who donated, and thanks guys for coming on. And Rachel, I don't think any of us can ever thank you enough for that, or apologize enough for that.
Yeah, I need the like, you're not giving away that squid. I need the therapy squid.
No, you're getting the therapy squid now.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not giving away your therapy squid.
You earned it.
I have earned it. I will maybe can I just like next time auction off some home baked cookies or something?
green home baked.
I've
cookies.
had Rachel cookies. They're yummy.
They are delicious.
Even after sitting in the post for a week.
Yeah, but no, you're not allowed to just bake some cookies.
Oh, okay. So I will do anything to help my bestest friends have their dream be realized, even humiliate myself. I love you guys. I love everyone out there, and thank you so much for donating.
We love you too, Rachel.
I delivered a little entertainment, and now the 6-hour shower begins.
Oh, you delivered a lot of entertainment.
Peace.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
That was fabulous.
That was something.
Oh, that was...
I mean, damn. I'm impressed and horrified. Impressed with Rachel and horrified about the things I learned about /fic tonight.
I knew there was plenty of /fic out there, but knowing it and experiencing it are two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's any slash fic of anything I've been a part of creating, don't fucking send me the links. I don't want to know. And if you write
Well,
A&D slash fic, you need to question all your goddamn life choices.
Now I have to go Google.
Yeah, somebody's gonna like go up to like gonna like send Drew an email, be like, so can you create a slash fic channel on the Discord?
I figured somebody would go up to Drew and drop on them like 800,000 words of super-powered slash fic. Because it would take that long to get all the named characters in that series laid once.
I definitely am not as flattering as it would be to learn about it. I'm not really sure. I would want to know if there is a Bill / Fred fic out there.
No, I
So
don't
if
want to know.
anybody's still on and listening, you have some homework now.
Yeah, okay, I gotta go. Before this gets any worse,
Yeah. On
I
that
gotta
note,
go.
good night.
All right, good night, everyone.
Good
I am going to
night.
be shutting down the stream now. So thank you everybody for joining, and well, I can't wait to see how we top this next time. Night all.